Welcome back, everyone, to Fight Night Tournament, the premier community tournament here in Europe. I'm joined today by Lobster. As you guys can see, a lot has changed. My room has changed. Skarzig has changed for Lobster. We're a zoo today. But some things have not changed, of course. We have some of the best players in Europe fighting out today with what is kind of a settled meta already, but we'll check out the decks and all that later. First, Lobster, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to see this tournament through the caster's lens for the first time. I mean, I have competed in it as a player a couple of times. It's always been a great experience. But being able to give some insight on these players who I've also faced a lot is going to be a very different thing. And I hope to be able to give you some insight there and maybe understand the thought processes and decision makings a bit better.
I'm certainly counting on it, on your expertise, and I know you've been playing a lot. You got to Masters recently, so you definitely have a good grasp of the meta, even though it was after me, but that's okay. Let's check out the format for the tournament. Just some housekeeping here. Everything is the same as always. Nothing has changed, but for those that are new to the stream, double elimination bracket with 8 invited players, the best of the best in Europe. That's the guarantee of quality here. All matches are going to be best of 3. Players bring 2 decks. There's no bans, and they can't overlap regionally, of course. And to win a match, a player must win with both decks. So you can't just bring one good deck and one, Mimi deck. They have to both be competitive decks that can win, a series and maybe even a tournament. And the prize pool, of course, $200 split. As you can see on the screen, I'm sure you guys all have eyeballs to see the numbers there. So very easy one to go over, but nothing has changed. Again, format has been the same for a long time. Lobster, let's go over the players, over the bracket for this tournament.
We got some pretty interesting matchups this time around. So first off, at the top of the bracket, we see Salty Simon, the winner from last fight night last week. Only changed one of the decks. Seems to be sticking with his recipe for success against I'm So Humble. The other one is a Spanish little grudge match, a little derby, Sharp facing off against Frey. Then I'm also excited about this one. My prep partner Guardia in the lower bracket is facing off against Sonicholic. And the last one is also going to be the featured match that we showed today. 2 tournament legends clashing in the first round of this super stacked fight night. We have Sergi, who is also a fellow second place finisher in a seasonal tournament with great tournament success all around. And Marcus, who's kind of a legend in the Giant Slayer fight night community. I think he's got like the best overall win rate and performances of all the players. Had a 3-peat once, if I recall correctly, won 3 times in a row. And well, a bit unlucky for them to face off in the first round, but it's going to be more action for us at least.
And usually we have maybe, I think we've almost never had more than 1 Spanish player, but this time we have 3. Definitely not me rigging it behind the scenes. But this means that, maybe we'll have a Spanish champion. We haven't had one in a while, so I'm going to count these players. And, players like Sergi, Sharp, and Freyback are, the best of the best. So definitely have a good chance to make it. But like you said, it's a very, very stacked roster of players today. Like always, I think we're seeing just repeat champions like Marcus, like Salty Simon, players that are here many weeks and have done a great job every time. And there it is, Marcus from Norway, also was in EU Masters, the very first one, and Sergi has been in the second one. That Spain unfortunately did not make it out of the groups. They with Norway in the first one, so some disappointments in that team format, but in individual performances, both players are completely different story. They've just, like you said, Marcus in Giant Slayer has done fantastic, and Sergi Tuvamos in the seasonals has done a great job in the last few ones for Spain and for himself as well.
And after looking at these player cards, I'm almost a bit surprised that Marcus quoted Burn as his favorite dex archetypes. Whenever I faced him, whenever he knocked me out of tournaments, it was usually more control and combo deck archetypes, which just shows how versatile these players are, how they can kind of play at any speed. And on Sergi's side, we saw that his favorite decks are combo mid-range archetypes, which is the exact right meta for this to shine. There's a lot of combo and mid-rangey decks running around, and not only on the ladder meta, but we'll also see these in the current tournaments.
I'm going to check out the list now. That could be, kind of a combo list with Akshan, the new champion that was added a few weeks ago now to the game, alongside Sivir, who was somehow buffed in the last patch, and that's made her, that much more relevant now. And of course, Ionia will be the predominant region. We've seen it in the meta, in the ladder. Now that the meta has settled quite a bit more than it had, 2 weeks ago, or even last week possibly. And Ionia is, it went from 0 to hero very quickly. And we're going to see it not just in this deck, but we're going to see Aziralia and Ionia just being a very strong region right now.
Ionia mainly receiving the Twin Disciplines buff, which complements so many archetypes in so many ways. The versatility and the mana efficiency of that card is off the charts. But we have another card I want to highlight here, which we haven't seen in ages, and that is Ren Shadowblade. 4 mana, 3/3 quick attack. When I first saw this list, I was like, how does this make sense? But then I remembered, wait, it's not too expensive. It has quick attack. You can put Ghost and Flurry of Fists on it, and it's just an additional win condition besides Severe. It replaced the slot of Young Witch, which was often used to grant something like a Ruin Runner quick attack to then be able to put Flurry of Fists onto it. But it's kind of inconsistent. It's kind of hard to pull the combo off. And maybe Ren Shadowblade is just the genius idea that adds more consistency to this deck.
And it also provides some extra value as well in some cases. So like you said, I think it's just not so much Ren Shadowblade being like the key card in this deck. It's more just, oh, yeah, this card makes sense for all these different things I'm doing. I might as well add it into my deck as well, because it already has some natural synergies that maybe were overlooked, like you said, for a long time, and players might start moving in this direction. Possibly. We'll see. This is going to be a test run, I think, for this list in a big tournament with the Ren Shadowblade inclusion. I think it's something pretty novel. I haven't seen it before. So we'll see. We'll see if it works out, and we'll see if it catches on and becomes a, maybe part of the meta as well.
And this is going to be a list that is going to be very popular in this tournament. 4 out of the 8 players brought it in total. It's also very dominant on the ladder. And the meta is starting to kind of revolve around it. A lot of other people brought tempo and aggro decks because they're the only decks that can really compete with Akshan Severe, that can go under it, that can go outrace it. Because control decks will not really do it. It's not fun to try to Vengeance or Flash Freeze a spell shielded unit that can just OTK you. You just cannot withstand the pressures. So I'm gonna be interested. It's gonna be very interesting to see how these archetypes perform against each other. If the burn decks really can get consistent wins against the stuff that they're supposed to target, because Ionia Shurima is the best region combo around right now, and we don't know if the burn decks are actually good enough to consistently get wins.
And this is the burn deck that we were talking about, Marcus. He said he's a burn player. Looks like a burn list, so it checks out. But the double up is kind of the new addition with this meta, or even the last buff. It got buffed, obviously. And it is now definitely a consideration for many of these burn lists, and it's being added. Other than that, though, Pirate Burn, this is, a tale as old as time. Not much more has changed other than the double up, and maybe some of the 2 drops and 3 drops. Deckhands, for example, being added with Make It Rain, obviously back, getting buffed to 2 mana is a big difference as well. But other than that, it just tries to win games quickly and just efficiently, translate mana to damage the next, basically.
And it is a bit of a unique take on this archetype, though. Most lists you commonly played Iron Ballista, and Double Up was maybe a one-off. Marcus is going kind of all in on this spell-heavy thing, playing triple Double Up and playing triple Dreadway Deckhand to get more value out of the Make It Rain and the other burn spells. And at the cost of cutting down on the amount of 1-drops. It only plays 10 1-drops, which is rather low amount for these aggro lists. And maybe we'll see some consistency issues here. Like not having enough, like a lot of 1-drops and not having a 3-drop might make the curving out for this deck a little bit more awkward.
And I do think that with the deckhands in this kind of quick attack heavy meta, having the barrel as like a pseudo blocker and obviously making the kind of the fork for the opponent of, do I try and kill this barrel because I'm gonna get value from a spell, or do I not? That also is, I think, a lot of value that people they're overlooking very often in games. But I think in this meta, there's a benefit to having barrels as like pseudo blockers as well on your defense turns.
Absolutely agree. It just puts your opponent into some tough spots. But we are jumping into the game. We do get Marcus's POV, and it's an aggro mirror, but to different takes on aggro. We have the Pirate Burn deck, which has more access to removal. Make It Raid is going to be a key card here, and maybe a Keg plus double up could also threaten Draven or an unleveled Jinx. On the other side, Sergi going in with a discard list, looking for some early swarming.
And discard, of course, is a deck that we're going to be seeing a lot of today as well. We haven't seen it obviously previewed in the deck, like with Pirate Burn, for example, but it's a deck that I think 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 players brought today. Like you said, it's kind of the best performing aggro deck, so it made sense to bring a lineup with, for example, Sivir Ashcan and the discard aggro accompanying it.
A lot of people stuck with that idea. The exact second deck varies here and there. It's going to be interesting to see this Pirate matchup against this card. I would say that Marcus should be slightly favored just deck-wise because Make It Rain is so huge to control the amount of board that Sergi can flood with. But, as I mentioned before, Marcus has a bit of an awkward time here finding the right units on curve and is kind of stuck with these double ups in hand right now, while not being able to play them yet, not having a good target for them yet.
We'll have to see if Sergi makes the mistake of playing a Draven or a Jinx next turn while the barrel is still on the field without any chance to interact with it. Maybe that would give, an avenue for the extra damage from double up to kill it and to get the Nexus damage as well. But like you said, it is even more of an awkward hand now with the Decimate draw there as well. Makes it so you do have a lot of burn in hand, but you haven't done your homework. The initial 8 to 10 damage you have to do at the beginning of the game through board control, or just swarming the board with cheap aggressive units.
The crowd favorite being dropped by Sergi, just out of range of being removed by one of these double ups. Noxian Fervor right now deals 4 damage. You could consider using the keg to remove the crowd favorite to block any incoming damage, but it can be stopped by a Get Excited on Sergi's side, which would be huge. Marcus instead deciding to go for the buffed up double up, not only removing the Battlecaster, which represents a lot of damage, but also dealing 5 direct Nexus damage to Sergi's Nexus.
And I think that's kind of the initial homework done already. 11 health means that you can start just doing it with what you have in hand. Double up, Decimate, and Fervor is exactly 11 in terms of Nexus damage. So as long as you don't die first and you don't lose this race, I think you already have the answers in hand if you're Marcus.
That is absolutely correct. He has 11 plus the Grenadier 12 burn damage in hand. He basically just needs to worry about not dying on the next attack or killing off Sergi on his next attack with the fast speed double up. Some people call it a fast speed decimate. It gives a lot more opportunities to the pirate deck to close out games. But keep in mind that this is very interactable because Sergi will always have the opportunity to remove his own unit, to play Get Excited on his own unit to prevent that 4 or 5 Nexus damage from hitting his face.
That being said, that would also solve the problem of the crowd favorite hitting Marcus's face. So I mean, it's not too bad of a situation if that is what ends up happening. And you would have to, maybe waste to Get Excited, for example, if you're Sergi. So you would be doing a lot to survive, but you wouldn't be winning the game if you're Sergi. So I think that is okay for Marcus, but we'll see exactly what Sergi has in hand. Obviously, this is a deck that refuels very quickly, but this is the initial push he's made. There hasn't been a Draven, there hasn't been a Jinx. It hasn't been as explosive as usual. It's kind of all the eggs in one basket with that crowd favorite, which is now extremely vulnerable to a double up at fast speed, like you mentioned.
Absolutely. So Get Excited will be one of the key cards here for Sergi, either to shut down some Nexus damage through a double up or to shut down Nexus damage from a Noxian Fervor. Right now, the crowd favorite is kind of what's carrying Sergi in this game, what represents the most pressure. And if he does not have an answer to all of these spells in Marcus's hand, this game might end very quickly. This game might end on Sergi's next attack.
The problem here is that the Grenadier has to die to ping that damage to get the perfect 8 with Decimate if it's played now with double up. But the Flame Chomper might drag it, and with 0 attack, if there are no vision buffs, it might not kill it, so it would be a way of preventing that from going off on the next attack token turn from Sergi. You can't pick the blocker, you can't force your Grenadier to die if you're Marcus.
That is a great point. I was almost a bit surprised. Marcus also had the option to not expend that mana to play the Demolitionist, but instead would have had mana for Noxian Fervor open. With just 1 unit on the board, it is of course a bit annoying. But Marcus... Okay, this is very smart as well though. The ping forces to either block off with the Flame Chompers to preserve that 1 Nexus HP, or the Grenadier dies, and you do go into double up range willingly. Sergi decides to block it off, down to 4 HP, and we do not see a Get Excited in Sergi's hand. We know his whole hand. This is gonna come down to a top deck.
And Sergi has to keep this last elusive in hand just to get that out possibility, but like you said, it's a top deck. Does he have it off the top deck? Pretty unlikely. We've seen crazy things on Fight Night though, so we'll find out in just a bit. Double up can be threatened here onto the 7-2 crowd favorite. And that would be GG for Marcus, unless, like you mentioned, in this list, the only thing that can do it really is Get Excited or some random Mystic Shot that most people don't run in Draven Jinx. We'll find out if it's here for Sergi. It looks like it is not. He is not happy to see this double up being a part of the meta right now. And he loses this game 1. Marcus takes it with Pirate Burn. And Sergi with discard aggro, a very good deck, but just like you said, didn't have the Draven, didn't have the Jinx. The key pieces were not there. And you could tell the game plan wasn't as explosive as usual, wasn't as intimidating as it usually is with discard aggro.
Yeah, not quite as explosive. This came down to a face race, and Marcus just had the better proactive cards. Double up, of course, also being a mixture of a reactive and proactive cards, like advancing your game plan of smorking your opponent's nexus, while also taking pressure off of the board on your opponent's side. But nonetheless, it did came up down to that very last attack, because if Sergi would have found the Get Excited, would have Get Excited his own crowd favorite, he would have still pushed 11 damage and found the exact lethal. Very explosive matchup that can go both ways. That is kind of dependent on draws as well, but Marcus also navigated it very well there and deserved the win. And we jump into the second game, Lulu Jinx, one of the spicier lists in this tournament.
And Lulu Jinx is basically discard aggro for cool kids. So Marcus, he knows how it goes. He knows that I'm keeping an eye on all competitors, making sure they're bringing the spicy lists, and he made sure to bring something that has been a deck for a while, but has really gained traction in this patch with some of the changes as well. To things like Young Witch, for example, and has actually, been, some players have been saying it's pretty competitive. I think it's a surprise, like maybe not top tier, but tier 2, high tier 2 list that can definitely put in the work and can definitely win games that you don't expect it to.
Yeah, people were considering Lulu a meme for the longest time, and cards like Pix as well, and it is refreshing, and it does make me happy a bit to see it pop off on this patch. People do call it like a budget version of this card, though. It's a bit less consistent. It's even more reliant on drawing the champions. And I guess Augmented Experimenter can be viewed as a third champion as well. But if this pops off, it's so explosive. It can push so much damage through elusives being buffed by Lulu. And of course, the most important part is the Flame Chompers turning into 4/4s and completely taking control of the board.
Exactly. I mean, whenever you're playing a deck, you have to be thinking, what's the unfair thing that I'm doing that makes this deck worth it? And making a Flame Chomper suddenly a very high statted challenger unit is one of those things that you definitely want to do with this deck, and that makes it that appealing, I think, to some players that enjoy playing it.
This time, Sergi finding a bit of a better opening, though, having the Draven on board, which is so key to the discard deck because the Axes give so much playmaking potential just by discarding, enabling cards like Vision, enabling extra blockers or attackers, but also managing your hand size in case you find Jinx and being able to level her whenever you want. The Draven attack also goes through, generating another axe. Marcus here opting to develop the Lulu instead of saving mana for a Get Excited on this Draven and looking for some proactive plays of his own.
Missing something like a Flame Chompers here, missing something, something to support, really. You have the Young Witch and the Lulu both wanting to support something, but there's not really anything to support. You can put in the Pix, of course, for 1 mana and see what you can do and get some value from the support change, but it's definitely not optimal for this turn, I think, for the attack token turn, or Marcus on turn 4.
I think Marcus is going to go for the Pix development, and then the Young Witch gives Lulu quick attack, which at least protects her in combat, and then you can buff up the Pix and at least start getting your own pressure going, your own proactive game plan. So far, no Jinx played on either side. We know Marcus holds one, we don't know if Sergi holds one, and an Augmented Experimenter. So right now, as long as Marcus doesn't fall too far behind on the board, he should be kind of fine, because he can just find more and more value with the Jinx and Augmented Experimenter and keep the aggression going.
We're not seeing Sergi's hand, though, and it might be, very similar or identical. A lot of the cards in this deck, at least from the PNZ region, are going to be pretty identical. And then, of course, you have the Jinx as well. That's possibly in Sergi's hand as well. And we'll see. We can see Sergi's hand now. I think it might be fixed for the next game, possibly. But he's, like we said, Get Excited is also in hand for Sergi, also taking down his opponent's champion. So a lot of the same things might be happening the next few turns here for both players.
Absolutely. That was an interesting line of play by both players. So Marcus decided to keep the 4 mana open first to be able to protect Lulu with the suit up in case she should tank a Get Excited. Sergi kept the 3 spell mana open the whole time. Marcus basically decided that post-combat, okay, it doesn't seem like my opponent holds a Get Excited, I will play the Jinx and be mana efficient, and gets punished immediately by tapping out of the suit up and Sergi taking the Lulu off of the board. One of the key cards of Marcus's deck.
And there's the burst, speed, jury rig into vision. Nothing that Marcus can do about it. Just right away the open attack occurs with the buffed up units and a lot of damage being threatened. And with just unfavorable trades on both sides, with Young Witch not killing the Flame Chompers, and the Pix, of course, 0 attack, Can't do much, but there is, of course, like you mentioned, the suit up that can change things a tiny bit, or just get discarded.
And now it's about time to get rid of this Draven. He's done enough work, he's done enough pressure. It does hurt a bit to lose your Get Excited here, while Sergi still has 4 mana, which means he could technically play Jinx and 2 cards in hand. Also, turn 6 is coming up. Augmented Experimenter can easily refill hands and push out a lot of threats. Oof. And we see another Vision being played from the hand for the full mana count. On Sergi's side, just being very keen on pushing additional damage. It does make sense, though it also removes the Young Witch, one of the key units from combat. And now Marcus is very far behind on Nexus HP, but got some crucial turns coming up here with Jinx into potentially the Augmented Experimenter.
And we saw Sergi play Get Excited already, so if he's trying to finish this game through burn and not really going for the board control now, he might not make it. I mean, it's still 5 HP here for Marcus' Nexus, so it might be too far away still, and possibly only has 2 Get Excited left in the deck if he's counting on top decks.
And it is a Get Excited and a Flame Jumpers, the last 2 cards in Sergi's hand. He did not have the Jinx, he did not have the Augmented Experimenter, and that is exactly what he is going to have to draw if he wants to stay in this game. Otherwise, Marcus is probably going to pull ahead here. Nonetheless, the board right now...
Yeah, this is a win. This is a win for Sergi.
Yeah, right. He still has the tempo lead. So Marcus now needs to find one of his removal spells. I believe he only plays Get Excited and no Mystic Shots. The Augmented Experimenter kind of whiffed here. It did not do what he was supposed to do.
The trade happens here because the Flame Chomper has 2 attack. That's not the right draw, and that's going to be it. GG. Twin Disciples can't do anything here. And we thought it was over. We thought Marcus was, taking control and turning things around. But it looks like it's Sergi almost getting the tie there, tying the series 1-1. And now both players have to win on their final deck. For Marcus, of course, it is his Lulu Jinx. He already won with a Pirate Burn in the first game. And for Sergi, we will be seeing, finally, Mr. Ren Shadowblade in action.
And I don't think Sergi is going to be too happy about this matchup, even though he does play the spicy Ren Shadowblade, and I'm sure he wants to show it off to the world. Generally speaking... quick aggro decks are the only real weakness of this severe action, of this Shurima Ionia combination. And Marcus, with a good meta read, having exactly that to punish all of the people for bringing the best decks.
Well, I mean, a good meta read, but I think considering the decks we're seeing and the lack of diversity in today's tournament, I think it's a pretty clear meta read as well. I think severe action, like you said, on ladder, it's been doing very, very well, and people are noticing that it has, very few counters. Noticing that Spell Shield is a very good keyword, especially when it's on very good units like Seer and Rune Runner. And just all the combos you can do now with Ionia make it very hard to deal with. The last week I've been playing with, Ezreal Draven, stuff like this. It just any kind of interaction gets punished against this deck. Anytime you think you have a kill, maybe, they have Twin Disciples to buff things up. They have Spell Shield. It makes it very, very difficult to interact with your opponent's threats. And that way makes things like Fleur of the Fist very, very hard to deal with.
But on paper, the Lulu Jinx decks has just the right tools to deal with these spell shielded units, and that is challengers that can be buffed up 2-4 attack, which could potentially take out a Ruin Runner, it could potentially take out Sevier. Nonetheless, we know that Ionia Shurima has access to a lot of combat tricks. We highlighted Twin Disciplines earlier on, which can be used as a defensive option to preserve the spell-shielded units. We know Shaped Stone is very popular in these kind of lists, which can get the Rune Runner to 5 HP and be able to just survive the onslaught of Flame Chompers. But so far, Sergi with a double Treasure Seeker opening, one of the best cards from the new expansion, again hitting a lot of Shurima archetypes. The versatility paired with a solid body and solid early 2-1 unit, being able to be a pressure tool and a control tool as well whenever you want to decide the spell that is being generated.
Yeah, also one of the most, I think in my opinion, most slept on cards that were recently added. No one was really talking too much about Treasure Seeker, but I think it's pretty insane for what it does and just the value it generates for 1 mana. But right away, a pretty unoptimal hand here for Marcus. Has a few key pieces, but is missing, like we said before, a few other ones. You're not pushing that much damage here with these Young Witches. They can become a big problem later on. If they stick to the board, you can't deal with them. It might be an issue. Because, yeah, once the bigger threats like Jinx come down, the bigger threats like, once you control the board a bit more, you can't deal with Lucis that easily, so it is more difficult for Sergi's deck.
And the interesting turns are coming up right now. Sergi does have mana for Sevier this turn. It really depends on whether or not He found his key cards though. Severe into Ruin Runner is the curve that everyone's really afraid of. And on the other hand, for Marcus, there are also some key turns coming up. Again, found the Jinx. This time no Lulu, which is unfortunate. But we see Jinx into a potential suit up to, or Get Excited to control the board, into another Augmented Experimenter on turn 6, controlling the board further and also getting that Jinx level up. And this time around, Sergi stack does not really play removal, and it's gonna be much harder to deal with one of the carries like a level Jinx once she gets going.
Waking Sands showing why they're pretty nuts. I mean, 4 damage or 4 mana do 10 to the Nexus in this case is pretty scary to deal with against some decks that don't have the right interaction, don't have the right chump blockers. It makes it very difficult, and Young Witches of course are these premier units you don't want to just throw away, especially when they're not even, you want to get some more value out of them on your next attack token turn, and you can't really block here. So taking 10 is not the end of the world, but it puts you now definitely into that combo range where you can just all of a sudden die on one turn if you don't have the right answers, the right interaction.
Sergi is making great use out of these Waking Sands, using them proactively to represent either like... He's basically saying, okay, if you don't block, I will combo you off. I will finish you off within the next 1 or 2 attacks. And if you do block, I take your key units out. It's a win-win situation for Sergi. We see another Shapestone preserving the 2-1 body as a potential blocker. And Marcus here considering to use the suit up as he does, because he's gonna have mana to play Jinx next turn anyway, curve into the Augmented Experimenter. And Get Excited is just not a great card right now in this board state. You can be happy if it hits something like Akshan or Merciless Hunter, but it's pointless against Severe, it's pointless against Ruin Runner. Ruin Runner is going to be the key card that can be played on turn 5 for Sergi.
There's a Jinx possibly coming down, could be the Lulu instead. Would buff the Young Witches, the Elusives to a higher stat line and deal some more damage, but still Sergi at 15 HP, so I'm not sure if you're trying to tempo rush this and just win this race. I think you're maybe trying to get value out of Jinx and winning a bit more slowly, but with more control over the board. So I'm not sure if Lulu would be the right choice right now. Like I said, you're at 8 HP and you're not going to win the race. I mean, if you just go for all-in aggro and just try to deal damage, I think you're going to get beat next turn.
I do agree, and it is a very interesting decision because Marcus needs to consider here, I'm probably not winning the game on this turn, but I kind of have to win on my next attack. And how do I set this turn up to have the highest chances on winning on turn 7? And also to not die on turn 6, because Sergi is going to have another attack token of his own. And 5 mana this turn could be scary. And whatever he plays proactively as combo pieces next turn could also be scary. Sergi with a very insightful pass here, not playing something like a Ruin Runner into something that could be a Flame Chomper, is just dragging it and removing it. But Marcus also knowing he kind of has to attack here, start pushing pressure on his opponent's Nexus health, because otherwise if he just takes the end round here, he's not very likely to finish the game on his next attack himself.
And of course, with this mana being saved by Sergi, we have to start wondering, what is he going to play right now for 5 mana? Is it Ruin Runner? If it is, how much trouble is Marcus? Does he have any way to interact with what could be a combo hand for next turn?
It's a pass. Sergi probably just has a completely whiffed hand.
Well, that's one way to win against this combo deck.
Yeah, it is. So Sergi probably... Oh no! Was that top deck? I think that came from the left of the hand, because there was no real reason to not play it at the end of last round. And now Sergi is in a spot where the sheer pressure from the overwhelm could technically finish the game if he has enough combat tricks. If he has double Shapestone. Shapestones are not enabled yet. It would have to be double Twin Disciplines offensively, I believe.
And Shapestone was used twice already as well, I think, in this game. So even less likely to have one in hand. And only 4 mana to work with. Because he didn't play the Ruiner last turn, he has much less possibility of getting this full combo off to be able to get the lethal here.
It is probably just double Twin Disciplines or bust, and he decides to not even go for the attack. Let's see if Sergi can somehow survive this big swing coming in next turn. Marcus just takes the end round, does not develop further, does not want to give Sergi an opportunity to attack here. Top decks the Twin Disciplines as well, alongside the suit up and the Get Excited in hand to finish the Nexus if it should somehow survive. This is looking so good for Marcus right now.
Yeah, there's like 2 layers of like plan B and plan C in case there is an answer or an attempt at an answer from Sergi. So I think you have to feel pretty confident if you are Marcus with both the suit up I guess they get excited as well for some extra damage.
And does go for the barrier on Lulu just in case Marcus should not be able to close out this game. This Lulu would still survive. There's, like you said, it's just a dish, like multiple layers of win conditions coming through, multiple layers of pressure. And Sergi must have a reactive hand, but I could imagine him sitting on something like Denies, which don't really do anything here. And I don't know if it's possible to stop this onslaught coming in. Concussive Palm would be one of the biggest cards here. But
with the hand that Marcus has, though, I don't think it's possible. We have to stop the Lulu, the Young Witch. Spirit's Refuge is definitely a way to do it, but now you still have the Twin Disciples on the Young Witch at the very beginning of the combat train.
That works.
That does change things. That changes things. All right.
So there was one Twin Disciplines in hand, not the second one to find the win, but nonetheless, Sergi does heal up to 13 here. And Marcus is pushing 11 damage. If this goes through,
excited.
Yeah, the Get Excited in hand.
And that's
it. Yeah, sorry, that was 13 damage. I miscalculated that.
I thought it was one off as well. So EU math not pulling through, but Marcus's math is definitely pulling through. Takes the game 3-win, takes the series, and advances to semifinals. Sergi, as a Spanish person, you have not done me proud, but hopefully the Spanish Civil War, someone has to make it out of that one to semis as well. And hopefully they have a good run through the loser bracket and try and fight their way through. But Lulu Jinx, right away, we talked about the deck being, maybe a bit underrated overall. People, I think, still have the stigma of Lulu being a meme champion and not really being a competitive option. But Marcus may be proving us wrong now and maybe the rest of this tournament as well.
But is it Lulu Jinx or is it Marcus? Maybe we're going to see another legendary tear from Marcus through this Fight Night bracket. We will see. But for now, we are jumping into another matchup here. Guardia against Sonicholic. And we see two of these dominant Ionia, Shurima decks facing off, but it's two different takes on the region combination. Guardia playing a very similar deck as to what Sergi just played, Akshan Sivir, just a couple of tech choices are different. But we see everyone's favorite, good old Azir Irelia making an appearance in the current tournament meta again. And this matchup is kind of a close one. I'm not sure how familiar you are with this. I would give a slight edge to the Azir Irelia deck, but again, it's super dependent on drawing the champions in time, and right now we do not see any champion on Sonicholic's side on the board or in hand.
I agree. I think both of these decks have a clear separation between some of their key cards and the rest of the deck, and if you don't find the key cards, then your game plan suffers quite a bit. It really isn't as, I think with Draven and Jinx and discard aggro, it's similar, where if you're not getting the right consistent draws, your deck's power level goes down considerably. With Azir Irelia, of course, with Azir and Irelia missing, it's always been a big point of discussion with this deck. And I think with Sivir and Rune Runner, those two champions, also the case for Guardia's deck.
Absolutely. And also Merciless Hunter. So that was a key piece that was missing for Sergi earlier on, not finding the right curve, which does slow down the deck significantly. But here we see both people, like the game state looks kind of even, but we know Sonicholic's hand and it does not look amazing. Nonetheless, he makes very efficient use of the few resources he's been given. Gonna preserve the Greenglade duo, one of the potential carries of this deck, and already has the double Deus on board. Therefore, each Flawless Duet, each Blade Dance, each attack token is gonna be a menace to deal with for Guardia's side. And Sonicholic can just consistently keep on shipping damage one by one.
And this Greenglade duo could definitely be, a problem. Could definitely, looking at the hand as well, there's a second one, there's the Doomkeeper as well. Although there isn't that much space on the board, so you have to be a bit careful with how you sequence things the next turn. But there is definitely the potential for damage. We'll see if Guardia has any kind of interaction to deal with these Greenglade duos. We know there's ghosts in the list sometime that can obviously create an elusive blocker, so there are ways to interact here. But if you don't have the right interaction, these are two units that can snowball to very, high attack powers and just kill you on that turn.
Guardia playing triple Ghost, triple Concussive Palm, and a Shadow Assassin. Therefore, on paper, having plenty of answers to deal with this onslaught. Also, Guardia is not very happy about the Blade Dances coming in, but it does progress the Akshan level up and the Sivir level up. And the Sivir level up is one of the key components of this deck, giving the Sivir quick attack or ghost. Double attack or ghost with Flurry of Fists. Sharing the keywords with his whole board is one of the ways that you can set up one of these OTKs, one of the win conditions. Let's see if Guardia already has all of the right combo pieces in hand.
And there is Azir coming in, 6 unit mana to work with and limited board space to work with. So we'll see how exactly Sonicholic is going to sequence it. I guess just Azir duo is I guess, you want to play Ribbon Dancer here as well this turn. So it is a difficult decision here to see how you sequence this. You can't play everything. It makes it quite awkward, both with the mana you have and the space on the board.
Absolutely. You can either try to go for the win right away, playing the duo into Ribbon Dancer, into the Doomkeeper, into the attack. Both of these duos grow to like 10 attack. It's literally an OTK. The other one is a bit more of a value approach, going for probably Azir, either duo or Ribbon Dancer, and maybe the Doomkeeper, even though you would mill the Sand Soldier. And not really looking to close out the game this turn, but either with a Blade Dance in Guardia's next turn, or in your next attack token. It's risky though, because Guardia very much represents huge threats with the level CV on board and might easily close out the game on his next attack.
I think really just comes down to what Guardia has in hand. If he has the right interaction to stop this attack, and if he has the right combo pieces to just end it, on the next attack turn with, like you mentioned, leveled up Sivir makes it, if there's already little interaction, then there's even less, and it makes the combo that much easier to pull off.
One more thing to mention here, Guardia also runs 2 Absolvers. A card that's not a staple in Sivir action, but does provide an additional win condition. And we see both champions already flipped. That might be what Guardia is holding, because he did seem very eager on leveling the champions on the previous blocks. And maybe Sonicholic is just aware of this threat, playing the Azir not only as a value providing tool, but also as a high HP blocker, hoping to be able to fend off an overwhelm attack.
We'll see what the pick is here for Guardia. Guardia is still 6 mana to work with, so has, like we mentioned, Palm, for example, as a potential, fail-safe against a very, very high attack Green Light duo trying to swing in. And there is still mana for that. So I think Guardia going to play very reactive here, obviously on this defense token turn, and just see what exactly the final threat is from Sonicholic, and if he has the the right ways to stop it.
Guardia seems to have a slight edge in this matchup. Of course, we don't know the exact hand situation, but there are just so many cards that could help him stop this attack, and a couple of cards that also could make him win the game on the next turn. Something like, we said Concussive Palm is big here, but also Spirit's Refuge, just stopping this Blade Dance in its tracks, and also having the lifesteal for the subsequent attack, being able to block the Sand Soldier again. Let's see what Guardia shows, what he reveals to have in his hand, and how he decides to block this. Because Sonicholic, don't be mistaken here, represents an enormous amount of damage with this Blade Dance into the full swing.
These are, of course, the soldiers here, Sand Soldiers attacking. 6 damage coming through already, and that's without the actual full attack swinging in, and all the other Sand Soldiers that will spawn, thanks to Azir and both days that are already on the board and have been on the board for a while now. So a lot of damage coming through, and sometimes even if you have the right answers, the board gets so wide and you can't stop everything that sometimes you just succumb to just all these little cuts from the Sand Soldiers as well. So it is tough. I think Azir Irelia, was a nightmare to play against for a reason. It's not just, stopping the Green Clay duo, it's stopping all the other chip damage coming in as well. And Guardia might have a Concussive Palm, for example, but it might not have the answers for everything else.
Absolutely. The mana efficiency is the key here. Like, Guardia's cards are all costing 4 mana, and they only either stop the one Green Glade duo. The Concussive Palm we highlighted earlier on does come in. Spirit's Refuge would have been a bit better here, because in total it might conserve more Nexus HP, but this is still an enormous swing coming in from Sonicholic, and Guardia only has very limited capabilities of blocking. Is probably going to have to block off some of these key carries, and maybe is not going to be able to find the win on his own behalf after this enormous swing coming in from Sonicholic.
Yeah, that's kind of the price you have to pay for defending and surviving. You might ruin your own win condition for the next turn, and then the pressure continues because your opponent might have another Blade Dance that he can play on his defense turn. That still creates even more pressure, because double Deus on the board, even if Azir dies, will continue to be a problem. So we'll see what the top deck is for Sonicholic as well. And if Guardia has a way to refuel his win conditions and have another, quick attack unit if Sivir and Akshan both die.
Sonicholic also not with the easiest of decisions here. Am I fine trading my leveled Azir into the leveled Sivir is basically the question. How much damage do I get through? And if I lose the Azir, do I still have enough pressure tools, enough value engines to keep on pressuring my opponent and actually close out the game? Because Sonicholic's hand right now, while having some good cards, some good combo pieces, is very low on value overall. And Sonicholic does decide to send it in, go for the full swing, basically offering the trade between Sivir and the Azir, but saying, I put so much pressure out here, you're gonna have to block off with almost everything. You still cannot be safe if you leave this open because I might have a Shaped Stone. And Sonicholic probably just being confident to survive the next attack that Guardia is gonna present.
And just taking out the Sivir, I think if you're not going to win this turn, at least take out the Sivir because that is the biggest threat for your opponent winning on his next turn. So I think it's definitely fair here. I think Azir has done his job. I think he's created, the buffs on the Sand Soldiers, and now your opponent's such a low health total that if you find a Blade Dance on your defense turn with double Deus already on the board, you don't need Azir to create that extra wide attack. If there weren't 2 days on the board, Azir would be more valuable, I think. But with this current board state, I think you're fine trading here, even though the stat values don't seem like a great trade. In terms of the actual situation in the board and in the game, I think it's definitely worth it.
Absolutely. Another thing to consider, you're mentioning the stats. You're taking a high attack unit off of Guardia's board. That means all of the future Spirit's Refuges get significantly less lifesteal value. And we see Sonicholic top decking in Aurelia. That's pretty much the kind of stuff that they've been looking for. Being able to play the second duo and then Blade Dancing next turn, buffing both duos to infinity, but Guardia presents a win condition of his own with his Ruin Runner and the action on board. The issue is there enough mana? And the answer is probably no. With 2 mana, you can only play so many combo tricks. Even double Shaped Stone does not represent lethal here if the Doomkeeper blocks. I think Sonicholic does not have to be too scared of this attack, and on his next turn can present an enormous attack of his own with the double Green Leg duo.
And if Runeterra was already on the board and you had, a lot of spell mana to work with, okay. But with only 2 spell mana, I think there isn't any combination of cards that could present lethal here. And for Sonicholic with Aurelia still on the hand and without any mana to interact with that from Guardia, I think it's going to be GG for Sonicholic and Azir Aurelia. Coming back into the meta, has been getting a lot of traction on ladder and now in tournaments as well. With some top decks like TFAs, when they come back, it's kind of celebrated. But with Azir Aurelia, I think it's still a pretty, nightmarish play pattern, so I'm not sure I'm going to celebrate it just yet.
It's probably just too soon. I have to admit, I also hit the Masters, for my final climb, I used the Azir Aurelia just because of how efficient the deck was. I'm sure I'm going to lose a lot of fans right here. But,
you just lost me, Lobster.
Oh,
I'm
no.
I'm going to be professional and cast the tournament with you, but then we're not friends anymore.
But then we're fighting. But the deck is just incredibly efficient nonetheless. It's well positioned in the meta, and the addition of Defiant Dance was kind of just the tool that the deck needed. To be honest, it does feel a bit more fair to play. It's not just completely... It doesn't have these auto-win play patterns anymore, where you just guaranteed win the game on turn 4 or 5 just because of your draws. It requires more thinking, but in addition, Defiant Dance just gives it so much more versatility as well, and being able to slow down your opponent consistently by recalling their key units, something like Viego or something like an Overwhelm, anything that does not have Spell Shield at least. Azir Aurelia is still one of the strongest decks around and in a very strong spot in this meta, and we see Sonicholic going for this big finishing blow with the open attack.
And you have both duos. Obviously, you only need 2 damage, so really, if anything on this board, except for that poor Doomkeeper connects, well, actually you have the Shapestone. So even the Doomkeeper is a threat. Every single unit on this board, and just in case you have, like we mentioned, those Plan B, Plan C, when you have this open attack, you have the Blade Surge, and you have the extra flaws to it later to provide some more damage if you need it. But I don't think you're gonna need it. I think there's a lot of damage here, unless, like you mentioned, there's a Spirit's Refuge.
Guardia has to go for a similar defensive line of play like Sergi in the previous series. Ghost, block the elusive Spirit's Refuge, and get as many attack buffs as possible onto this card. The good thing is, you'll also have that elusive blocker for the subsequent Blade Dance for the Flawless Duet that's coming in. The bad thing is, double Blade Surge. and Sonicholic is gonna have a lot of opportunities to rearrange these attackers. So Guardia going for what right now will probably be a double Absolver play, 10 healing overall, but is this going to be enough to stop the relentless pressure of the Azir Aurelia deck, especially paired with the combo trick Shapestone providing 3 additional damage?
We'll see, of course, with the Blade Surge, if you have a quick attack unit attacking the Rune Runner the next turn, then it's not going to heal again, so that is at least the silver lining there, and that's, I think, the avenue with which you can try and find the win here for Sonicholic.
And Guardia somehow manages to stay alive through this attack on 1 HP. This might actually mean Guardia also survives the Flawless Duet, the Blade Dance coming in, because that won't have an elusive attacker, and the Rune Runner can just block the leftmost unit, and therefore, on the first combat on the board, Guardia is gonna heal back up to 11. This is not looking as horrible for Guardia as I would have expected, but Shapestone coming in, and that might just seal the deal.
You're healing for 10 here, but too much damage coming in after that. And even with, kind of the miracle defense with Spirit's Refuge, with a 10 attack Rune Runner defending your people, it's not enough. And people are going to die because Azir has said so. And Azir Aurelia is back to haunt everyone's dreams once again.
So chat, tell the people what you have seen today. This cannot go on like this.
There's no people to tell. They're all dead, Lobster. They've all succumbed to the blades.
But what if Guardia is going for the ultra slow roll here and pulls out the Shapestone of his own? No, we do not see it. Sonicholic equalizes the series at 1 apiece, and at least we do not have to see Azir Aurelia in game 3 of this series.
That is a silver lining, or a gold lining even. I'll give it that. But definitely a benefit. I feel like it's wrong to be complaining again about Azir Aurelia. There's other things in the meta that is true, but Azir Aurelia play pattern, things have not changed. Things get pretty crazy still, and we haven't mentioned specifically with Azir Aurelia, but Treasure Seeker also a card that just slotted in perfectly into the archetype. It did get nerfs, of course, but with the addition of Treasure Seeker and Defiant Dance, like you mentioned, I think maybe the power level is close to where it was before. It's not that far off from where it was before the Azir and the Aurelia nerf.
That might be true, but overall it's still in a more fair place because the average power level of the whole meta also increased. And there's a lot of counters, a lot of burn decks and so on running around right now. And one thing we should always mention if we complain about Azir Aurelia is that the deck is in reality incredibly hard to pilot. It's really tough to play. There's so many micro decisions, and it does take some insanely great players like we have on Fight Night to play the deck to its full potential. And therefore, while we do jokingly complain about it, it's we might be inflating the public opinion a little bit. But now we go back into game 2 and Sonicholic with some other spicy deck. What do you think about this one, Panda?
It makes sense in the meta, and this is a deck, Stony, Bannerman, Scouts deck that makes sense in some metas, and suddenly someone, a little light bulb turns on in their head, like, oh wait, this makes sense for this tournament once every 2 months, and then they bring it and it does well, and then it's like a cycle, until there's another meta where a lot of, kind of like TF is before, where there was very cheap spells, and it's similar now with maybe an Ionia meta with Azir Aurelia, also with, Akshan lists that have a lot of 1 and 2 mana spells, that it makes it that much worse if you have a Stony Suppressor on the board.
It is most definitely a good meta call, and I just find it a bit ironic that Sonicholic is bringing both of these decks. Scouts also used to have a similar perception as Azir Aurelia. It used to be completely overtuned shortly after its release. We all remember the glory Bilgewater days with the 4-1 Grizzled Ranger and the Badger Bear combo. And Scouts, also after the nerf, after some time passed, it's more of a niche deck. It's very polarizing. Some people love it, some people hate it. But undeniably, like you said, it is repeatedly efficient as a meta counter because it's also so polarizing in its play pattern and its matchups. And we see right away Sonicholic's hand is looking pretty good. There's no real 2-drop, but the curve is looking good. Just go for the other Citria. Oh, now it's great. Now it's a perfect curve coming up from Sonic.
And of course, this is a version with Bannerman that it wasn't always the case. I think for the past maybe 6 months or so, these very board-based, Bannerman decks kind of were put aside for more of a scout combo oriented deck where, you know, the level ups for Misfortune was a priority, and not so much going wide every time with Bannerman and then with Cythria on turn 6. But now it looks like we've regressed back to this initial state. And I think with some of the units that have been added in the past few metas, it does make some sense.
Bannerman also had their glory days way back in the beta. Used to be quite overtuned as well. But back to the game that's currently going on. One thing to mention about this matchup. Misfortune is one of the key cards on Sonic's side, and Guardia's deck does not play effective removal for her. If the MF should pop off, should flip alongside with the scout unit on board, this game is going to be over very quickly. But Sonic was a bit unfortunate with the coin flip at the start of the game, getting the attack token on evens and not on odds. That means the turn that MF gets played, she can't attack. Right now there's no Grizzled Ranger in hand, so no scout on turn 4. And that means the first scout attack is going to be on turn 6. And by that time, maybe Guardia already sets up the win conditions of his own.
Maybe the game's over that time. Lobster. I've seen some crazy things. I've seen some turn 4 OTKs with Archon, so it's all possible. But yeah, like you said, with certain decks, like even just Draven Ezreal attacking on 3, for example, Misfortune decks, of course, certain champions with quick attack or with a certain attack-based ability, attacking on the curve on the the turn they're played on is incredibly important. I think the attacking on evens or odds is something that's often overlooked in competitive, and it could be, yeah, it's kind of a coin flip. You know, with other games like Gwent, it's actually a very important deal who goes first in the game, and in Runeterra not so much, but in this case, with some decks, it is quite important.
And as the boomers we are, we can also give you another history lesson. Back in the days, back in the beta, it used to be manageable in Legends of Runeterra as well. We used to be able to select which player gets the attack token first, because it was whoever queued up in the friend challenge first, whoever readied up first. And that was also a big thing in tournament consideration. People actually had to play rock, paper, scissors for it, and then could elect whether or not they wanted to go first or second. But this is all a bit more into the realms of RNG now. It's all decided by a coin toss. It's fine as well. It does matter in certain matchups, but hey, it's always a 50-50. You win some, you lose some. In the end, it's all good and all even.
And there's a Bannerman can be dropped now on turn 4. Unfortunately, the board is not looking as appealing as it usually is in Bannerman decks. You tend to have, you know, a board where you've played on curve every single turn. Most of the time units have not died yet, there hasn't been much combat, and then you're able to come in on turn 4 and get a buff on everything and really get things going. But now with only 2 units, the Flick Feather Tracker and Misfortune, it really isn't as juicy, but it's still a scary board to work with.
And Sonicholic is going to be happy to at least get that first trigger onto the MF. Also interesting draw with the Riposte that allows the MF to block in combat. That can take a lot of pressure off of Guardia's side. And another thing I just noticed about Sonic's deck list is that he does play triple Sharp side, which shuts down the Ghost win condition on Guardia's side. Sonic did not manage to draw one yet. It's missing some of the key cards that he'd like to have for this matchup, but there's still time left. Guardia does not have an insanely fast start yet, and also very important, no Merciless Hunter onto the MF yet at least.
And the Ghost combo with, Flurry of the Fish, for example, the scary thing is that you can't interact with the unit itself, but if you can put a blocker in the way, doesn't have Overwhelm, then it's even if the unit has spell shield, you're still interacting with it and blocking it. So it is a very efficient and very possible way of stopping the combo against this deck.
Sonic going for that first attack. Of course, the Challenger plus MF interaction is always so satisfying to pull off, being able to remove those 1 HP blockers at no cost. Sonic is considering it though, because Guardia took a pass with a lot of mana open, representing a lot of combat tricks. Sonic is always in this position that's very common in competitive play. Is this attack worth more than burning my opponent's mana and slowing down their development? And Sonicholic deciding to say, yes, I want the damage, I want to remove the blocker, I want that trigger on MF, and goes for the swing.
And with Misfortune's level up condition, I think that's the key point that's making it that an appealing decision to make. If you didn't have Misfortune on board, maybe you don't attack. I think maybe it would be fine to burn that 5 mana. Depending also on your hand, if you have a better late game hand, if you're fine, the game going longer, a lot of factors to keep in mind. But with Misfortune on the board, like you mentioned, the chance of leveling up on turn 6, possibly with Quinn now in hand, is definitely something you have to start working towards, and you can't just skip an attack.
And Guardia now has a free pass to develop Sevier. I think that was the reason for the reactive pass at first, not having the Sevier be threatened by the Fleet Feather tracker. I'm not sure if Guardia actually holds her. Maybe it's another bricked hand like on Sergi's side. No, goes for the Merciless Hunter instead. And the one tool of effective removal in Guardia's deck found it in time to represent clearing out the MF before she gets too much of a problem. But as the omniscient casters we know there's a protective tool in the form of Riposte in Sonicholic's hand.
It is an expensive answer. It would only let you, I guess you can play the Penitent Squire as well, go a bit wider, and then the Quinn on the next turn and have a full board with the Scout also enabled and something like Make It Rain as backup.
The issue is Sonic still needs additional attack tokens. On his next attack, on the turn 6 attack, even with a Scout of the Quinn and the Valor, MF only goes to 3 out of 4 leveling ticks. And the attacks are so much more devastating once she's leveled. She did get her Overwhelm back. It's very easy to quickly close out a game once the MF is leveled, but you also need to get there. And you have to be scared of letting Guardia live until turn 7, where it's very easy to have found all of the combo pieces to get your own OTK.
Second Merciless Hunter champion comes down on the board, gets the vulnerable on the Fleet Feather tracker. Now, like you mentioned, it's kind of the cleanest way of removing things, obviously with quick attack, even more so because it makes things pretty much free, like we saw on the last attack to turn with the Fleet Feather tracker and Misfortune, kind of pinging things off for free. With Merciless Hunter and quick attack units, it's the same concept. Get free value on your attacks and control the board that way.
And controlling the board is the keyword here, because even if this MF survives with the Riposte, she keeps the vulnerable keyword. That means Sonic really needs to find the level up and the big attack, the big Scout finishing attack, before Guardia gets the chance to attack again. And right now just does not have the right cards in hand. Sonicholic might even be thinking about sacrificing the MF, realizing here that she's not going to make it very long. But potentially also just keeping the Riposte mana open and just hoping to find that Relentless Pursuit to be able to find the own win condition. And let's see how exactly Guardia pulls these units and sets up the attack here.
We have a free kill on the Fleet Feather tracker with action on quick attack, with a chance for maybe attack damage buffs as well, with 4 mana still up for Guardia. And then just the trade on the Misfortune, like you mentioned, because the vulnerable is a long-term effect, is it worth saving here? Like with the current hand you have, is it worth 4 mana? That's when you're playing for the board and you're playing for tempo really with Scouts. 4 mana is a lot of mana to work with.
And keep in mind that the Make It Rain is not main decked. It is another Misfortune in hand. So there is a good case to be made for letting this one go and replaying the other one. But Sonicholic apparently deciding that the 1 level uptick and the Bannerman buff, and also the tempo, the mana efficiency is worth quite a bit to be able to stay in this game. Goes for the Riposte, knowing that Guardia has no effective way of removing it, and setting up the Quinn for the next turn to at least already establish pressure, establish board control, and represent and threaten a win condition at least.
There's a hover here from Guardia. We'll see what he is considering here for 4 mana, what he has to work with. Gust of Palm coming in, gonna save the Merciless Hunter, gonna get another 3/2, another blocker coming in, so I think definitely worth it there, because once that trade becomes lopsided in Sonicholic's favor, the Gust of Palm becomes, that much more appealing for Guardia to play with.
Lopsided, I see what you did there. Now, the interesting thing is the Concussive Palm blocker is very effective. There's no more 1 HP blockers on Guardia's side, so there's no freebies. Nothing that Valor can pull and just remove from the MF passive. But paired with a Make It Rain in hand, if that hits the right target, along with the MF passive, all these 2 HP blockers can just get picked off freely. That might have also been one of the ideas behind saving this Misfortune to keep the Make It Rain in hand. Pretty sure Sonicholic is going to develop the Quinn here, but what happens from there on out, I have no idea.
And he could have played Penitent Squire last turn, but going to keep, like you mentioned, the Make It Rain possibility for this turn. Will it matter that much? With Misfortune's ability, it might. If a 2 health unit is blocking, you can just, avoid that trade altogether in some cases. But it is looking like an awkward hand, like you mentioned. No pursuit, no rally effect means that even if everything goes perfectly this turn, Misfortune will still be 1 off from flipping, and still has a vulnerable, still is, vulnerable to just Merciless Hunter's next turn killing her.
Ooh, and Sonic not really realizing how this interaction works. The summoned unit, like if you play a card that summons a unit, the second summoned unit always procs first. It's the same way that Rockhopper stones work.
Yeah.
The whatever gets spawned gets vulnerable, gets the challenger first. So now we basically have a double challenger Valor here, and the Quinn, which really wanted that challenger, not having anything to work with. And also Sonic did tap out of this Make It Rain mana, which means there's no beneficial trades to be gotten here. And some emotes being traded, the classic psychological warfare of Legends of Runeterra. And Sonic has to stay calm, stay composed, and think about what the play here is, what the attack is.
Lobster, if a bird comes at me with 2 grappling hooks instead of 1, I would be, considerably more scared than just with 1. It's a much bigger threat, I think.
Maybe it's just psychological warfare.
Intimidation standpoint, I think it's worth it. I think it was the right play from Sonicholic. This Merciless Hunter is getting what she deserves. She has to be in the graveyard with 2 hooks coming in.
Just a statement. It's nothing else. It's just a statement to be made.
And it is a confusing, I think, very intuitive thing for people to learn with the rolling sands as well. With any kind of the summon effect, the second unit is the one that gets the effect is definitely not, I think, how it should be. I'm not sure if the devs have addressed this or plan on addressing it, but it definitely does not make sense intuitively, I think.
But, I mean, it's also public knowledge at this point, and you kind of... I mean, if you play at a tournament of this caliber, you should...
Yeah.
You should be aware at this point. It's always been that way. And Sonicholic not having an easy decision here on how exactly to line up this attack, because everything that Sonicholic swings with can get blocked very effectively. And decides to pass.
Uh-oh. And Sivir comes down.
And that is scary. I'm not quite sure how close Sivir is to leveling. Should still be a little while. But that board is just looking scary. And Guardia already had plenty of time to find potential combo pieces. And this attack, even though Sonic has a board and is looking comfortably at 17 HP, could technically end the game on the next swing.
And Sonicholic taking his time. I'm going to take a time. I'm reading chat to mention something that I did see, and I'm pretty sure this is actual knowledge. I played Golden Narwhal in my NAB list, and when you play Golden Narwhal, it did not activate the Rolling Sand. I'm not sure if this is intended because it already has Vulnerable. But at least with that exact unit, that is how the interaction works. It just didn't pop it, even though I played it from hand like normally. I'm not sure if that's the case, but go test it and find out, because maybe if you're ever playing very good NAB deck that has Golden Narwhal in it, it might be important to know that this is how it occurs.
Wow, that sounds like rather niche knowledge, I'm not gonna lie. But now the Sivir with a spell shield representing to clear out the MF. This is devastating for Sonic, because even if Guardia does not close the game out right now with some ridiculous combo pulled out of nowhere, the momentum gets taken out off of Sonic. The Quinn is kind of the only win condition right now, and she's at 1 out of 4 because Sonic did not swing earlier on, not getting anywhere close to leveling the champions in the near future, and Guardia just taking over board control with these vulnerables granted by Merciless Hunter.
And with Demacia Bannerman-based decks and with Scout decks, you have a window of time where you're creating an explosive win condition and level up, and if your opponent doesn't have the right answers, it's GG, turns 5, 6, or 7. But once you miss that window, your game plan is not very threatening. It's very kind of linear in what it does, and once you skip that the power spike, let's say, if we're playing League of Legends, you just miss the chance to win the game. Really, you lose control of the board. You don't have spells that can interact with the board in a crazy manner like other decks can, and we're seeing it here. I think it's going to be probably GG, especially with 13 HP still for Guardia. He's still very, very healthy.
I absolutely agree. It's not only a matter of a window of time, but also, like you said, linear playstyle. You only can win through the board Burn decks kind of cheat that window of time a bit by always being able to top deck an additional Decimate or Fervor, and the longer the game goes, the more burn you will eventually draw. But the Scout deck, once it loses board control, there's usually no way of pushing direct Nexus damage outside of MF's bullets. That's literally it. And that's why the MF level up is so important for this deck.
Maybe with Cythria and not having fearsome blockers is kind of a way that sometimes in some awkward situations you don't have a way to stop even though you have blockers, but very rarely. And this is we're getting to that point in the game where Sonicholic has missed his chance. Didn't have the right combination of cards, I think. Didn't have the scouts earlier on with the Grizzled Ranger like you mentioned on turn 4. I had the Bannerman instead and couldn't really feasibly level up his fortune.
Goes for the Make It Rain, does snipe out the Shadow Assassin to at least conserve some more Nexus HP, but Sonic's Nexus HP is not really relevant at this point. It's all about whether or not Sonic can keep board control and storm down Guardia's Nexus in time, and right now, it's just not looking too good. No real defensive option. Sonic is probably going to be able to replay MF, but MF and Quinn unleveled are both just not what you need right now. It's not enough punch through, it's not even enough to contest this board.
We'll see how far away Sivir is from the level up. I think still pretty far away because there have been turns where there just hasn't been combat, which is something that benefits, I guess, Sonicholic in some ways as well, because there aren't units striking. For Guardia's side, I think like the Waking Sands, for example, that was played in the last defense turn. That's 5 damage that didn't count towards the strike effect for Sivir. But like you mentioned, there just doesn't seem the way to push through here, and Guardia's going to have that fleet of Ionian spells that can suddenly turn a combat trade in his favor and get a lot of value this late into the game. Where especially when there isn't interaction at all from scouts, there isn't any kind of spell-based interaction that I have to worry about this because he might do this. It's not. It's just like they play units and then you have blockers and that you're good to go.
And you can literally see here, Panda, what you mentioned earlier on, that Guardia just does not feel pressure. That window of opportunity of pressure is gone. There's no reason to take anything more than just the value trade with Sivir. Guardia can just chill out here the whole time, keep on drawing cards, find the combo pieces, and eventually win. It's more about not making any slip up and not losing, not blundering the game right now. Sonicholic finding a sharp side at least might get him a good value trade, depending on what Guardia blocks with, but I'm pretty sure it's just not going to be enough with to keep up with Guardia's 5 cards in hand.
And just the landmark value as well with a champ. I mean, just everything works in favor of a longer game for Guardia where he has more control, can, survive a few hits here or there and then have his combo turn go off with, Sonicholic has everything on the board, all his threats. He has no hand, basically, has a sharp sight and then nothing else. So you have the full guarantee that there's no way, once you have the combo pieces, you can say, okay, my opponent literally has no cards in hand. He can't do anything to stop this even though he has mana, and I can just do what I want and win the game.
Sonic's probably keeping the sharp side here to be able to at least take out Sivir. Gonna give that sharp side to the Fleet Feather Tracker, I would assume. Yeah, but Guardia is gonna be happy to get rid of those units one by one. To completely take away the snowballing capabilities of the Bannerman deck with the Bannerman or the Genevieve or the Relentless Pursuit. If they get found when you have no board, they don't do anything relevant anymore. And Guardia is just gonna grind this out over the next couple of turns, I feel like.
And 11 mana and 5 cards to work with. I guarantee there's some way to help Sivir survive the challenge from the Fleet Feather Tracker. It could be, there's a lot of, cheap 2 or 3 mana spells that can do the job. Spirit's Refuge even to heal a bit and get the barrier, for example. Really, there's just many ways for 9 mana still. The Guardia can do it, so I think he's not too worried, even if there's a sharp sight.
And Rockhopper shuts down any additional threat being played by tagging it with the vulnerable. At this point, Sonic can't really choose what gets hit by the Rockhopper, by the Rolling Sands, what is it called? Rolling Sands? I don't quite remember.
Rolling Sands.
Rolling Sands, that's it.
Rolling.
And gonna be interesting to see if Guardia can protect the Sivir. If Sonic can get rid of her, that at least buys some significant time.
And he has to go for it, but it just feels so bad to this is your Hail Mary play, playing a sharp sight to try and kill a Sivir. Your opponent still has 4 cards in hand. They probably have a way to answer to this. And yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, this is one of the classic situations where you're in such a doomed spot that you have to say, I can only win if my opponent has 5 bricks in hand. And I have to play as if my opponent does have these 5 bricks in hand. And therefore just go for it, even though it probably won't work. Otherwise, if you don't do this, you kind of lose the 2, 3, 4% that maybe they do have a bricked hand, but right here it doesn't seem so. Guardia already put something on the stack, which is probably going to be in Concussive Palm, and if that Seaver survives and levels, she's just gonna snowball and carry this whole game.
Rockhopper will not be striking, it is going to be just being killed by Misfortune, so that's 3 less damage that's going towards Silver level up, but with the buff to 30, maybe that doesn't matter too much. I think she'll definitely level up on the next attack swing. I think there's been a pretty full board on Guardia's side for the majority of this game, and there, like you mentioned, is the palm coming in. Obviously no cards in hand, so even though Sonicholic has 6 mana to work with, he has no possibility of interacting or answering that spell from Guardia.
And we will see the Aksha level up coming in at the start of next round. Ruin Runner hitting the board as well. Another big hitter for this deck, another one of the carries, another one of the cards you can get a combo on and just run down your opponent in one big attack. The cool level up animation here from Akshan, one of my favorite pieces of the new expansion. Literally, the animations just get better and better every time. I love it. And not only the animation is very impactful here, but also the spell that gets generated by this landmark finally counting down to 0. Being able to predict a draw is huge for a combo deck.
And 17 HP still for Sonicholic, so still very healthy, but when you're facing up against all 3 champions leveled up on Guardia's side of the board, what can you do? It feels like, Rune Runner is already leveled up. Mm-hmm. She comes in level 2 with the spell shield and the 6-4 overwhelm. It's tough.
That's all of the scare cards. Seaver gets hit with a ghost.
Uh-oh. It's happening. It's happening, Lobster. Get
ready
for
there
it.
we go. That's 12
Where's
attack
the
on
sharp
Seaver
sight
alone.
when you need it?
And
oh no, it's happening times 2.
18 elusive damage just coming in right away. Even more, because Seaver levels, grants double attack to the Ruin Runner. 24 elusive damage. Getting popped in here, Sonicholic realizes, alright, no point in blocking. This game is over and Guardia takes the series, beats the Scout Bannerman deck, and advances with a 2-1, with a very measured performance. Did take plenty of time to think through all of the options, but it did pay off in the end. Never risked anything, was always in control of that last game, and just played it down in a very effective manner.
And if someone asked me, why is the Silver Action deck so good? Why is it meta? I would just clip, I think, that last attack there. And I think that explains pretty much all the pieces that are important in the deck in one turn, basically. But yeah, a very explosive end there. But I think like you mentioned, a very measured game from Guardia. And that will be it for our quarterfinals. We're going to check out the bracket to see who has made it and who has not. Salty Simon versus Sharp. So at least one Spanish player was going to make it through. Freyback went down to losers bracket. And then Guardia versus Marcus, another premier showdown, I think, in that bottom side of the semifinals bracket. And on the bottom, I'm So Humble, Freyback, and Sonicholic versus Sergi. So no one is out yet. This is, of course, double elimination, and that was the first round. So the players still have a chance to make it back in. But after that, the losers bracket was going to start getting very, very sweaty, and some players are going to have to go on a maybe a huge run. Maybe even we've seen many times, first round eliminated players like Sergi, for example, can just go on a tear and just make it all the way back up to the grand final later on.
And all of the players in this losers bracket are definitely capable of doing so. They have the skills. This bracket, I say it again, is completely stacked with tournament legends. But it's also interesting to see that both of the previous winners are still on the winners bracket side, alongside with Marcus, the Fight Night legend. We will be in for some explosive winners bracket action once we get back. But first, we'll have a couple of minutes of break. See you in a bit.
with the semi-finals of this Giant Slayer Fight Night number 25, back with a great matchup with Simon, player that won it last week, has had some great results in Fight Night overall the past year, I think. Coming back with always, I think, a very aggressive strategy, but in this case, even more so with decks like Azir, Aurelia, and Discard Aggro, the two of the premier aggro lists in the past few metas even.
And we will see an exact mirror in color combinations, in region combinations, but two different approaches. Simon going for Azir Aurelia, like you mentioned, whereas Sharp is going for another receiver action build, the most popular deck at this tournament, accompanied by both players playing discard aggro, but also having slightly different takes on the list. This list has been a staple for a long time, pretty much as far as back as I can remember. Discard aggro has been around, and only a few cards have changed always. But the Legion Rearguard, having been buffed back to 2 HP at some point in the past, means that it can be a staple again in any type of aggro deck, especially in the discard aggro deck here. And this is what Simon decided to go for. Whereas, on the other hand, Sharp decided to cut the Legion Rearguard, say they're not enough value. If I don't draw them on turn 1, they're not that good. And place 3 Boom Baboons instead to have ridiculous access to Flame Chompers.
And I think with discard aggro, it's a list that always felt so optimized already that with the addition of a new card, even as a card that on paper seems like it fits the archetype, seems like it makes sense, it's hard to justify cutting anything because everything seemed to work so well. And I think it's a list that hasn't been changed for 6-8 months and has performed, has always been 56% win rate on ladder, has always done well in tournaments and seasonals. So I think hard to justify cutting anything, but like you said, some players are split between his decision, and some players are definitely adding Boom Baboon and testing it out at least.
And we will see whether or not it performs, at least here in this tournament. Yeah, but it's a very interesting point you did there. I think the only change that happened over the last year or so for this list was the addition of Poro Cannon. And Poro Cannon, of course, being a great tool. But this is one of the decks that was supposed to get hit by the Rummage nerf, but can easily withstand it. Not only because it's just a very explosive deck, even with the Rummage nerf, but also because it's well positioned in this meta against the flood of Ionia decks, especially Ionia Shurima running around. And that's why we see it more and more often on the winning side here in this Fight Night tournament.
It's a list that always seems to have, decks to prey on. I think it's from all the aggro lists, the biggest difference with discard aggro is the fact that it can refuel so efficiently, and it can create a nightmare situation in the first few turns, but then has that plan B with the Experimenter and with Jinx as well, and has that alternate way of winning games where a lot of burn lists like Spiders, like the more, let's say, basic burn lists, they have this game plan. It's very linear. If they're, in the last meta, if a hand comes down and just life steals, and then, the game plan's over. There's no way to end the game there, but with discard aggro, there is this plan B, there is this plan C, and it seems like there's always a way for them to come back into the game in most situations and create a second threat or a third threat.
And that third threat can also be crowd favorite, because even if you have a good matchup against discard aggro, if you play a lot of AoE effects, you still need to get them through in time. If you're too late with playing your Avalanche, Ravine, Withering Whale, then you don't only have to worry about a lot of small units hitting you, but also all of a sudden some big 7/6 overwhelm dude hits your face, and you need to invest 7 mana to pop a Vengeance and get rid of him. It's very hard to deal with this list effectively because of all of the different angles it can attack from.
That being said, with Concussive Palm and Ionia being a big part of this tournament, for example, there is a very clear-cut answer for crowd favorite. The stun coming in, and also the body later on that can help with, protecting the board from the very, kind of swarming effect from discard aggro with things like Flame Chompers and Jury Rig and Poros, obviously making a very wide board very quickly, which sometimes is a problem to have blockers. And the 2-for-1 with Concussive Palm is definitely a great answer in most cases.
And do you see any favorite here in this matchup, basically? If we look at both players' deck lists, personally, I would give a slight edge to Azir Aurelia because it's slightly better against discard. At least it used to be pre-patch. I'm not quite up to date on it right now. Whereas Azir Aurelia should be slightly... Yeah, it's probably also slightly better into the Akshan Seaver list. I would give a slight edge to Simon just looking at the deck lists. I'm not sure. Do you agree there, Panda?
I don't have enough experience with Azir Aurelia to this patch, I guess in any patch, to know for sure if it's better or not. So I'm going to trust your judgment on this one. Simon is also a player I respect a lot. I think in EU Masters with Sweden and just before that, someone that maybe can be a bit controversial in some ways. Again, for some people, for me, I've always, also he's part Swedish. So, I mean, this is a Spain versus Sweden match for me as well. But he's someone that I respect a lot on many, aggro type lists, and he's always done very, very well. So the player factor might also come into account. I think Sharp is a very good player, but I think he hasn't proven quite as much as Simon has on the big stage.
That is a good point. Simon has been around forever, since the beta community tournaments has been grinding everything there was, and also the bigger Riot tournaments representing Team Sweden. Pretty much solo carrying the qualification process in the ranked ladder. Simon also likes those aggressive decks. I think he's also one of those players who can play everything, but has a clear preference towards explosive, aggressive playstyles, and this should play into his hands in this matchup.
When we talked about turn 3 mattering, there it is, a Draven attacking on 3, definitely favoring Simon in this case. Having that, again, creating more pressure earlier on. The axes as well, you can do more things here. You have the vision, which might be pretty relevant later into the game if we're looking at how many poros might be generated.
But Sharp has drawn double Draven. This could halt Simon in the aggression quite effectively. Sharp also decided to not play any of the early units to bank that 3 spell mana, and he can now get rewarded by playing Whirling Death onto the opponent's Draven, not only generating access for himself, but also shutting down Simon's access. This is actually a very big swing on momentum in favor of Sharp.
And the biggest deal is that this Poro was played, which means that there isn't a chance for it to get excited, or else you would never commit that play if you're Sharp, because it's way too risky to commit the Whirling Death there and just get answered by getting excited anyway. So yeah, very heads up and kind of the window of opportunity to play that without having a punish available.
And now we will see, it seems like Sharp is in the driver's seat with the Draven on board with a quick attack, basically guarding him with all of the axes in hand. Both players already have drawn all of the top end. The hands are looking very similar. The main difference is that Simon has more of a board swarmy possibility here with the Poro Cannon into the vision, whereas Sharp has a bit more of a... Like, he can also play blockers, don't get me wrong, also has Poro Cannon and House Spider, but the Get Excited can also be used to threaten the Jinx on Salty Simon's side, and that might be coming in as clutch removal very soon.
Yeah, I think overall a more complete hand for Sharp right now. And with that Poro Cannon draw means that there isn't a, going to be able to push damage with elusives with Vision, for example, and create this explosive combination, because there are going to be elusive blockers to answer on Sharp's side.
And Sharp decides to not play the Jinx. Makes a lot of sense. You don't really want to play Jinx into Get Excited mana before you can level her with the axes. Instead, Zonite Urkin, House Spider goes for the swarm approach, finds the vision of the Zonite Urkin as well, and is now able to put out a big attack and some serious pressure.
See what the blocks look like here. Motion should be blocked here, except for the Draven probably. Even the Poro for the Spider I think makes sense. And just regroup if you are Simon. We'll see. It looks like he's letting one Spider go through, trying to go for the elusive game plan. Doesn't know that Sharp has a Poro Cannon in hand as well. So you're thinking, okay, I might get an edge by on the next attack getting more damage in with my elusives. But now Sharp can just, discard one of the axes and play out one of the Poros in response and have that extra elusive blocker.
It kind of makes sense from Simon's point of view, though. Like, right now, you're starting to fall behind on the board because the Draven is just such a menace to deal with due to the quick attack, and you don't know yet that your opponent's holding a Poro Cannon. You can, at least over the course of 2 turns, pump an insane amount of elusive damage in. But one interesting thing to note here, discarding the last axe means it gets a lot tougher to level Jinx if you have the Augmented Experimenter in hand.
And to use the vision appropriately. I mean, you're going to have to use it from hand, really, in this case, if you're going to want to use it this turn, because you don't have a way to discard.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of micro decision-making going into piloting this discard deck. Simon, of course, being one of the masters at it, electing to go probably play the vision for damage for the 3 mana here. I'm not 100% sure on it yet, because Simon is still not pushing a huge amount of damage. Sharp might also go for a defensive vision or just like an axe into Jury Rig or something to get the value trade on the 2/2 Spider here. But so far, the boards are kind of even. Sharp does seem to have a slightly better hand, though, because Jinx cannot get flipped in one action on Salty Simon's side. You have to play Jinx, and then you have to play Augmented Experimenter the next turn, which gives Sharp the opportunity to play Get Excited in between. And Simon, lacking that Get Excited, does not have that option.
And Draven is still there, getting access. I mean, this comes down to turn 3 where you were able to get the Whirling Death onto your opponent's Draven, and that might have been the turning point in this game, because now you have access to activate, to use Get Excited with, you have access to use Vision with. I mean, it's so much value being generated just from this Draven continually striking and getting more and more access.
Draven snowballing just like he's supposed to do in League of Legends. Again, hitting the card design completely was Riot Games. And Jinx gets dropped here while Salty Simon is tapped out of Get Excited mana. It is slightly risky. It was slightly risky for Sharp. Depending on what you draw, you can or cannot flip her at burst speed right away. Gets answered by the Augmented Experimenter right away. Simon elects to discard the Jinx, but has a decent chance of removing Sharp's Jinx here. It's probably a bit of a desperation play of trying to stay in this game, but Sharp is gonna go for this Jinx level up, which is absolutely huge because she survives at 1 HP. Now Sharpie does have both of the carries online alongside the board lead. This is just looking so good for Sharp right now.
Yeah, and a big attack coming in as well. Took down a blocker. Flame Chopper coming down, of course, to help with that, but still two very big quick attack units in Jinx and Draven, and very few 1 damage pings. So this 1 health on Jinx is almost as if it was 3 health, really, in terms of, you know, removal spells from Simon's side. So
absolutely, Simon deciding to block off the whole board. So nothing on board for Simon's side, but the two champions on board for Sharp. Sharp is gonna get 2 cards drawn here. It looks like Salty Simon has a hand size lead, but realistically this Get Excited has to be used to pop Jinx right away. Sharp not finding any spell or anything to generate a rocket immediately though, which means the Jinx will go down. And now it comes down to a war of attrition.
And
both
still
players
11 HP for Simon, so I mean it's not quite over yet, and the endless, you know, fountain of fuel that Jinx was is currently gone now. So both players are in a similar position.
It looks kind of close, but it again comes back down to the Draven. The Draven is really what separates him in this game. The Draven at least gonna value trade and get another blocker. Another axe in. Of course, the Battlecaster is key here for Salty Simon's side to get that 1 last additional damage. And like you said, no cards in hand for both players. This is so close to even.
Don't disrespect the Flame Chomper. He can do some damage over the next, you know, the next infinite turns with 0 attack. I think that's how it works. He can end the game
on turn 40. Oh my goodness!
Oh well, that changes things dramatically.
Sharp believing more in the heart of the cards, and Salty Simon with a classic Salty snap concede.
It changed things so dramatically that Simon decided to just insta-surrender. Game 1 goes to Sharp. Like we mentioned, I think it all comes down to that Draven showdown on turn 3, the Whirling Death. The fact that there was a Get Excited in hand for Simon, but he could not play it because he had wasted or used 1 mana on a Poro in the first 2 turns of the game. Changed things around. I mean, I think it was the key turning point in that game in how things went.
And props to Sharp for having that foresight, for knowing the matchup so well, to not play a 1 or 2 drop even though he held them in hand, and banking the Whirling Death mana. And we go back, we see the Rend Shadowblade in the opening hand on Sharp's side. I think that is Sharp, right? Seems to have prepped with Sergi for this tournament because it is a very niche and creative idea here. And Salty Simon reverting back to his staple discard aggro. Let's hope that Salty Simon did not get too salty by that Jinx top deck and can keep the mental state composed.
A very interesting hand here from Sharp. Has the blocker with the Rockhopper, but not really the ideal. There's a lot of kind of summon effects and pores that can take the vulnerable that don't really mind soaking up that Rolling Sands landmark. But you do need to play a blocker here, and I think it's not Akshan. I think it is going to be the Rockhopper here.
So Simon having a good explosive swarm start, but then nothing for the mid game. Probably will discard one of the experimenters. There's no point in having 2 in hand. You can only ever play 1. Does go for the early swing, does get some important chip damage in, but is really looking for some swarm payoff here. Something like a Battlecaster, a Vision, a crowd favorite that we mentioned earlier on to keep up this pressure through the mid game, and Simon does not find it so far.
And this will, of course, Sharp trying to control the board, trying to use Merciless Hunter and Quick Attack, like you mentioned, to get those free value attacks and kills, really, on the units. Of course, Rearguard isn't exactly the unit you want to kill. I think it's one of the most valuable units to kill for free, but still a way to control the board, because things like this might happen. Crowd favorite coming down on curve on turn 4 with 4 units already on the board means it's a 6-5 with Overwhelm, and we do not see Concussive Palm in hand for Sharp to stop this.
This time it is Simon top decking the nuts for now, but Sharp also top decked a Sivir on curve at the same time, electing to go for the Rockhopper on defense, though it just makes more sense as a stat efficient blocker. Can play the second Rockhopper or can elect to bank mana for the Flurry of Fists. I think we're gonna see the second hopper into Sivir to be able to pick off something with that vulnerable that will get granted, and Sivir, of course, quick attack, spell shield. The attack is going through for sure.
I think it might have to be Merciless Hunter, yeah, just to make sure you can kill the crowd favorite here. This is, like you mentioned, the removal option in this deck, and there is not going to be really any way to circumvent that, but there is the crowd favorite going down for free for the auction, so take some damage last turn, but essentially the trade happened last turn with the Merciless Hunter. And some more damage coming in. 10 HP now for Sharp, and there are still elusives. But the biggest thing is going to obviously come in next turn when Experimenter comes down, tries to take off a unit from Sharp's side of the board, and tries to refuel and find something like Jinx, for example.
But Sharp also having drawn one of the key cards for this matchup, the Spirit's Refuge. Being able to lifesteal while buffing your high attack units even higher, refilling your Nexus HP, and buying significantly more time to find your combo pieces. It's gonna be very important to see what exactly this Experimenter finds, though. To see if Salty Simon can snowball this board lead further, or if it's kind of gonna come to a halt and like only find top-end value cards that cannot be played right away. But Simon, first of all, deciding, not the easiest decision, which unit to remove here. Do you want to slow down Akshan's level progress, or just get rid of the higher stats on board? Decides that the Akshan finds some cheap units, the Battlecaster as well, but does not have the mana to play it.
That's the biggest problem. You could have discarded one of the Experimenters last turn and played out the Poros where you still had 3 unit men. I'm not sure why that didn't happen. Possibly there was maybe a pass given from Sharp and Sonya wanted to take it, and he didn't find the value of playing the Poros out that interesting, but definitely could have been an option, I believe. And there was some unit space still.
And on Sharp's side, also finding the Ghost after the Refuge. Ghost plus Flurry of Fists, we all know what that could mean. The only issue is Salty Simon, of course, right now has 2 elusive blockers. Literally saved by Poros right now. Saved from the OTK, which would have been exactly 12 damage coming in with a double attack, 6 attack Sivir. Sharp still needs to find additional pieces here to close out the game soon. But Salty Simon also has limited refill options.
Now, would it not be wise just to play the Ghost on this turn as a blocker? Does that? I mean, you're not going to get damage in through Ghost anyway, and these Poros aren't going to die until you fight them in combat. So, I guess depends if you want the mana, the extra 1 mana for whatever combo you might go off on this turn. But it would have been an option, I think.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind the play too much. Of course, the Poros are likely to at some point get tagged by more Merciless Hunters, or maybe you draw additional Ghosts and do get it attack through somewhere. But I see your point. Like, you did not necessarily have to take that 1 damage, but well, okay, that was an explosive finish.
Sivir leveled up, gave the quick attack to the Merciless Hunter, the double attack, and there was no Fearsome blocker. Also, Merciless Hunter has Fearsome. Don't forget, guys at home, 4/3 stat line, gives vulnerable, but also has Fearsome. Just in case you needed that little bit extra to make her playable, because the devs thought she was a bit on the fence, so they gave her Fearsome as well. And that won the game here for Sharp. A quick 2-0 versus Simon.
Yeah, that's a type of finish we don't see too often. People are usually just focused on the double attack elusive or double attack overwhelm. But of course, Fearsome can also basically be an elusive, a free path to your opponent's Nexus. Merciless Hunter getting the quick attack off of Sivir, and Simon just being super good at showing us the Legends of Runeterra mechanical side of things with instant snap conceits, not wasting any time. Unfortunate for him. But Sharp also navigated this super well. I really like the discard approach with the Draven Swirling Death. Mm-hmm. And the second game, just finding the win condition, realizing the Fearsome keyword is going to get the victory. And we are ready to jump into the other winners semifinals. Marcus versus Guardia, and Guardia currently with a 1-0 lead.
And Marcus, of course, playing Pirate Burn, trying to get the win to stay alive in the series. This is, of course, a best of 3. It will be best of 3 throughout the entirety of the tournament if you are new to Fight Night or to the stream. And doing his best and doing a pretty good job right now. 9 HP currently for Guardia. So we're getting there. And it's turn 5, so I think you're pretty much on curve, really, with what a burn deck wants to do. Want to get down to 8 to 10 HP around this point, and then finish it off with spells like Decimate and Double Up. We'll see if that is what Marcus has in hand.
Guardia having a bit of a, well, rather slow start, but not like Guardia won't mind having the deny against this specific deck list. Usually deny is rather inefficient against aggro decks, but here you can not only hit Decimate but also double up. You can preserve a lot of Nexus damage, and also if it hits double up, additionally preserve a blocker, which is very important in this matchup. Nonetheless, Guardia is already chopped down very low, down to 9 Nexus health, does not have a refuge in hand, and Marcus still has 4 cards in hand, which all represent potential burn. This is a dangerous situation for Guardia.
And of course, with the kind of incentive for Guardia to act, it is his attack token turn. There are vulnerable units he wants to kill off, possibly this turn. So Marcus just passed there, gonna see what his opponent does.
We just got to see Marcus's hand. That is 12 damage off of spells, plus 1 keg damage, plus 1 potential saboteur damage. Guardia going for the swing here, realizing, okay, I need board control and I also need to finish out the game at some point in the near future. Absolvers in hand, but no champ, which makes them rather inefficient in actually closing out the game. And Marcus will just start going chop, chop, chop here. The deny, like we said, basically a super overpriced health pot kind of thing right now, but Marcus can just keep on going and is very likely to draw into additional burn damage, just like right here. Currently has 10 burn damage plus the keg in hand, potentially 11, but needs at least 2 turns to get all of that onto the board. Guardia drawing a Severe, not a deny, not a refuge. Looking good for Marcus right now.
And you just need the guarantee that double up will kill what it targets. That's really the only, looking at both hands now, obviously for us with full information, that's the thing you have to be careful for. And Guardia might just play very passively now, at least, threatening that he has mana, that he has spells, that he can, play around this double up and stop that damage from coming through.
Right, Guardia can have a lot of defensive options here. Another deny. Twin Disciplines for HP is scary, but also just any double Shaped Stone, double Absolver type of thing keeps the units out of the double up range. Of course, I believe Marcus is going to try to go for the Kage combo again to deal 3 damage with the double up instead of 2. But
do you not take it now, though? I mean, Twin Disciplines can obviously do it, but other than that, you're not gonna have 2 Shapestones in hand, Lobster. Come on, that's no one has 2 Shapestones in hand ever.
Yeah, that's actually a very fair point, because if your opponent has Twin Disciplines, they're gonna heal out of Keg plus double up range anyway.
I think with window of time, I guess maybe you need it on fast speed if you're scared of the full combo going off. Guardia expending all his resources on the combo and then saying this is it, and now you have a double up or you lose. And Marcus having double up, that could be the line he's thinking of going to this next turn.
That's a great spot there, Panda, because if Guardia has Flurry of Fists and any attack buff he can put on the Merciless Hunter, he basically attacks with 2 double attack units, both representing the lethal right away. But right here, Marcus does go for the Keg. The double up will deal 3 damage. Now the internet to 4 HP. But if the Merciless Hunter gets dropped, he can only buff it up to 3. This is a tough decision point though. And Guardia plays the Merciless Hunter, drops down to 4 mana. Nonetheless, still not the easiest choice for Marcus.
So you can win the game with both cards in hand, but what are you playing around, and what is the best option here? If you play the Demolitionist, a deny can do it, obviously. Other than that, is there anything?
The demo has to be it. If I recall correctly, there's no Will of Ionia or anything in Guardia's deck. And he does take the victory with the Imperial Demolitionist on the Keg, realizing that it's much less interactable for that deck than the double up would be. Very good spot there by Marcus, closing out the game and equalizing the series 1-1. We didn't see Guardia's first game, but numbers showed that Guardia was 1-0. And the last matchup is going to be Akshan Sivir against Marcus's second deck, which is Lulu Jinx again.
Lulu Jinx already, had a good first impression, I think, on the stream for this tournament with a great win in the quarterfinals. If we see another win now, I think, with Fight Night obviously being, I think, a big tournament in Europe on a weekly basis, it really does a good job of cementing certain lists from kind of tier 2 and kind of, on the line into something actually, if it's able to win once again to the finals, I think it starts showing that this deck is the real deal and can definitely not just be a sidekick to Draven Jinx, but maybe even on the same level or, well, maybe a bit under it. I mean, Draven Jinx is a pretty high level, to be honest.
Yeah, it's probably the better deck overall, but Lulu Jinx does exactly what it's supposed to do here, right? Maybe it just has these specific matchups that Marcus expects a lot, and in those, it's better than discard aggro, because it can more consistently deal with Seviers and Ruin Runners and so on with these spell-shielded units, where the get excited of discard aggro just run into the spell shields. Yeah, but very good point you had there. I gotta admit, I think it's the same for a lot of other pro players and tournament grinders. We get a lot of inspiration from the Fight Night deck list because people do get experimental there. We see the playstyle right away. We see how it's supposed to be played, a lot of information to be gained, a lot of inspiration to be taken. And we jump right into the third game of the series to find out who is going to make it into the winners finals.
And now we have the Flame Chompers, but no Lulu to power them up. You do have the picks, but missing some key pieces there. And looking at Guardia's side, has an Akshan, has a Rune Runner, so both champions in hand, missing the third champion, Sivir. And then Waking Sands, Treasure Seeker turn 1, so just a very good curve right away. And striking on turn 2, again, very important for Akshan deck, kind of the opposite of Draven. On turn 2, on evens, is the better time to attack.
Exactly, and Guardia again having all of the 3 champions available, Akshan, Sivir, Ruin Runner. Also Refuge as a defensive option, which is the best defensive option against an aggro deck. Not only can it get rid of the Flame Chompers, but you also heal in the meantime. Guardia also fighting a concussive palm, more options to protect the carries from these annoying Flame Chompers. But like you said, no Lulu where Marcus really needs one. Let's see if the Jinxes and the Pixes can carry it though.
There's Awakening Sands, continuing to show why Treasure Seeker I think is such a crazy card. Just very versatile on defense. You can just play it out and say, okay, now do you still want to attack, good sir? And sometimes the answer is no, because you're just trading a unit into a 5 attack. That's obviously an ephemeral, but it can kill pretty much anything that attacks. So it is a tricky one to consider from a value perspective.
Absolutely. High skill cap card, but the versatility of it is just insane. It's off the charts. Being able to use it for aggression or as a defensive blocker if your opponent is playing the faster deck and has to attack. And Marcus thinking about how to line up this attack. What do I pull with the Chompers? It's going to be Akshan. And what does Guardia take out here? Is it going to be the 3-1 Boom Ba-Boom or the buffed picks, the picks on steroids?
It's a good question. There is a second Flame Chomper in hand, which I think was it the one that Boom Baboon generates? Was it seen, let's say?
I think it's seen.
Yeah, exactly. So then I think maybe the Pix is a better option.
Makes sense, yeah. Being able to shut down the additional value generation to the Flame Chompers. Of course, the Flame Chompers don't do much if they don't get buffed, and therefore just getting rid of the buffers makes a lot of sense on Guardia's side. We are gonna see Guardia curve into the scary cards though, and these next turns might get pretty explosive soon, but Guardia is also missing a bunch of key combo pieces here.
That being said, there isn't any clear answer for Jinx in hand for Guardia, but with this suit-up draw here, maybe things change. There might be a chance that there's a, I'm not sure if there is though, actually. On quick attack, on defense, it's not going to matter that much. And I think you can get excited and suit up this turn though.
Get excited. Marcus is considering it. That's interesting. You can play get excited and suit up. You can just play Chompers and suit up. I do agree with this line of play. Get excited never really hits anything except for Merciless Hunter in this matchup. Or Akshan, and you already got rid of one Akshan. And this is gonna leave Marcus Just let this attack go through. Yeah, that makes sense. Gonna leave Marcus with that suit up into Jinx, but no Jinx level up inside, at least for the next turn. And Guardia can continue to develop a scary board here. Open attack.
Just going for damage.
That's an interesting approach.
I mean, once you get excited and once you have this chance to flood this board here, of course, the Palm here will do quite a bit, stop some damage, but you're committing 4 mana on these key turns where you're maybe as Guardia supposed to be developing. If you're trying to race here, and playing a Palm here is sure you're saving 4 damage, but you're still at 9 HP, which is still fairly low, and Jinx is still going to be a threat later on.
I suppose it makes sense, because if you do play an attacker, that means your opponent is also playing a blocker. It's probably well statted. Something like a Ruin Runner can value trade into one of your units and still be an annoyance, like a very scary card, a very scary attacker. Guardia's Sivir is very close to leveling here, though. That might also be an additional contemplation for Marcus. Shut down the Sivir level up. Like, if Marcus allows Guardia to develop an additional blocker, the Sivir might level pre-combat, which is huge, because if she leveled pre-combat, she gets a ghost, all of the attackers are elusive. That's actually, the more I think about it, the more I think that was a pretty genius play on Marcus's side.
There's Experimenter in hand, but everything has Spell Shield. It's a sad, sad day for the Experimenter. He has nothing to experiment with. But Jinx will level up, which is obviously definitely a good thing for Marcus's game plan.
It's so awkward to have that Experimenter, but literally no target for it. Nothing that makes sense. Marcus, of course, could just say, I have enough on board. And I do like the line of playing Lulu, playing Get Excited, leveling Jinx in the meantime. But this might make him second guess his thoughts. The Jinx is definitely almost guaranteed to die on this combat. And Marcus now has to reconsider. The Get Excited, of course, is a Jinx's Get Excited. So Marcus can either play Lulu, play the Get Excited, hope to win on the open attack. Can play the Augmented Experimenter to hit the Merciless Hunter, or can replay Jinx post-combat. But again, no Jinx level up inside if he decides to go for that line of play.
And the Spirit Refuge here is going to be massive as well, with the guarantee that you have Spell Shield on something like a Rune Runner, for example, or a Sivir. If the Pix tries trading into Rune Runner, obviously that's going to end pretty badly when there's still 4 mana up for Guardia to play with, and to make sure this Rune Runner survives and potentially gets a heal with as well.
Also, I'm not sure how far with leveling Sivir is exactly, but maybe you can put the Spirit's Refuge on Sivir here. She levels up on the first hit, which means both of the other units also get lifesteal, and you do heal back up to 20, which would be neck-breaking for Marcus. We'll see. We don't have an exact counter on the Sivir level up. We'll see how this resolves.
Yeah, Sivir's pretty busted, Lobster.
Pretty good card, eh?
Pretty good card. But thank God for the buff, because really needed that. That 5 points reduction.
I mean, this archetype benefits a ridiculous amount from that faster level up, because so many key turns do come down to Sivir leveling up and sharing all of these super scary keywords. But yeah, I do have to agree, the buff was not really needed for Sivir. She was fine before, but it does at least give us an interesting deck in a new shuffled meta, which is something we all have to really appreciate.
There's also a consideration to just let the attack resolve without putting blockers if you're not getting lethal, and there's no chance for Spirit's Refuge if you're scared of combat tricks that badly as well. But Marcus opts for maybe what is a safer line, blocks, or maybe just a longer term oriented game plan of trying to clean up this board a little bit at least. Trade with the Merciless Hunter with the Boom Baboon, and try and block some of the damage from the Rune Runner. But Sivir levels up, damage does still come through, and the game is looking like it's more and more in Guardia's favor as it goes along. And there are key interaction spells in hand as well that can help just survive. With Spirit's Refuge, with Deny, with Concussive Palm, 3 different options that can do 3 very different things, but might be the key answer that Guardia needs in the next turn.
That's a very good point you made there. I think I would have liked Marcus just letting this attack go through, because you're probably dying on Guardia's next attack no matter what you do. And therefore you just conserve your board to have as much pressure as possible to win on this very turn 7 attack. And right now it's just not looking like Marcus has what is needed here. Kind of needs to find... I don't even know what saves him from this Sivir sharing keywords and like getting the spell shield back on the Ruin Runner. Also, wouldn't it make more sense to target the Sivir so she doesn't additionally share the spell shield as well?
I think it's a decision where you think this sucks, and you don't give it that much more thought, because it's just everything is just terrible.
Yeah, it's kind of doomed either way if you're in Marcus's shoes. Guardia, like if you could see Guardia's hands, this might already be a concede coming in. The deny hitting the card draw as well. Marcus is not happy with the card he currently has. Really wanted to find ideally another double Get Excited, but Guardia can just keep on developing here. Board is going to be huge. Refuge in hand. Palm for the Overwhelm blocker as well to push more damage.
Yeah, like I mentioned, with these spells, he had answers for everything. I mean, the deny onto the experimenter. You have the concussive palm to provide a blocker and to stun one of the units that are coming in with quick attack, like Jinx, for example, or even just Spirit's Refuge on either the Sivir or the Rune Runner that have spell shield still, so it's just guaranteed to heal you.
Marcus going through all of the options in his hat right now. I don't really see anything. I mean, you can swing with picks, buffing the Jinx. It forces a block. Otherwise, your Nexus dies. But you have to expect Guardia with the 4 mana open to hold something like a Refuge or a Palm. If that is the case, especially with Refuge, you also don't have enough blockers guaranteed to have any chance of withstanding Guardia's attack. It goes past end round, and Guardia is gonna try to set up the lethal swing here. The monument, the action landmark, also counting down to 0, generating an additional option to either summon a Sandstone Charger or give everything plus attack. I suppose we'll see the Charger here. No, going for the predict card draw instead, trying to find more combo pieces also makes sense, because Ghost helps a lot, Flurry of Fists helps a lot, and anything with that gives plus attack you're also happy with. And we see both Ghost and Absolver here.
And this is the combo going off now with, when you have the guarantee that your combo can't be interrupted, it's a pretty good feeling. I think that's why this deck is so prevalent now, because you have the spell shield backup, so you know that even though you're putting all this mana or all these eggs into one basket and it might be risky, with the spell shield it isn't so risky and you're able to get clean wins like that one. So a clean series win there, and just Sivir Action continuing to perform in the meta, in both ladder and in tournaments, and showing that it is definitely a tier 1 deck and definitely will be, one of the cornerstones of this meta in the next, month or at least the next few weeks for sure.
Absolutely, it's here to stay, and I do think that's exactly what the patch was supposed to do. Give Ionia more playstyles as a region, also enable some more aggressive and mid-range tactics, and not only have it as a control region. But with that being said, Guardia again advances to the winners finals. Guardia having gotten the 2nd place in the last fight night, being re-invited and trying to continue the run of getting invites over and over and over again, and maybe eventually knocking Marcus off of his throne with fight night repeats, who knows. But Marcus also one of the top contenders here that might be able to make it, claw back through the loser's bracket. I would not be surprised to see Marcus end up in the grand finals again.
And here's the final bracket. Sharp, of course, we saw it at the very start of the first semifinal we watched, already waiting in the winners finals. The match will be casting next against Guardia, and Marcus dropping down the loser's bracket. Freyback took down Humble, and Sergi took down Sonicholic. So all 3 Spanish players, at least for I'm quite happy to see they're still alive in this tournament and still fighting. Simon versus Sergio Vamos will be a great match in that losers bracket to see as well who advances and who survives in this tournament. But that will be all from us for right now. We'll go to a very quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back with the winners final of this Fight Night number 25 tournament. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 5 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're just in time for the winners final between two great players and two great decks, because both players have the same two decks, the same exact lineup, and it's for a reason. Draven Jinx has always been a powerhouse, and Akshan Sivir is the new powerhouse deck in the current meta. We've seen it perform really well today, so I'm not surprised to see both players bringing it to, or having it in the winners final as well. And some key differences though, Lobster, that we will be going over, because the decks are not exactly the same. They have some different win conditions, like you mentioned off stream.
Yeah, for the Akshan Sivir deck, it's interesting. Like, the core is, of course, the same, but you have a couple of flex spots in how exactly you want to build this. And Guardia, right here with this deck list, decides to take the Absolver as an additional win condition to get the opportunity to put Overwhelm on something like a Sivir or a Merciless Hunter. Also, one-off Shadow Assassin, if that gets found, it might be very useful because it is a blocker to your opponent's ghosts. Both players do play 3 ghosts though, so a rather greedy combo-heavy version. Guardia's deck a bit more, let's say, versatile, overall well-rounded with a triple palm, double deny, and being able to play at very many different speeds. Whereas on Sharp's side, we see the key difference being the Shadowblade tech that we also saw from his fellow countryman Sergi. He must have been had some spicy ideas in prep together, I will assume.
And also we see the Inspiring Mentor as a 1-drop as well, and the one of Preservarium for some extra card draw. I saw Manitas on Twitter very triggered to see this in some lists, so maybe he will be having a conversation with Sharp and Sergi after this tournament. But there is, I think, definitely still this list, you know, for the core of it is obviously refined. There are cards that are obviously auto-include, and especially after seeing them in play, things like Spirit's Refuge, etc., you get to see how they play out, and they just make so much sense, and they're not going to be removed from the deck list, but there are some slots that are still being teched with. And like you said, a deck, it shows how strong this deck is already, that it's already warping the meta in a way where you're thinking, let me play just one Shadow Assassin because I know I'm going to face this deck somewhere else, and now I have a way to stop their combo if they're trying to combo with Ghost onto their Runeterra, for example. So it goes to show, I mean, this deck is very prevalent on ladder. The fact that Ruben Zhu took it to #1 did not help in that process either. And it's definitely a staple now in tournaments as well. We're seeing it here. Both players in the winners final have the deck in their lineups.
And it is interesting, though, that the list is not perfectly refined yet. It has not been around for very long, and people are still unsure on what the best performing tech choices package is going to be. I do like the idea that Sharp took with the additional value granted by Ren Shadowblade and the Preservarium as well, also an extra Shaped Stone activator, which is sometimes lacking a bit in the playstyle of this deck. But Ren Shadowblades, of course, value generation plus another quick attack, another rather cheap quick attack especially. And in direct comparison, I would still give a very slight edge to Guardia's version. I think Concussive Palms can help in the mid game, of course not against Spell Shields, but against Akshan and Merciless Hunter and so on, maybe keep a key unit alive. And the one-off Shadow Assassin can also make a difference as a blocker.
I think it's a more standard list. I think maybe Sharp's list is still in testing, possibly still, trying to test it on trial by fire, let's say, which is definitely a way to do things. And I would be surprised if Ren Shadowblade becomes a part of the meta, but it would be a welcome surprise. I think it's a card that has been memed for far too long and I think it needs some respect as well. So we'll see if in this very niche way, because it is, like I said before, you're not building around this card. It's just a card that happens to have the same synergistic keywords that you need in this deck, and it's in your region combo. You're like, all right, I'll just throw one in and see how it works out. But it might just be that great little addition to add to the deck as in those free slots that you have, and just to have the extra value generated as well from this unit. And it's a 4-mana unit that has a good stat line and good keywords, so it just makes sense.
It does make sense, and we are ready to jump into the action here. Both players electing to play the discard aggro deck first. Makes sense in this format. You either play a mirror or have a favorite matchup. You usually tend to want to win the first game for the psychological edge, and also just for being able to plan better what you do afterwards. And alright, both players with fairly solid starting hands, but Guardia does not have the right right discard cards in hand. He does have discard payoffs in Flame Chompers and Jury Rig, but nothing to get rid of them, whereas Sharp has a more explosive start here with the Poro Cannon.
Double Flame Chomper there for Sharp. Obviously very good blockers, but if you don't have Vision, you don't have Draven with axes, you can do this, of course, just to push through damage, but it doesn't feel that great. One Flame Chomper will be surviving. This Jury Rig is going to be pretty clutch here, just getting a great trade on the Boom Baboon, taking and just saving 3 damage as well.
Guardia does get some pretty fair blocks lined up. The Battlecaster is the development on turn 3 though, and it just does not have great targets here. Guardia would really like to see a Draven, and if Sharp does have a Draven of his own, he can maybe just snowball ahead. But the Get Excited being top decked, and like we said, having a lot of discard targets, can shut down Draven before he tries to take over and snowball another Draven, another discard mirror. But Sharp, nope, playing some Poros instead.
I have to say, when a single 1/1 House Spider is attacking by itself on turn 3, you know it's not a normal discard aggro match or mirror match, because it tends to get a lot more explosive and a lot more high-paced action than it has right now. But it might be the calm before the storm. If a player does end up finding or top decking a champion, it might be the deal breaker here, with Draven coming in now on the attack token turn for Sharp. Even a crowd favorite would be pretty good, with the 4 mana still saved right now.
Guardia finding the second Battlecaster, which makes the first one significantly better, especially with the double Flame Chompers in hand. As long as Guardia can somewhat preserve the board, he can get multiple value trains with the Flame Chompers taking out Sharp's Chompers or Sharp's Poros. But that only works out if these Battlecasters survive, if Guardia is not forced to block off too much off of his board.
Now we'll see if there is a Vision in hand for Sharp. It could be pretty clutch to have the Axe onto the Flame Chomper, into the Vision, take down one of the Battlecasters, and full swing. Of course, there will be a Get Excited for Draven and a Flame Chomper discard to provide a blocker as well in response. And there it is. There's a Vision. There's a Jury Rig. And there's the Axe potentially onto the Flame Chomper to get a trade onto the Battlecaster.
That was a big rummage and an explosive start. Sharp seems to... Okay, Sharp is deciding to just pull the 1/1 instead, not invest the additional axe, maybe keep it as a Jinx combo piece later on for a quick flip. And that puts Guardia in a rough situation. Do I want to trade off the Battlecasters here? The answer seems to be yes, because there's not much payoff for the Battlecasters. It doesn't really matter if the Chompers is at 1 or 2 HP, and the Get Excited at least slows down the damage coming in and the axe generation on Sharp's side.
And this is enough to force the Poros to trade potentially next turn. With the Battlecaster onto the Flame Chomper, you get 1 trade, and then the Battlecaster itself attacking. I think it's a fair trade to take if you're Sharp, and you just reset back to 0. So as explosive and as huge this attack looked, it's really just 4 damage coming through now from Sharp's side, and then just a return potentially on an open attack next turn, depending on what is drawn from Guardia, because right now doesn't have really any plays. 6 mana for the Experimenter, only has 5 mana next turn.
And additionally, it looks like Sharp has a significant hand lead right now, but it's effectively Augmented Experimenter is going to be able to equalize it in 1 instant in just 1 action. There's no deny effects or anything similar in these deck lists, and therefore Augmented Experimenter is guaranteed to hit the board, remove something, and generate a lot of value. Sharp is going for some wide board swarming here. Might hold something like a crowd favorite of his own. It's always very interesting to only see this from one player's perspective, to not really... Like, that helps to really get inside of the head and think actively about what makes sense to play around and what doesn't. And Guardia has to respect something like a crowd favorite, but also has to consider something like a Jinx or an Augmented Experimenter on Sharp's side.
In this case, playing out the Flame Chompers, you're just trading for the Poros with both Flame Chompers with the buff from the Battlecaster, or you can just take take the Spider down and just, it's really the same thing. It just feels better for the Boom not to trade into a 1/1, I guess. And I guess you're giving Sharp the chance to just not block with the Poros if he wants that, and taking the 4 damage if you're Guardia.
Yeah, I mean, keeping the Flame Chompers alive is cute, but technically you have 3. I'm pretty sure Augmented Experimenter is gonna come down for Guardia. The interesting question is,
you have more than 3 lobster.
But I mean, I
army
think
of flame chompers.
I'm fairly sure you're playing the augmented this turn nonetheless. Discard the baboon. It's not worth the extra turn.
Are you sure, lobster? Are you sure?
I mean,
think about it. 4 flame chompers. What if you get a vision? you can kill 4 1/1s.
Well, I mean, if you had Lulu and Pixen deck, it would be a different question. But right here, I'm expecting the Experimenter to come down. Guardia could consider a pass, but it's really not that good. It might work in lower levels of play, bait your opponent into developing Jinx, pick her off, but I'm pretty sure Sharp would be good enough to just click end round and burn all of Guardia's mana. And the Augmented Experimenter finds some pretty useful stuff.
Look at the Battlecaster.
Yeah.
If you would have had 4 flame chompers, think of the value there.
Misplay on turn 6. Shaking my head.
The crowd favorite is definitely a lot of value though as well. The entirely full board for Sharp, and now 7 overwhelm damage coming through. No interaction, no spells on hand for Guardia, and very low health unit, especially with this 3/3 being dragged to the side by the flame chompers.
At least these flame chompers do make for good blockers, conserve a bit of HP. 5 HP is something you're somewhat fine with against discard aggro, because you're outside of Jinx's rocket range and also outside of Get Excited range. You'd need to face a combination of 2 of those to die immediately. But Guardia right now does not have any way of dealing with the next attack from crowd favorite coming in. He's not getting damaged. There's no Get Excited in hand, and Guardia really needs to find something to just not succumb to the pressure from that 7/6 overwhelm for 4 mana.
And I'm not sure there is anything to do it. You have to get the Jinx level up and rocket as well to be able to deal with the Poros, or another avenue of damage you have to deal with right now on this turn before the next open attack from Sharp. So a lot of work to be done here from Guardia. And I guess, yeah, you can do it still with, well, never mind. Okay.
That shuts down
right.
any hope that Guardia might have had. Getting rid of the Jinx, no rummage in hand. We switch sides right here. You might have noticed that Guardia's stream was suffering a bit from the German quality of internet. I can sing you a song about that one. It's not as good as it should be.
We switched sides just as the Shen emote came up, and I thought Sharp was taunting with a Shen emote as the winning player. I'm like, damn, this guy's going in. But no, okay, now I understand. It was Guardia accepting defeat, I think, because he knows that he is pretty doomed in this case. But
it would have been some pretty interesting mind games, of course. Shen emoting as the winner can often be seen as BM and piss some people off, to be quite frank. But all good here, no bad blood between these players. Guardia still playing to the outs, to whatever it may be that keeps him in the game. Right now, getting rid of the elusives, you do get, like, you face 5 damage coming in, the elusive Poro plus the crowd favorite, but if you top deck a Get Excited, you would technically survive, and Guardia at least looking for that chance to not lose.
Well, that's a vision. Extasio is talking to Sharp while Sharp is supposed to be ending the game here, but he's being distracted. Extasio, please. Don't distract our competitors. Go play on ladder, please, my friend. But not much decisions to make here for Sharp. The entirety of the hand has been discarded now by Guardia. He has the vision here, which can do something. But yeah, at this point in the game, if you can't stop the crowd favorite, it's pretty doomed here. And I think there is no way to stop it.
I mean, Get Excited top deck means you're alive on paper, and that's all that Guardia has to hope for. But then again, us knowing Sharp's hand, of course, the Battlecaster, like you said, that is additional damage. It's like if Guardia could see Sharp's hand, I'm pretty sure he would just accept defeat. We gotta let them play it out. Guardia is chipping in some solitary damage here, but it's not gonna be anywhere close to enough to represent the real win condition. And Sharp can just run it out safely.
Yeah, there's a vision coming in. As long as you can drag this 4-3 out of the way, or 5-3 at this point, you're gonna win just with the crowd favorite. And there's no way to kill this 7-6 with discard aggro. There's just no combination of top that can do it really, unless it's like an experimenter. Into something with 8 mana, it's not even possible. Well, there's an experimenter.
Okay, now that Guardia does not have a card in hand anymore, of course, the vision was played from hand. That means Get Excited is not an option anymore. You can just open attack. Any of the cards in hand would have won as well if Guardia would have kept it. Could have either played, like you said, the Flame Chompers, drag the blocker aside, or play the Battlecaster, push additional damage, overkill the Nexus. Either way. Yeah, a composed victory by Sharp again. So far, I'm really liking the piloting on the discard aggro deck.
Yeah, Sharp is a player that we haven't seen, I think, in Fight Night too often, or when he did show up, he didn't end up winning it or creating it, but he's someone that has obviously been in the Spanish scene for the entirety of this year, has been putting up very good results, just hasn't had that big break into the spotlight in EU Masters or, a seasonal, for example, which is why some viewers might not be that familiar with him, but I definitely have seen him play in many tournaments, and I've seen him on ladder in his results, and I'm not surprised to see him playing as cleanly as he is. I think he hasn't made any mistakes. I think that there's a few lines that could have been one way or another, and he's always seems to pick the right decisions in the right time, and we'll see if that continues happening here, because he is now on match point, potentially winning this next game and making it to the grand finals of his tournament.
And Sharp is going to be forced to switch to his severe action list, going into a somewhat unfavored matchup into the discard aggro list, but with the confidence that even if he loses this game, he can still face a mirror in the last one. And the starting hand is not looking too bad for anti-aggro purposes. The Rockhoppers, of course, some of the better tools to keep board control, not only having a 3-attack blocker, but also being able to threaten and hinder your opponent's developments. Like if you play it in turn 3, your opponent is not going to want to play Jinx on turn 4. And the Deny, of course, as we saw earlier on, can hit Augmented Experimenter skill or a key Get Excited that might go in somewhere. So not the worst of hands on Sharp's side. And also electing to play the Rockhopper as a blocker over Akshan makes a lot of sense.
And we'll see if the Battlecaster attacks here. If it doesn't, and the Rockhopper is still alive next turn, Draven can't really be played until after the attack is made. So a lot goes into this attack happening or not. Obviously, Battlecaster is a premium unit in Guardia's deck list, and when you play, you don't trade against anything because it's not just a 2/2. It has a lot more to it. But in this exact case, maybe it's worth, if you're thinking about, I have to play my Draven next turn. If I play and there's a 3-attack unit, because if Sharp plays Akshan, then maybe it's fine if there is no 3-attack unit to hit Draven with vulnerable. But in this case, there might be. Yeah, doesn't attack, and we'll see now how he navigates this next turn on defense.
Yeah, and that is exactly why the Rockhoppers are so good. Oh, Guardia top decks a Spider, so I was just gonna say, you would much rather have something like a Spider 1/1 get the vulnerable than any of the units that were currently in Guardia's hand. Like, all three, like Battlecaster, Draven, and Jinx are all value engines or carries or combo pieces that you want to stick. And you don't mind sacrificing the 1/1 off of the House Spider, though.
And of course, the House Spider could come down now, or if you're Guardia, you can also wait and then just play the Draven, but we'll see how he navigates it, and if Sharp considers this as well. If Sharp thinks that if there's a pass here, that might be what Guardia is going for. This is discard aggro. This is not a control deck. It's a deck that wants to play on tempo and flood the board quickly, and if they're skipping the opportunity to do so, it's for probably a very good reason.
And usually, I generally against aggro decks, that is great. I think you always have to respect discard aggro for those explosive blowout turns, though. Discard aggro can still create crazy attacks if they do have a lot of mana available to them in later stages of the game. And Guardia does do exactly what we mentioned earlier on, sacrifices the House Spider into the Rolling Sands, and now it gets Draven development, and the Zonite Urkin top deck is also something that Guardia will be happy about in a second, because it can just eat up the next Rolling Sands and clear the way for something like a Battlecaster and Jinx to be developed in the future.
There's a Rockhopper coming down. Obviously a much better unit than Sivir on defense. Sivir with a quick attack and spell shield. You don't ever want to block with her, almost never, especially against a deck that has things like, vision and axes, etc., that can obviously push through damage. And the damage on, in combat, doesn't care if you have a spell shield or not, it'll still just kill you.
And we do see the Zonite Urkin being developed. Exactly like we mentioned, rendering these vulnerables somewhat useless. Sharp was hoping to hit something way more impactful with it. And Sharp does have the key units coming up in the next turn, though. Of course, by developing that Rockhopper, opted to not go turn 4 Sevier into turn 5 Rune Runner. But like you said, it does make sense a lot because you don't really want to block with Sevier. You don't mind blocking with the Hopper at all. And
there's the Battlecaster giving the one attack to the Flame Chompers, of course, and making this attack pretty scary, actually. 10 damage coming through, Draven with the axe as well. And you have Jinx, you have Get Excited, you have another Battlecaster in hand, you have the tools to maybe have a very threatening mid to late game with this discard aggro list for Guardia. Now, finally, I think we're seeing discard aggro with all its pieces and all its components and the kind of this explosive start and finish that we are used to seeing, really.
You also have the tools to level up Jinx next turn already. You have perfect mana for Jinx plus Get Excited, and whatever you draw, you can just axe away. So as long as Sharp taps below Merciless Hunter mana here, Guardia can be very safe and happy to develop Jinx and level her up right away and have her stick on the board. But Sharp's big hit turns are coming up. This attack turn probably is not going to be too much pressure yet. Sharp's going to have to make it to turn 7, develop more and more of these big hitters, of these carries, and then try to close out the game with the combo pieces later on.
3 spell mana to work with. Really only the Shapestone. I guess the Fleur of the Fist as well on the Sivir here. There's a Jinx coming down. There's obviously no chance to give Jinx vulnerable anymore, so you feel safe bringing her down even before the attack comes in. And just the value trade here, killing the 3-1 has a vulnerable and just getting the value from the quick attack, but not really doing any Nexus damage. So Sharp really just considering that he's going to have to combo off potentially later on in the game and win it just in one turn potentially.
This is very smart from Guardia. So Sharp is basically attacking with a mentor saying, okay, I have a combo trick. I don't care if you block my mentor with one of the champs because I'm going to remove them with additional damage. Guardia, though, like we mentioned earlier on, wants to play Get Excited this turn, right? To be able to level Jinx and then axe the other card. And therefore, Guardia plays Get Excited while also eating up a combo trick on Sharp's side if Guardia does lock this in. This is a very, very smart play. Of course, it would be a bit of a disaster if Sharp also had Twin Disciplines additionally, but that's a very unlikely hand state to be in. And even then, Guardia would at least still get the Jinx level up because you can play Get Excited and the X on the stack.
And you would be, taking 2 cards. Both Shapestone and the Twin. I mean, that would be, I think, a pretty good trade as well. 2
future combo pieces that slows down Sharp, like an insane amount. Let's see if Guardia does go for it, though. Also, considering the Draven level up, apparently, to get an additional Overwhelm as just another win con, another thing threatening a big attack. Let's see. So the X comes out, and Guardia still has both options available here, and opts to go for the Whirling Death instead of the Get Excited. Not going for the Jinx level up, but going for the stacked Swole Draven, and hoping to win the game on the open attack, it seems.
And we talked about, Sivir not being a great blocker. You don't want to block with Sivir, but now you might have to because this Draven suddenly is a much bigger threat with the axes and with the Overwhelm damage as well, and you're at 10 HP already, and this is the only unit you haven't played. It's only the Sivir.
This is a very, very interesting game. Both players with some tough choices, navigating it very well though. And yeah, Guardia literally threatening lethal on the open attack. And Guardia might also have a bit of a read that Sharp does not have any more defensive tricks because the mentor went down to the Whirling Death, which would also mean that the Sevier would die on the block.
And level up can still happen here, of course. You can use this new generated axe onto the Get Excited and get the Jinx level up this way. You're trading, obviously, a very good spell and Get Excited because you might be wanting to use that to burn face next turn. But I think it might be worth it for level up. It's already 1 damage on Sivir, on Jinx extra if Draven's the one that's blocked, but I guess it probably won't be. and just to immediately level up without any interaction.
That's actually a very good point. This really shows that I'm not an expert discard pilot. This is the exact same result as if Guardia would have used Get Excited, except Guardia also gets the leveled up Draven. Even better than I thought that the thought process would be. And this shows why Guardia is right here in the winners finals of the Fight Night tournament. Now trying to force Sharp to block off the Sivir on defense. The nightmare of every Akshan Sivir player.
He doesn't want to win the game, he just wants to force Sivir to block. His only goal going into this series was, alright, I gotta get Sivir to block at least once.
It's all about sending a message, making a statement here.
Deny in hand obviously can't, I mean, it can stop the Get Excited if it does come in. But there would be axes anyway to be able to discard with the Poro Cannons generated from, actually there would be 2 axes. But yeah, that's still fine. You just discard one of the Poros. If the, yeah, that's fine.
So of course Guardia is very wary of all of the defensive options on Sharp's side. We as casters, of course, do see that there's no Spirit's Refuge, no concussive palm. You don't want to lose Jinx to a Spirit's Refuge, so I definitely get not attacking with the Jinx there, only sending in the Draven, basically checking out to for what Sharp has for defensive options. But with the generated axes, that also guarantees that you can get the Jinx rocket, and with the Get Excited, you are also checking for a deny. Sharp is at least going to survive this turn if he keeps deny mana, but I'm not sure about next turn anymore.
And Sharp has 3 straight refuges as well, so I mean they're pretty high. Some players are running 2, maybe 1 in some cases, but in this case Sharp is running 3 of them, so it is a pretty high chance he would have it in hand, even though he does not.
So it's probably even correct to not attack with the Jinx there. The likelihood of Sharp having it, yeah, just being super high. And Sharp kind of in desperation mode here with a predict draw. That's something you like to see when you're in desperation mode, but does not really find anything that's significant enough to save him here. He's gonna have to deny the rocket.
And that's why it's why he didn't deny the Get Excited, because it's just better to deny the rocket. Just makes more sense, and you know it's coming. I mean, it's there's no mystery to it. The rocket is coming. You have to have the answer for it.
Absolutely, saving the spell shield on the Sivir. The upside for Sharp here is you can play Merciless Hunter, tag the Jinx, and maybe you clear out the Jinx before Guardia gets another rocket. That means you only have Draven as a win condition left on Guardia's board and whatever cards he draws. So it basically comes down to how good can Guardia draw. Can he draw something like a Poro Cannon that immediately generates a rocket, something like a Get Excited, a Jinx's Get Excited, or is it going to be 2 bricks? Let's find out.
Oh.
Jury Rig? Boom Baboon. Oh, Boom Baboon is actually worst case scenario here because it takes multiple actions to play Boom Baboon, and then the Flame Chompers if you don't have any discard card in hand.
Yeah, Boom Baboon is maybe not the card to run in discard aggro. This is the reason.
You could go Jury Rig first. That works.
Oh yeah, because in the space between the generation of the Flame Chomper, that's a Shen emote, and that is a GG and a game win. Because of the way Runeterra works, the moment you play with Baboon before the card gets generated, you have no cards in hand, and that counts for the level up for the Jinx for the rocket generation. And obviously you had 1 deny for the first one, but not deny for the second one, and that is going to be it. That was not the climatic ending we were expecting, I think, with the Boom Baboon being played, but still a very clean game and very clean GG from discard aggro.
Guardia finding all of the right lines and proving us that sometimes it is worth to take a few extra seconds to go through every decision to find maximum efficiency, maximum value in every play. I was very impressed by the Draven, Swirling Death, leveling up both champions in one turn. And of course also immediately realizing on that very last action, Jury Rig into Boom Baboon, bam, GG, I get the extra rocket. Yeah, it was a rather one-sided third game, but nonetheless much deserved win, and Guardia is gonna be our first grand finalist. And what do we have on stream here exactly?
That was the tie.
Oh, sorry, my bad. It is 1-1.
Lobster, I'm not blaming you, just for the simple reason that there's 2 discard aggros and there's 2 Akshan Sivir lists, so it's literally the easiest time to get mistaken. It's really, both lists are basically identical, but that was a tie. That was the game 2, and now we're in the game 3, and it is now, you know, as all things in the world, a mirror match to see who ends up making it, who ends up winning the series, basically. But that is the case with when both players have the same exact lineup, things can get pretty hazy on who wins game 1, who's
Absolutely.
who. It does happen.
And also by the side swapping in the middle of the game.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help.
But we do get the matchup that we were hoping to see which list actually can have a slight advantage here. The Action Severe Mirror, where the players actually have slightly different approaches. And Sharp with the slightly better opening, finding the Action on curve. But Guardia has the Severe that Sharp does not, and Severe is going to be more impactful, that's for sure. We do see the fan favorite Ren Shadow Blade though in hand for Sharp.
That being said, playing Action on turn 2 is very relevant, just to get the landmark counter starting from the very beginning and getting that all in a row is definitely good news for Sharp, I think, going into this one.
Yeah, it's very slow development on Guardia's side.
And very awkward turn 3 as well. Can play the Waking Sands, but that's really it.
Yeah, you play it at 0 mana because you would otherwise just waste the mana.
Mm-hmm.
But the question is still, is it worth investing this Waking Sands, or would you rather keep it to use it later on? In this matchup, I do like using it early on because even the early chip damage can matter to get the combo finish easier. Because very often you can get like Sivir plus Ghost plus Shaped Stone and Flurry of Fists to 9 attack elusive double attack, which is only 18 damage. So getting it some additional chip damage early on matters.
Not just that, but also just the strike for Sivir's level up is also pretty relevant. With 5 attack unit, it does end up adding up. So we'll see how Sharp responds here. He can play the Rockhopper, he can play his own Waking Sand and just trade them off, basically.
Some interesting decisions here for Sharp. I do like the Rockhopper, I think. Like, you can take... I think Sharp might have read that Guardia does not play a Merciless Hunter, and that playing the Waking Sands there is a bit of a desperation play, like saying, I don't have another unit. And if that is your read, playing the Rockhopper right now makes so much sense, because it's gonna tag Sivir with the Vulnerable on your attack turn.
And takes the trade here. Doesn't take the 5 damage. Could have just swung in with a Rockhopper next turn on the attack, but like you mentioned, I think wants to get the value from that vulnerable, wants to develop and then force Guardia to develop into what could be just 2 quick attack units. So it just is, and Shapestone. So it would be very difficult to get really great value out of it, unless you have the Concussive Palm as well. But then you can't play anything that's under 4 mana. So yeah, it makes it very tricky for Guardia now. And
we see the Ren get played. Guardia is in a bit of a fork here right now, so pass probably gets met by end round, and Guardia is gonna be far behind in development. The other options are either sacrificing Merciless Hunter or the Concussive Palm and the 3/2 Tail of the Dragon that spawns out of it. Probably just gonna palm the Shadow Blade, get hit by Akshan. You would still have mana to develop your own Ruin Runner. Sorry, Merciless Hunter. Tag the Ren with Vulnerable, and then next turn play Sivir and get rid of the Ren Shadow Blade.
Yeah, I think that will be the play here. And there it is, the Rolling Sands comes in, the free hit, the free value trade from the Akshan, the slow progression of the landmark as well, but the big one is obviously Sivir, but then just getting the free hit on the Ren Shadow Blade next turn.
Defensive Shaped Stone coming in, at least trading combat tricks here, that makes a lot of sense. Sharp benefiting slightly more from the combat trick because it progresses the landmark.
But I think it's worth at least checking. I mean, it's if he doesn't have it, then it's a pretty big deal. Absolutely.
And also with Sharp being at 1 mana, Shapestone is the only combat trick they can have. The issue with using that on Guardia's side is that he did not develop the Merciless Hunter.
That's true.
Which I am almost slightly surprised by. I think that is more valuable than potentially removing the Akshan. And now the Treasure Seeker top deck kind of saves the development curve, but you don't get the free hit with Sivir onto the Ren Shadow Blade that you could have gotten otherwise if you would have played Merciless Hunter instead of Shaped Stone.
I agree. I think the Shapestone trade is okay if you're not losing anything because you're making that trade. But like you mentioned, yeah, the fact that you can play a Merciless Hunter and go through this whole line, I think is definitely suboptimal from Guardia. Of course, we have full information. It might be that with what he, how he saw his opponent play, he thought that this would maybe be the best play. But it did seem a bit suboptimal from our perspective. And this is just, it's all happening just a bit slower.
Mm-hmm. Going for the Merciless Hunter nonetheless, wanting to get rid of that Ren Shadowblade. Interesting. Of course, Guardia would have preferred to tag either a Sivir or a Ruined Runner, but if you're already behind, you kind of have to take what you're being given, take the opportunities that are presented in front of you. And Guardia's development being kind of slow here, has to be unhappy to not have that Sivir out yet on turn 5. And the upside is keeping mana open for Twin Disciplines and also bluffing an additional Shaped Stone.
There's now Guardia, Waking Sands. Now he commits to this, he cannot pass turn off, so he has to commit to attacking. Once he's summoned Ephemeral, going to try and just trade off the 4-3 this way. And now Runeterra can come down because I think Sharp knows that it cannot be, interacted with in any way. It is now safe coming down and can still provide a blocker for the 2-1 potentially. Although with Shape's possibility, maybe not really an option either.
Mm-hmm. Guardia did not play a landmark yet, though, did he? I think there was no Rockhopper on his side.
You're right. Yeah, so it's actually valid.
Yeah, so Ruin Runner could get a clean block in. The other options, of course, being the Merciless Hunter as a solidly statted blocker, or just playing Waking Sands, but it does not really make sense because Guardia could only take this attack and not attack with the other 2 units.
Exactly.
I'm almost expecting, the Merciless Hunter that gets vulnerable, I'm expecting this to swing because the risk of it dying to a quick attack unit is just too high. This does make sense for Sharp. If he would have played Ruin Runner, he would not have had a blocker for the Merciless Hunter. Like, you don't want to block the Merciless Hunter with your Ruin Runner. It's a huge down trade. And this way, Sharp conserves the Nexus HP at 20 still, which makes comboing for Guardia significantly harder.
And there's a value from Ren Shadowblade coming into effect there. 4-3 Ephemeral comes down. Guardia is intimidated by its presence, I'm sure.
I mean, it makes a surprising amount of sense, though, because this is very close to a Waking Sand, right?
Yeah.
And Waking Sand turned out to be insane. And, the Shadow Feed at hand does almost exactly the same, just, slightly differently statted.
It makes use of Vulnerable. It has a high stat, attack stat for its cost, for Sivir level up. It's another big unit that you kind of have to block but feel bad blocking. Mm-hmm. It just fits everything the deck wants to do perfectly.
And Guardia does not mind blocking off the Sivir here because he has a second Sivir in hand. You almost never play Sivir for the Ricochet, for her hero spell. Guardia has to be super happy to have gotten rid of the Ruin Runner here. Right now, Sharp does not have a hard win condition on hand or on board. Akshan on his own is only a quick attacker. I guess Flurry of Fists plus Ghost, and now with the Twin Disciplines top deck can start to get scary. Wait, actually, if Akshan levels up, gets Granted plus attack, gets Flurry of Fists plus offensive Twin Disciplines plus Ghost, that's 16 damage, if I'm not mistaken.
The problem is there is a potential for a Ghost from your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
And then everything kind of goes down the drain. So it is a risky play.
Yeah, the question is, would you commit to that all-in? Are you already in a situation where you have to go for that all-in? Because if your opponent has a good answer to it, you don't have anything left. You're going to be super far behind.
Exactly. I guess that would depend on what you top deck next turn. And because right now, like you said, he doesn't have any actual win conditions in his hand. It's just now the action and the supporting cast of spells.
Sivir also not leveling up this turn. I don't think Guardia is going to invest Twin here. No, it's not going to happen. You have to be happy about getting rid of the Akshan, but just the second Akshan being played, flips him, summons the next landmark, the Warlord's Horde, if I'm not mistaken. And Akshan on his own kind of being the win condition and the carry for Sharp right now, unless he finds something else off of this predict. That's an interesting one. That is an interesting one.
You don't need a lifesteal right now. I think you're fine with the 20 HP you have.
That is true, but that, like, the refuge does exactly give you, like, the backup. If you go all in, you're not really going all in anymore. Because if your opponent has a barrier, you also play a barrier, and your win condition stays alive, the double attack action. And let's see if Guardia finds something. Oh, the ghost top deck!
Oh, we cursed him.
The perfect timing.
We blessed Guardia.
Yeah, depending on how you want to look at it. The Sivir can now block with the Spirit's Refuge. It won't even die. And there's no damage coming in from Sharp whatsoever. But Sharp anyway did not even proc the Ghost. Probably has a hand read that Guardia must be having some combo pieces. And the likelihood of Ghost is very, very high.
Just going to take it slow. It looks like just going to trade off the pieces here and wait maybe to have not go all in right away. Just trade off the pieces here.
Does the double attack work here? I actually haven't been in this situation before. The first one should remove the barrier. The second one should kill Sivir, right?
Yes.
And the action stays alive.
Yes. And there's no way to deny. There's no way to... If you attack buff, obviously you can just attack buff in response if you're Sharp. If you're defense buff with Twin Disciples, nothing will really matter here. It's just the mirror here. The Twin Disciples comes in for Sharp as well, and the same thing happens. And you're advancing your Warlord's Horde more and more with the targeting as well.
The Akshan coming in with a carry, currently just beating and outvaluing Sivir. That's something I'm a bit surprised to see. Guardia comes in with the early GG. I still don't think Guardia is the type of guy to surrender right now. Is at least going to look to see what he's going to draw in the future. But it's looking very good for Sharp. He's in a very commanding position here.
Double Ghost, Inspiring Mentor with Ghost is going to win it. I'm calling it now. Because this Merciless Hunter is going to do, at least threaten the action here. And after seeing all these spells play last turn, you might think, is there more survivability in hand, or is that all of it?
And it is all of it right now. The Merciless Hunter is very clutch here, at least for now, taking out Sharp's win condition. Of course, the Warlord's Horde is a big value generation tool here. Depending on what Sharp goes for, I suppose you can either revive your Ruin Runner and play it right away, or you can go for the draw too if you want to draw more combo pieces. It depends a bit on what kind of hand he puts Guardia on.
And the double Ghost in hand means that you can just play one now, I think, to not waste all this mana this turn.
Ghost on defense though?
Just to activate the...
I mean, Jen activates it anyway, right?
Yeah,
you could play the Ghost to... Oh, you do
to
have
see if there's like a
though.
combat spell or like something you can do to save the action, because now you're relying on the draws, obviously, and you found the Sivir, which is great, but you needed to find a unit that could do something. Yeah, if you just found more spells, then you would be in trouble.
Yeah, the draws are pretty nutty there. Yeah, you do have a good point. Yeah, you could either draw into Action Protection, or you could, like, even if you whiff the Action Protection, at least on the strike, he generates another Warlord's Horde. So giving you another backup value window. And
the double Ghost, I think it's, if you have one Ghost, that's going to be your big unit with Ghost, and your opponent has it in response, and that's it. But having two Ghosts is kind of, maybe not irrelevant, but not really that important, I think.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it, but it's... looks very scary here for Guardia. At 13 HP, with the defensive Ghost, you will be able to fend off this attack, but you're gonna have to sacrifice significant amounts of your board. And right now, your hand is just not doing anything. You need something to contest Sivir, and then you need to start getting proactive yourself. Ideally, you'll find another Merciless Hunter to get rid of Sivir, and then you'd need to draw something like your own Sivir, your Rune Runner, your Akshan in succession. But this is kind of utopic, and Guardia is backs against the wall here, going down to 6 HP to the onslaught of the Sever buffed board on Sharp's side.
The biggest thing is that Sharp still has 18 HP, so there isn't really a possibility for a 3-card combo to suddenly out of nowhere kill him, regardless of what he has in his hand. End round there presented from Guardia, obviously found a second deny, which isn't ideal. The Rock Harbor can down trade into a 2-1 if it wants to, but other than that, it's looking pretty doomed here. There's a second ghost. I guess the ghost was useful after all, the second one.
Somewhat palm. Whether or not that makes a difference is a different question, but Guardia just not finding the right cards. The deny has been in hand for pretty much the whole game and not doing anything. Not quite the right find for this matchup, and Sharp just making very good use of not only Red Shadowblade but also the action, which is usually not your main win condition here, but generating value and pressure over and over, getting rid of Guardia's Sever, and this big swing takes it. I stand corrected, it's not going to be Guardia advancing to the winners, to the grand finals, but it's Sharp winning the winners finals here and securing this slot in the grand finals. Guardia going down, has another shot to make it back in though.
And we'll see who ends up climbing back up to the grand finals, if it will just be, another discard aggro Sivir action player, or if it will be a new lineup trying to contest and trying to spice things up in the eventual grand final in a few series. But first we're going to go to Freybrack and Salty Simon in the losers bracket, but that will be after this very short 5-minute break. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Runeterra action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Fight Night number 25, and we're going right into the losers bracket for the first time. Salty Simon versus Frey, and Frey, thank you God, because you are bringing us some spicy new deck lists that don't include Ionia. Well, they do include Ionia, but not in the way that we've seen it till now. Not in Silverlist and not in Azir Aurelia. A new way of bringing it, and it will be with Viego, a champion we haven't seen showcase yet. A champion that is obviously a new addition to the game alongside Action, and a champion that has seen a lot of different lists. I think it's still maybe too soon even to say what is the definitive best Viego list, but this is one that has been played and toyed around with. This is the one that Frey has brought to this tournament, and he's top 4, so I mean he's doing something right, I think, with this current list. Lobster, what do you think about this list? What do you think about the cards in it and just the general game plan?
The general game plan is a more control-ish one, and that is why Frey's lineup stands out. The only player to bring two somewhat control-ish decks. Actually, the only player to even bring one control-ish deck, and he just doubles down on it. The Viego list is somewhat mid-rangey. I don't think the meta is in a place where it supports hard control decks performing well. It's just too fast with all the Ionia stuff running around and also keycards like Deny. But Viego strikes this middle ground. He can snowball out of control if he stays on the board too long. And there's a lot of defensive options in that list. Most interesting in this list is on one side the Darkwater Scourge plus triple Deathmark combo. Some mana efficient removal in the Deathmark, while at the same time having a huge payoff of keeping something like a 5/5 lifesteal on board. And you can also, if you whiff the Darkwater Scourge but have Death Markers in hand, you can also give the Ephemeral off of Encroaching Mists to your opponent's units, and these Encroaching Mists are going to stay and keep on growing and growing the more mists you spawn. And the other deck is also a very interesting one. Yep. One that used to be meta for a long time and is now kind of seeing a comeback.
TF Swain coming back into it, Make It Rain. The revert to that nerf was obviously massive in so many builds water decks, and this is one of them. Obviously, Twisted Fate is not exactly what it used to be. Some cards have changed. Pick a card, his signature spell, and obviously his level up condition. But overall, I think the deck still does work, especially now that Targon is not as prevalent. Things like Equinox on Leviathan aren't as prevalent, and that definitely helps this deck a lot in the meta, in just the broad scope of things.
And this deck has the right removal tools for the current meta. Most of the removal is very mana efficient. Ravenous Flock, 1 mana, deal 4. Harpoon, if you trigger the Plunder, is very effective. And paired with the Dreadway deckhand, of course, Make It Rain, just exactly what this meta needs. It's one of the better reactive decks that can stall the aggression of many of these tempo decks and then come over the top with the Leviathan Swain Stunlock Chain, the constant ship Nexus damage. It's a tough deck to play, but in the right hands, very high payoff and very high skill ceiling and potential.
And Make It Rain does maybe feel as at least a somewhat viable way of taking off Spell Shield from Spell Shield units in kind of a cheap, broad, hitting multiple target kind of way. Doesn't feel perfect ever, but it feels a little bit less bad than most other removal tools or removal option in most control decks. I think it does make sense in this meta as well in that regard.
And Twisted Fate Red card doing the same thing, being an effective spell shield removal, and Arachnoid Sentry stuns as well. Therefore, Frey surprising us, giving us a breath of fresh air with two rather... on ladder you see these every now and then, but they're rather uncommon lists and just completely different than what everyone else is bringing in this meta. And I gotta say, I'm gonna be rooting a bit for Frey just to have some diversity in the matchups going forward.
Yeah, 100% biased in this case. I mean, I come back from a month-long vacation from Fight Night, and this is what I get. Just at least the first 4 players when I saw the deck list, just the same exact lineups with discard aggro, with Jinx, and the Sever Action. So anything different is great in my book. We'll see if Frey, if this risky or somewhat risky choice to bring these decks pays off, or if it ends up being, a blunder. But right away, Frey starting things off. It looks like Pirate aggro, but it is going to be, of course, with his Fate Swain, like we were just talking about, against Simon's Azir Aurelia.
And Simon's hands looks kind of nutty here. Double Azir plus Aurelia plus some Blade Dances plus defensive spells. Oh my goodness. Frey, of course, it looks like Frey has a decent hand for this matchup. He does have some early units, some value tools, and the right removal to deal with something like Azir, but I wow, I'm not sure if this is going to be enough to keep up with this onslaught that's going to be coming out from Salty Simon very soon.
Both players playing very, very fast here already. We're on turn 5. Now what's just happened? Simon obviously making, I think, the right decisions, passing the right moments, and now going to try and start capitalizing on the fact that both Azir and Aurelia are on the board, and he is ready to rumble and to apply some pressure with these blades.
And Twisted Fate red card coming out. This time not taking out spell shields, but rather enabling both of the Ravenous Flocks, the second flock just being drawn, which is very important and might actually give Frey more of a chance of staying in this game. If you can slow down your opponent and remove the value engines like Azir, like Aurelia, very mana efficiently.
And this is what's really Frey wanted to see was this Blossoming Blade coming down and only 2 mana to work with now, because now this means there's going to be 1 lead and follow, but not 2, not several ways to stop all the chain of combat tricks. So you play this one first, you know something's coming, and then you still have the guarantee, Ravenous Flock to answer and to kill this.
And I think Simon is aware of the threat of Ravenous Flock, but with the second Azir in hand right now, he does not have to care too much. The thing is gonna be to stick the second Azir though. If you let the second Azir go, your game plan is gonna slow down so much. So from now on out, I do expect Salty Simon to always keep up enough spell mana to have something like lead and follow or Twin Disciplines open to protect Azir.
We could see another open attack here from Frey with both the Elusive and the Twisted Fate. Getting good trades. And, it's not Pirate aggro, but it's doing a pretty good job at reducing the Nexus health here for Simon. We're down to 10 HP there and having to trade away the Blossoming Blade against the Quick Attack Twisted Fate. And once again, same thing. Both units now damaged and activated to be killed by the Ravenous Flock or the Scorched Earth.
Simon also realizing that the Blossoming Blade at 4 and 1 is probably not going to do much anymore. Throwing it into the fray.
That is a big mistake. I think Simon wanted to maybe play the Shapestone as well to make sure it got out of range there. Playing very fast and now maybe too fast in that case. Just an automatic movement there. He is not happy. Frey is maybe capitalizing on this with the Heimerdinger emote.
It looks like Simon is singing or something, like a little opera. And I'd love to tune in there and listen to his words exactly. I'm not sure if he's cursing in Swedish or if he's giving his best impression of a Disney musical. Now he seems to be going into Zen mode and trying to refocus. But yeah, that is a big mistake, and this might result in a blowout in this quite important game in this tournament.
And the mental game is just as important at what's happening on the board. And I'm not going to say anything, but Frey's Heimerdinger emote there, it was a calculated play, I think, to make sure that he got the most out of that mistake from Simon. It could, like you said, it could snowball, it could tilt you, and it could be a big deal. I mean, that kill there on the Aurelia is obviously, we're seeing it here. I mean, there's the what was a very, very scary game plan and board state with two Azirs and the Aurelia is now just a few units attacking here, and the game has changed considerably.
And I mean, it is a known thing with Salty Simon. You mentioned that tilt can impact your performance in a game where you have to think rationally the whole time so much. And we mentioned it earlier on in the winners bracket when Simon lost to the Jinx top deck. If that is going to impact his mental state going forward, if that really tilted him into the snap concede, and who knows, might be the expression of the tilt that has gathered up here. And Frey just with the tempo, with the speedy attack, but I'm almost not even, I can't even keep up with what is happening here. The big attack Leviathan gets dropped, gets recalled back to hand, which at least buys Simon one more turn, but there's nothing in hand. I don't think there's anything Simon can draw to really represent a win here or even surviving.
And there's a surrender. Game 1 goes to Frey. A big mistake that definitely swung things in Frey's favor. It was looking, maybe not doomed, but definitely scary with the hand that Simon started off with and the way that everything was going off. But I think Frey did a very good job of both times when he wanted to remove something, he made it so he had a second option available if there was going to be a lead and follow, because there's nothing more devastating when playing against Azir Aurelia to waste your removal, kind of that last shot that you had to deal with this major threat. Get it lead and follow, and then have to deal with both the flawless duet and the unit again. Having both options there, I think Frey did a very good job. And Simon also did not do a great job in protecting that Aurelia the second time around. And that was, I think, definitely a turning point in that game.
Yeah, Frey getting the better end of the speed run there, playing more mistake-free than Simon did. I'm not sure if it would have mattered, to be honest, if Simon would have found the perfect lines, but it did look like at least it would have been a close game. But now we see the Viego list for the first time on stream, and now we also see something that is going to help a lot in this Azir Aurelia matchup. The Greenglade Lookout being able to discount the most expensive card in your hand is very, very effective for this deck specifically, because all of your big threats, which are Viego and the Invasive Hydra Vine, are rather expensive in this current meta, and you want them to be played earlier on. And getting this exact interaction on turn 2 against the tempo deck, you have to be happy about that if you're Frey.
There's a Spider Link coming down, Viego coming down. I'd say on curve, but even faster than curve. You're drifting past the curve because he's coming down on 4 with a Green Gate Lookout. That did reduce that cost by 1 point, and now you're already starting to get those encroaching miss potentially once things start dying. You have Spirit Leech, for example, onto the Spiderling. But will it be too slow? How do you stop an onslaught of blades after this?
How are we already on turn 5? This is like the exact opposite of what we witnessed earlier on in Guardia's games. These guys are just
don't complain. Take it when you can, because sometimes you have players like yourself playing the tournament, and I have to deal with 4-hour-long games. So I am. This is heaven for me. I don't care what decks are being played. Just the speed at which these players are playing is the speed I like to play the game at.
That is fair, and it's also not a Targon meta anymore. That helps a lot as well.
That is true. All
right, we do see the attack being denied by the Glimpse Beyond. Viego doing what Viego is supposed to do, starting to grow. And now we really see the what Azir Aurelia lacks if they don't find Azir. It's just so much less pressure and much slower level up progression on both of these champions. No Deus, no Azir. Simon is still shaking his head, probably from the last game, thinking that it might have been winnable. Or maybe just continuing with the acting and the little musical.
I mean, the hand that he currently has maybe might not be helping too much. He has 3 twin disciplines.
I have to agree on this one.
Homecoming, yeah, can do something here. You have a chance to play the Blossoming Blade once again and get more blades and maybe try and get a Aurelia level up. There is no deny mana.
Squeezing in the Homecoming before, like, while Frey is out of deny mana is very, very big here. But like usually that would be a big swing, but I think that Simon is so far behind that it's not gonna matter a lot unless he finds Deus or Azir within the next 1 or 2 draws.
Yeah. Greenlay Duo is I mean, you have the twin disciplines to keep the health out of. You can buff the health up to 9, so I guess that's pretty safe.
Plenty of twin disciplines, and I also think, I mean, you kind of have to go like play with what you're being given. This right now is your best shot at being somewhat of a carry.
And Darkwater Scourge, I just remembered is obviously a huge problem for any kind of Azir Aurelia deck, because of the fact that you can just play it and then just heal against the blades.
And the Deathmark can also hit the Aurelia or the Greenglade Duo if Frey elects that's a bigger threat. Realistically, I mean, Frey has another Vilephees, it's probably hitting the Aurelia. The question is when? Like, Frey does not have to do it yet. Frey is in such a comfortable position that he can just drop Viego again, the very expensive and slow play, but there's just not enough pressure on Simon's side.
The lead and follow is pretty big at giving some interaction if removal does come in. That was it's not so good to have 3 of the same card. It's better to have different cards that can do different things in the right situation, and picking up that lead and follow is definitely good in that case.
And Aurelia, deciding to trade in the Aurelia rather than lead and follow and recall her, that is an interesting one. I guess if you take out Viego, you also kind of take a win condition out of your opponent's side. But this is the issue. You're like, Frey can Vilephees their own unit, they can Glimpse their own unit. It's
There's
very
easy here. The same with Frey. He had so many different spells in hand as well.
This is not looking good for Simon at all. Has to invest everything to get rid of Viego, and we know there's a second Viego in Frey's hand. And the Scourge Deathmark combo. Concussive Palm instead protecting the Viego. Frey valuing the Ruined King sticking on the board very highly, getting that level up progress.
You still have the death mark as well. You can just play it on the, and do it this way.
And you have a deny for the Defiant Dance. I mean, Frey has all the answers. That's literally it. Frey has everything he could hope for in this matchup and is ahead on board.
Both these blades just do nothing here. The green blade duo can there's no more Valve piece at least, but yeah, you still have there's really everything. Thunder comes in, and that will be the 2-0 from Frey with some spicy decks. Maybe a Zerelia, obviously not, so finding the right footing in this game too helped, but still both decks functioned properly and seemed like a great pick here from Frey. Both the TF Swain, we already kind of knew the deck and how it performed from other metas, of course. In the past, it used to be a very, very dominant tournament deck, but once again showing how it has, a good way of controlling the entirety of the board state from the early game to the mid game to the late game with Leviathan coming in. And this Vega list is the newer list, but still seems to have a very wide spectrum of answers with no Defy and Deny, with Dark Water Scourge, Death Mark, like a lot of different ways to remove units in different situations as well. And a very clean 2-0 win there. And Simon, not too happy, obviously, especially with the game one. I think it definitely got to him, but it happens. It's card games, and that's how it is sometimes. Yeah,
the emotions might have taken him over, to be honest. I'm not quite sure. I do just enjoy that we get the opportunity to see these player cams. It adds so much more to the viewing experience. I absolutely love it to see what these players are feeling and what's going through their head. But yeah, Frey takes it in a super quick series. I'm still bamboozled by the speed of this 2-0 victory, even though the only two control decks in this tournament just got 2 wins. Usually you would expect the control decks, if they win, to be the longest games around. But Frey just showing us that you can make the right decisions super quickly, and some bad luck on Simon's side, some questionable plays or mouse slips or whatever lead to a quick result here. Congrats to Frey. Moves to the top 3?
Top 3, the final of the losers bracket against Guardia. We'll be going to a very quick 5-minute break. It feels kind of bad going to a break after 20 minutes, but that's not up to us. It's just how fast this series went. We'll be back with the final of the losers bracket, Frey versus Guardia. These new deck lists versus the ones we've seen a whole lot of already in this tournament. And the winner of that game will be facing, of course, Sharp in the final. Still a chance for a Spanish grand final. Just gonna curse it right now and say it, but we'll find out what ends up happening after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the top 3 of this Friday's Fight Night number 25 tournament edition. We'll be seeing 2 Spanish players and 1 German player. The caster, 1 Spanish caster, and 1 German caster. Coincidence? I think not. This is all rigged, and we had the script from the very beginning, Lobster. We have to start being honest to the people.
I mean, to be honest, though, both of these nations are just powerhouse nations. We see that repeatedly over and over in tournament top cutters, tournament winners, in the EU Masters tournament. Panda representing Spain.
We'll continue patting each other on the back for Germany and Spain being so good at Runeterra. But we have to get on. We have to get on with the tournament, I think, and we have to get on with the deck list. Of course, Guardia is a German representative for this match, and Frey, with his very unique deck list, is a Spanish player, and of course Sharp, another Spanish player, is waiting in the grand finals in the winner's side of the bracket as well. But let's talk about Guardia's discard aggro, the deck that we've been seeing a lot of today. It's a very good deck. I think everyone knows the win conditions and why this deck is so good and so explosive, but it also has counters. It has, certain decks that can be good into it, and, something like having a lot of very cheap blockers in the early game, having AoE removal, for example, or having just very good, clean, mana-efficient removal for its bigger threats like Draven and Jinx is definitely a good thing. And one of Frey's deck has that. TF Swain has a lot of those answers that we were talking about.
Yeah, TF Swain is one of the best anti-aggro decks without having to run healing, while still being aggressive and proactive on its own. It has all of the tools to deal with Discard's aggression, and that is AoE board wipes in Make It Rain and Twisted Fate's red card, especially if paired with a Keg, and with mana-effective single target removal. Being able to remove something like Jinx or Draven with Ravenous Flock is enormous, or with the one-off Monster Harpoon that's being tagged in. And other decks like Freddy or Shadow Eyes classically struggles a bit because Vengeance is 7 mana. There's nothing that very effectively deals 3 or 4 damage to Jinx, level Jinx, unlevel Draven, whatever. TF Swain being one of the better tools here against discard aggro for sure.
And the one of Monster Harpoon is definitely something to watch out for. Could just all of a sudden you think, there's nothing damage, you can't kill a certain unit, or maybe even a crowd favorite, for example, might be hard to kill in just one single action, let's say. But with Monster Harpoon, it's definitely a possibility as long as you've damaged the Nexus, of course, and plundered that turn. But yeah, definitely the list to watch out for. I think TF Swain and Discard Aggro are probably a matchup we've seen a lot of in the past, but so far in the past that I don't have any recollection of how the matchup played out back in the day. I think you were definitely winning tournaments and playing quite a lot during those metas. So is there anything you recall from those two decks? Because they have been a while for a long time.
Yeah, it is not completely one-sided because the discard aggro deck, of course, can generate a lot of burn damage as well, which is something that the TF Swain deck has no answer to. But Frey's deck should be very consistent at averting early chip damage because he plays 6 copies of 1-drops. He plays 3 Jagged Butchers plus 3 Crusty Codgers, and it seems like this list is exactly prepared to face exactly these matchups, only having tempo matchups in mind, like cutting down a bit on the value, not playing a 4th 8-drop, only 2 Whispered Words, only 1 Scorched Earth, but instead playing a lot of early game effective removal. I would definitely give the edge to the TF Swain deck in this specific case.
As a reminder to check out Viego's list, that the second list that Frey is bringing. It's a list that we just saw winning against Salty Simons at Zero Relia in the last series, but it's the only time we've seen it this tournament, and it's obviously a very new list with a new champion and maybe an archetype or a deck list that people don't have that much experience with. Obviously, Viego has been paired with many different champions and region combinations even because he does have a very broad ability or effect, or you can build, I think, many different decks with him. It's not, like Lurk and Pike, for example. But do you think this is the best take on Viego?
That is a very good question. I think we just don't have enough data yet. The lists are probably not refined enough yet, and there are probably also a lot of decks that just have not been discovered yet. But from my personal experience playing this, Ionia version has felt the best. I like how much basically infinite value it does get towards the end, because Invasive Hydra Vine can also just carry the game in case you don't find Viego or your Viego dies. And you also have a lot of protective tools for Viego in Deny, in Spirit's Refuge, and also just these very high-rolly mid-game sequences. We talked earlier on about Dark Warrior Scourge plus Deathmark, just one of the most cracked combos in the game. 3 mana, like basically spending 6 mana for a 5/5 lifesteal and vengeancing one of your opponent's cards almost. If that pops off, it's absolutely enormous.
I've been waiting for a deck to make that combo possibility for like 10 months now, so I'm glad it's finally here. I mean, it was in some decks, it has seen some play the combination, but it's always been maybe a bit inconsistent, or Ionia was never really up to par. But obviously that now has changed quite a bit with things like Will of Ionia coming down to 4 mana as well. It's wrongly displayed in Mobilytics, but that is also a buff that I think people thought would be a lot bigger than it is. I think right now the meta is not so, I mean, 1, spell shield units of course, but 2, it's not so slow where Will gets that much value like it does against like Deep, etc. So I think it's not the right meta for it to shine that much yet, but it has also, not really been that relevant in Ionia's rise to the top.
But I think Frey also built the list in a smart way. Again, going for most anti-aggro options you can get, playing triple Vile Feast, adding a Black Spear, playing 2 Spirits Refuges, and instead adding some cards that I cutting some cards like Will of Ionia and Palms that I more commonly see on the ranked ladder to make space for these anti-aggro tools. I think Frey just has a fairly good meta read. Might have just gotten kind of unlucky in the very first series against Sharp, but now this loser's bracket run shows us exactly what these lists can accomplish and why these decks are well tagged.
That being said, Guardia is a very good competitor. I think we both respect him quite a lot. I think he's put up some great performances in Fight Night tournaments, but just overall in community tournaments since the game came out and was created. He's been at the top, and someone that I know from Gwent as well. So I've seen him competing and doing well in prep work, in tournament lineups, and just in the gameplay as well for a long time. So it's going to be a tough adversary, I think, going into it with 2 obviously very tough decks. I think regardless of matchups and matchup tables and data and science, discard aggro always can find a way to just blow your face up in 2 turns in the mid to late game.
Absolutely true. It's kind of hard to say who is favored here. Those matchups are not very well known yet, but we also have to expect that both decks on both sides are being piloted at a super high level, which is going to mean that the performance is going to be a bit different than it usually is on the ladder. Even different than it usually is on Masters tier. These are top tier competitors. But one thing I also wanted to mention, which is going to be quite interesting, is that Frey seemed to be a super fast player here, one of the speedrunners of the previous series, and he is facing against Guardia, who seems to be the most calculated and most patient and slowest player in this current tournament. Let's see these styles clash here in this losers final to see who advances to the grand finals and who gets the re-invite to the next edition of Fight Night.
It's perfect. It's like two sides of the boxing ring, and we're the 2 coaches. You can coach Guardia, tell him how to rope for 20 billion seconds, and I can coach Frey and tell him to keep playing how he's playing. I love it that he goes so fast.
It's funny because Guardia is actually one of my closest prep partners, just in case you're wondering where all this roping is coming from.
It's a contagious thing. Got it. I'll steer clear from you, Lobster. Then
we'll say it's just a German thing. Don't hate the player, hate the game, right? All right, Guardia going in with a pretty good start, having the option to develop both Akshan or Rockhopper on turn 2, but since Guardia has the attack token, plays Akshan for the additional landmark trigger, get the countdown quicker. Frey also does not have the worst of defensive starts, but missing something like a deckhand to combo off with the Make It Rain or the red card that TF can provide.
There can be an open attack next turn with the Crusty Roger, obviously no block from action, and then a Monster Harpoon, for example, with Plunder. I think that might be what you might be seeing here, and obviously with the 5 damage, there's little that Guardia can do in terms of actually just even Twin Disciples wouldn't be enough to take it out of the range.
Absolutely, but we'll have to see if Akshan is actually going to be the target of the Monster Harpoon. Usually you'd prefer to pick up something bigger. We mentioned earlier on, there are a lot of cheap ways of proccing the spell shield already in Frey's hand with Make It Rain with TF Red card, and I think you'd rather conserve the Monster Harpoon to try to get rid of something like Sivir or Ruin Runner.
Mm-hmm. And quick, just mention to the viewers, both players do have a just reduced quality stream in terms of the frames per second, and the quality hopefully won't be too bad. I think it's a card game; it's not an FPS, so I think it's not could be worse, obviously. But bear with us. Obviously, we are also suffering from the same visual impairment here.
Frey electing to go for the Make It Rain, getting rid of the Rockhopper, and putting Akshan at least into Ravenous Flock range. This is very nice for Frey because even though the Akshan is still on board, he's never going to be super impactful because Guardia is never going to go all in onto this Akshan. He's not going to invest too many buffs because there's always the threat of tanking a Ravenous Flock or a Scorched Earth. Frey deciding to use the Flock right away, preventing the landmark from advancing further and slowing down Guardia a little bit.
I mean, you can still Refuge and stay alive here, even Shapestone for the lifesteal if you want to go back to 20. Is it worth it? Is a different question.
I mean, Frey only plays one Scorched Earth. It's not going to be a keep in the mulligan. So if you're Guardia, you have to be kind of comfortable.
And there could have just been a second Make It Rain, though, as well.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you play a Shapestone.
Yeah. I mean, the Shapestone doesn't help against Make It Rain, right? The Make It Rain removes the barrier, and then Flock still hits for 4. A bit ambitious by Guardia. I'm almost surprised using the Refuge for such low value. The lifesteal can also get important earlier on because Frey's deck just continuously chips in Nexus damage as well with stuff like Zap Sprayfin, later on with Leviathan, but also early on with all of the 1-drops that we highlighted earlier on, just continuously smashing the Nexus. So Guardia going for a very low value Refuge, but I think he also main decks 3 of them.
There's a Harpoon once again enabled. Twisted Fate might finally be coming down here with the red card only onto the Akshan. No other spell shields being taken off. Obviously, I think you would have loved to see the Runer on the board as well to take that with it, but only going to be the Akshan here being threatened, not just killed just yet. There's still Shapestone, double Shapestone, and Twin Disciples in hand here.
I like defending this here, to be honest. You just saw a Flock come out, you just saw a Make It Rain come out, and you did not see a second Make It Rain on the barrier, so there's a very high likelihood that this Akshan survives if you protect it with Twin Disciplines. And okay, Scorched Earth, the one-off, that's not something you usually play around, but I do still think it's a good decision by Guardia. You at least trade a Twin Disciplines with a Scorched Earth here. And you can still elect, this is what Guardia is thinking right now, is it worth investing 1 extra card to get the Warlord's Horde onto the board? To get Akshan leveled and produce the additional value condition later on that is going to take a while to trigger, but if it triggers, you can either give all of your champions extra stats and spell shields or find more draws, find more value. So is this early investment worth it? Guardia seems to think yes, it is. Hovering the Shapestone, rope is running out. Is he gonna go for it? He does go for it.
He finally does in the end.
We will see the mini movie and we see the Warlord's Horde spawn.
Obviously, the outcome is the same, but like you mentioned, I think it could still be worth it in terms of the value generated from the landmark.
I think it's pretty smart because you are not really expecting your opponents to win before turns 8, 9, maybe 10. And therefore the likelihood of this landmark actually counting down to 0 is very high. And it is an additional win condition or a tool to find your win condition if you should whiff. Right now you have limited resources in hand.
Whispered Words is definitely great for Frey to be able to refuel because he's also, kind of running low, obviously, and maybe wants to, leveling up Twisted Fate in this matchup without Merciless Hunter in hand might be a possibility, but it's also a slow process. It's not like it was back in the day where it would level up in one turn.
But both the Whispered Words, like you mentioned, but also the Fortune Croaker are really nice for Frey. Another mana-efficient unit. Right now, Frey has the board lead and keeps on chipping damage. Guardia is soon going to have to worry about it. And if you're Guardia, you're never happy to block with your units, even if you get value trades. Because against a deck that runs Ravenous Flock and Scorched Earth, you don't want your units to be damaged. Of course, we saw the only Scorched Earth already be played, and we checked for additional flocks earlier on. So you can do it, but you're still not very happy about it.
And then Runeterra finally comes down. There isn't... I mean, there are quite a few buffs in hand, but only 4 mana to work with here if you are Guardia. Obviously, Shapestone is definitely enabled. Make a Rain is there to actually take off the Spell Shield, Plunder, and enable Monster Harpoon.
That was a huge find on Frey's side. That was such a good top deck. The mana pans out perfectly as well. The only issue is you cannot put it on the stack. You need the Plunder to resolve first to be able to remove the Ruin Runner. So you are taking some damage here. But on Guardia's side, it's also not worth investing a lot of combo tricks here. So you're not taking a lot of damage. And then you get rid of the only threat that Guardia currently has going for him.
There's also consideration just take the hit there.
Yeah, after the attack. You can even chill out, wait with a second Make It Rain, see if your opponent plays another unit, something else with a Spell Shield or something. And Guardia, like I said, I think that's pretty smart. You don't want your units to get damaged. You play around Ravenous Flock in this way. Especially the longer the game goes on, the higher the likelihood of our opponent holding additional Swain's Ravenous Flocks. That's basically as if our opponent would run 5 flocks in their deck if there's a Swain on the board. And Guardia being protective of the only effective unit he has in hand right now. But I'm not sure if it's going to help looking at Frey's hand right here.
That comes in, like you mentioned, I think you don't want to block with this Runner, but you might just have to at this point. I mean, like you said, it is kind of all in, you know? You're all in on this unit, and you have to keep it protected at all costs and make it as difficult as possible for Frey to remove it and go through as many steps as possible. And if it's a health-based thing, you have, you know, health buffs here with Shapestone and the Absolver as well. If it's a damage, you know, if it's unit damage like Scorched Earth type thing, then you can't really do anything about it if it's already damaged.
I am a bit surprised to not even see a Concussive Palm here. You are getting into dangerous territory, but of course it's open deck list. You also know that Frey is not playing any copy of Noxian Fervor. There's not that much direct damage that Frey can put out to your Nexus, so you know you still have some breathing room. You're not gonna die until you at least get one more hit through. And I'm pretty sure Guardia is gonna go all in on this next attack, or would like to go all in, but Frey finally going for the Make It Rain Plunders combo here, probably being followed up by the Monster Harpoon.
Well, he can't this turn.
Oh right, he played Swain, tapped out of mana, yeah. That actually...
But he just wants to level up, and he can still play Monster Harpoon for just full cost, I guess.
I'm honestly surprised by it, though, because now a defensive Twin Disciplines on Guardia's side is enormous.
Yeah.
But I guess if you don't play Swain, you would not have had the Swain's Ravenous Flock in the first place. So it kind of makes sense in that way as well. But now with the double... quadruple Absolver plus Shaped Stone. Guardia actually can have enough damage. So Frey can block with a 7 HP Swain, but Guardia can push out quadruple Absolver is 8, Shaped Stone is 3. He's gonna be so close. Okay, he would be one off if he goes all in on combat tricks, I think, but you can also just go for the Concussive Palm on the blocker.
You would need Nexus damage, right, to stun, but yeah, at this point it's...
Yeah, I mean, if Guardia open attacks, Swain can't stun anyway. It's only back row enemies.
True.
This is it. Guardia takes it, even though it was looking so dire just 1 or 2 turns ago.
You need more time. You needed a step to damage and then a step to kill, and you just don't have that time with the open attack. and that's it. Just right away, this is why this is the combo deck and why this combo is so scary, because you think the game is under your control. You're playing your Sway now, it leveled up, your Twisted Fate's about to level up, but all of a sudden, one Rune Runner with the right buffs is GG. And just there's such an efficient way to get so many attack buffs with Shapestone, with Twin Disciplines. It makes it very difficult to stop.
GG indeed, but keep in mind that Frey did have one opportunity to get rid of the Ruin Runner cleanly, but Frey conserved the Make It Rain, waited for the next turn, and played it alongside Swain. Basically, I'm not sure if the thought process there was to be a bit more greedy, like find more value in the Make It Rain, hit additional units, or just thinking that the Swain as a blocker and would be enough to survive for sure. But it does seem like Frey could have had it there.
I think the turn before, if he would have just not declared a blocker, and then after the attack comes in, where usually if there's going to be health buffs, there's also with attack buffs with the Absolver and Shapestone. So after that, not this last attack, the one before it, then you play Make It Rain, you play Star Harpoon. If there's a Twin Disciples to buff the health, then okay, but it's already damaged, and without a spell shield, so it's that much more vulnerable.
Yeah, but then you can still play the Swain in the next turn.
Yeah,
I guess at
exactly.
that point you didn't have the second Swain in hand. You didn't know you would get a flock. It's a bit of a tricky way either way, because like going Make It Rain into Harpoon sucks against Twin Disciplines, and it would suck at any point in time, but it is a close decision, a close consideration, and it just turned out into Guardia's favor in this specific instance.
And right away, a very, very good hand for Guardia to start things off. Has a Draven and has a Jinx. Has some good discard synergies. Has the Poro Cannons as well into the Jury Rig to make a very big board. This is actually, close to a perfect hand. No? To start things off. Urchin into Flame Chompers. Poro into Jury Rig. Double Poro. Draven on turn 3. And you're attacking. And the Vision. What else do you want?
Yeah, it's perfectly mana efficient as well, using up all your mana, even using up the axe. On turn 4, you will be able to play Jinx and level her right away. This is
literally the perfect hand.
Cracked. This is like the nuts, yeah, the perfect high road.
You can even crowd favorite next turn if things survive. We'll see what Make It Rain has to say about this, but...
Man, Frey really needs a Twisted Fate here. Red card would be so big, and then being able to Ravenous Flock. Like, if Frey finds the Twisted Fate, you get the first action. You can red card before Guardia gets to play the crowd favorite. That would be enormous.
I like this not even dragging the barrel, I think is definitely correct, and not even committing the axe until after the Make It Rain comes in, because I think you're definitely expecting an answer.
So we do see the Vision being discarded in slow motion here, but it is very evident that it is going to be the best play. This comes down a bit to the Make It Rain roulette. Frey would like to get the 1/1s damaged, or rather take them off the board, or see Draven get damaged to be able to Ravenous Flock post-combat.
I think ideally probably just the 2 Poros in Draven would be ideal.
Yeah, I do very much agree. Let's see how much aimbot training Frey did in his boot camp. The 2 Poros get hit. The Chompers get hit as well. That preserves the blocker. Overall, you have to be happy with this outcome.
Yeah. That's maybe second best outcome after hitting the Draven.
Some pretty solid aiming there by Frey. And still, that kind of negates the threat of the crowd favorite, but the Jinx is gonna be an issue. I like this pass a lot by Frey, basically representing, like, okay, if you play Jinx now, I'll probably be able to take care of her with 4+1 mana. And let's see what Guardia does in response here. End round it is.
This TF can be very good against crowd favorite if it was a big board, or even just against a very wide board, but neither is the case right now. Can still obviously just stun the Jinx or the Draven and finish it off with Ravenous Flock, or both.
Yeah, the TF is great either way, because it's going to damage whatever Guardia plays, and you have double flock in hand.
Yeah.
Guardia has to be super careful here. It's a bit of an awkward spot. Yo, red card is going to be so good. Even now it's already super good. Of course, going for the red card right now means Jinx, at least temporarily, is a big threat. But you also...
You couldn't risk it, I think, waiting.
Yeah.
And it would have been so obvious, you know, if you wait there and you don't play anything.
Absolutely. And also, you would just continuously, like if Guardia has the board lead and you just keep on passing, you're gonna get chipped down over the course of a lot of turns if both of you just keep burning a lot of mana. So at some point you have to take care of the board and take the tempo out of Guardia's aggression, basically, and that was a great opportunity to do so. And right now the board is looking kind of even. It's just the Jinx that can potentially snowball if you don't find a way of dealing with her soon.
Swain coming down, putting his, not his fist, but something on the map, and we'll see now if this is enough pressure for Jinx to have to be worried about dealing with this. You don't really, I mean, you can get excited into Flame Chomper. Well, yeah, you can't even do that because you need a fearsome blocker, so this is a tricky matchup for discard aggro for sure at this point in the game. And you still have the Crusty Crawler to get some extra threat on the board, and then anything that blocks is going to get killed by Scorched Earth or by Ravenous Flock.
Yeah, Guardia kind of needs to get a draw cycle going. Like we mentioned in the preview of this matchup, although Guardia had an absolutely nuts start, the key cards being Make It Rain and the red card just taking out all of this early steam from the discard deck, and it is now starting to run low on resources. No Augmented Experimenter in hand. You have to hope for this Jinx to level and to stay on the board over multiple turns. But Frey is now, because of the very effective removal he had, is now going to be putting out a lot of pressure himself due to the leveled Swain, representing so much threat on every attack. Swain's not swinging here.
That is surprising. Especially considering that Swain would be out of Get Excited range if it does trade into the crowd favorite, so...
Yeah, I gotta admit I don't quite understand it. Are you really playing around Vision plus something? But either way, no matter what, even if Frey goes for a controlled approach, he should be very happy with the situation he's currently in.
There's a Jinx level up that can obviously become a problem. Jinx undamaged, that's the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway here. Did not have to block, is not damaged, and you cannot kill her now with either the Ravenous Flock or the Scorched Earth. We need, or Frey needs some kind of damage to put this Jinx in a vulnerable state once again.
These are some good draws. You can take the open attack. You can... This is why not swinging with Swain is, I don't know, like debatable. Like Guardia can now decide to pull the Swain aside and chip in at least 2 additional overwhelm damage with a crowd favorite, which matters a lot if you are trying to race down a deck that does not run healing. Guardia contemplating exactly this line. There are multiple ways of doing this. You could also get excited the blocker off of the crowd favorite to keep it on the board as an you will still need to find some additional damage before being able to close out the game here. If both units get blocked, you push 2. Frey's at 9. Get excited plus rocket is 7. So you either need Jinx to survive longer and get more rockets, or you need to win on the next attack, push more damage in.
And to double with rewards in hand, whether or not obviously discounted is maybe a problem, but Twisted Fate might be somewhat close to leveling.
Harpoon!
Harpoon is a pretty big deal.
The one-off Harpoon, and Guardia can now decide. It's Jinx's Get Excited, right? You can play Jinx, you can play Draven, but you can then not play the Rocket. The upside is you get the draw cycle. The other option, set your opponent to 2, but don't have any cards in hand. And I don't think that's a look you'd like if you're a Guardia.
And Twisted Fate, with the next draw, next turn, and if the second Wish Reward is played, I'm not sure how far away he would be, but that could potentially...
4 out of 9, we see it right here. Guardia hovering at just the right moment.
He'd be 2 away if Wish Reward was played next turn as well. Twisted Fate is not what it used to be.
No, not anymore, but nonetheless, Level Twisted Fate is kind of a death sentence to a discard deck. Discard deck usually only really wins through going wide and having a red card clear your board every game and being able to stun your crowd favorites and your Jinxes and so on is huge. Guardia finds an Augmented Experimenter. Does not have a way of getting a burst speed rocket though. Sentry Flock is gonna not take care of Jinx, but of Draven instead? Oh, he probably... wait. Is the idea to force Jinx to block the Swain here? I'm not entirely sure about this. This gives Guardia a very good line of putting Jinx in front of Swain, axing her, and playing the Whirling Death. That would generate an X and have Jinx survive if Frey does go for the attack right now.
Could have been just a misclick.
Maybe.
Is it possible?
It can happen if players play super fast. I mean, we saw something like that with Salty Simon earlier on. But Guardia electing to go for a different line, getting rid of the Twisted Fate before he levels up and basically becomes the Reaper that people... The guy he once used to be, right? The dude that when he flips just takes over a game completely.
Even without the axe, I guess, you need it for the Whirling Death. Or if you would have rocketed before. But the rocket disappeared with Experimenter, of course.
Oh, Guardia though. Discarding the rocket with the Augmented Experimenter. So since the Augmented was the last card in hand, as soon as he leaves the hand, rocket gets created. And then afterwards, the Experimenter passive resolves.
It's like an alternate state of being. You're not quite in reality in it. It's like a phase, you know? The rocket never existed, Lobster. I'm sorry to tell you.
More or less never existed. I mean, say that to Jinx, though. I'm pretty sure she's going to say it existed because you cannot generate another rocket this round, which is pretty darn big. Otherwise, you could play the Poro Cannon on the crowd favorite right now, play one Poro and play the Hurricane. Well, okay, you wouldn't have mana to play the rocket anyway. I guess it was never meant to be. But if you just would have not axed this round, you would have gotten a rocket and be able to play it.
Three more damage coming through here.
I mean, Guardia is fine with it. I'm surprised he thought about blocking with Jinx. There's absolutely no way that you can block with Jinx here. Playing the Poros is nice as well. Question is exactly, do you discard Zonite or crowd favorite? Right now, it's still like you're getting one rocket almost guaranteed. But you also need to find 5 more damage somehow.
And this Twisted Fate next
Twisted
turn.
Fate.
Yeah. Red card and just the Jinx. The Jinx is 100% killed. You even have Scorched Earth for the crowd favorite possibly.
This is so good for Frey. Yeah, red cards, Ravenous Flock, Scorched Earth. That's probably going to seal the deal.
And you can generate the axe or the rocket before because you have to play a Flame Chomper from hand.
Oh, you can though, because you play Chomper into crowd favorite. It takes 2 actions for Frey to remove the whole board, right?
Yeah, true.
But this red card, we highlighted it in the beginning. Red
cards
about
everything, Lobster. We gave the whole preview and everything is happening exactly as we stated. This is, a big cleanup here. The rocket can come in, of course, but still 9 health is very healthy for Frey. And you're going to remove basically everything else with the Scorched Earth. And only the Draven, but you have chump blockers.
The value on this red card, I can't get over it. That literally single-handedly flipped the whole game around. And Guardia is gonna make some desperation attempts here at salvaging the game, but like at 5 HP, if you're Frey, you're super happy. Guardia's only gonna draw 1 card. Besides the Scorched Earth, the Draven, it makes sense because you're representing lethal on open attack. You don't have to open attack though. You can just Death's Hand the...
I guess he wants a Death's Hand to have the stun possibility the next turn as well.
But it's guaranteed lethal on open attack, isn't it? You at least get 8 damage in through the board and you have Death's Hand in hand. And there's no remove. Well, I guess Jury Rig would be an out.
Yeah, but the difference from Scorcher, I think that's hand keeping it for this turn is that you have a chance to have a stun proc with the Nexus, because other than that, it's the same thing. They would have both killed Draven last turn, but that's going to be it for this game 2. Frey is able to tie the series in the losers bracket final, win the game 2, and we're going to go on to game 3, where he is going to have to bring his Viego list.
Viego against discard aggro it will be, and I gotta admit I am not familiar with that matchup at all. On paper, Frey has Vilefees, great anti-aggro card, and Darkwater Scourge / Deathmark is great anti-aggro, but no real AoE removal. And that's where Guardia might shine if he gets another one, like another opening like in this game, basically. Another explosive start. Frey just going in for the big swing, even the level up Swain hitting the Nexus, doing what we so rarely see him do, getting that Nexus strike effect, dealing 3 damage to everything on your opponent's side. GG. Some key mistakes on Guardia's side, I feel like, but I'm not sure if it would have been enough either way. The Make It Rain, the first one, just coming in super clutch, mostly hitting the right targets, and the Twisted Fates being drawn at the exactly right time to take control over this game and shut down all of the aggression on Guardia's side.
Yeah, overall from both sides, I think it was maybe not, didn't seem like that clean of a game. There can, of course, be reasons in terms of what the cards, obviously we have full information. It's very easy to form an opinion on what's right, what's wrong from our perspective, but maybe from their perspective, there was other lines that they were thinking about to make the certain decisions they made. But overall, the feeling was that, there was not as clean as other games we've seen today. But game 3, both players will have to bring the cleanest game they can bring, because this is the decider of not just making it to the grand finals and trying to fight sharp for the tournament win, but also re-qualifying for next week's fight night. So a lot on the line in this final match between these two players, and Frey has a count on Viego Ionia to do it, whereas Guardia has discard aggro, which is something that, a deck that we've seen win many series and many, deciding matches across the entirety of Runeterra's history. So I think he must be pretty comfortable on discard aggro. I think he's played very well up until today.
Right away, we see double Vilefees in the opening hand of Frey. And Guardia also has a fairly explosive start, and exactly what Frey's deck is lacking. Guardia can swarm like crazy here, can generate 4 Poros while discarding Jury Rig and Flame Chompers. It's going to be very easy to get 6 units on the board. So all that Guardia needs to be looking for is... I was just going to say it!
You don't even have to say it. This is how the caster curses now. You just have to think about it, and it occurs. It happens. It just creates itself in hand out of nowhere.
Wow.
Crowd favorite comes in, and Guardia has had... last game, the explosive start didn't translate to a win, but it was still, a pretty crazy high roll synergistic hand. And once again in this game 3, we're seeing it yet again.
Might be another one of those. Vilefees can take out a significant portion of aggression here. Guardia going for the House Spider over double Poro plus Jury Rig. No, Jury Rig gets played anyway. It does make sense. It puts 1 more damage onto the board. It keeps you a bit more flexible. I'm almost a bit surprised we didn't see a Vilefeast on the Poro right away, because then you don't only kill a unit, but you can also block an additional unit and keep Guardia's board size in check. You go.
I think he wants a Darkwater Scourge this next turn, but it's kind of reliant on the opponent. You can't just pass here, obviously.
Yeah, that's why maybe Frey's just thinking, okay, these spiders are gonna get bigger blocks later on if they block something like Draven or Jinx, but this is gonna get punished pretty badly by the crowd favorite coming in soon. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, Frey has a sick hand. The double Vilefees start, keeping the Deathmark, I think, and finding the Darkwater Scourge in addition.
This is why you maybe feel fine about it, because, 0 mana, you're going to take a lot of damage this turn. Yes, that's correct. But you can plan around this so that you can obviously keep the Darkwater Scourge on the board, eliminate the crowd favorite altogether, and heal back a lot of the damage you're taking here, and then heal back again next turn, and potentially, the turns after that as well.
Guardia pulling the Scourge to the very left for some overheal action. The crowd favorite is at least gonna make a statement by pushing 7 damage in, but then gonna fall to his ephemeral keyword that is gonna be transferred very soon. And the Scourge is gonna be a huge issue because it's just gonna be a menace on the board. On Guardia's side though, we see an unconventional way of dealing with this. If Draven survives, later on the Draven's Whirling Death in the middle of combat can shut down future lifesteal gains. The only question is, do you actually pull it off because of the threat of Nopifies, Denies, Spirits, Refuges, and so on Frey's side, and also Twin Disciplines for defensive purposes. Concussive Palm as well, I should mention.
You can also just double axe Whirling Death here. I'm not sure if that's the play, but it's an option. Is it open to counterplay? Yes, it is.
I mean,
but
if
do you want to take that risk?
If
Probably
Guardia
not.
goes for it? This is also fairly smart though. This is like risk management. Blocking with a spider kind of it means, okay, I'll let you heal a little bit, but I'll put your Scourge in an uncomfortable situation where I can just play Whirling Death and have it die without having to invest other resources. Or I can draw a Get Excited and get rid of it without having to invest extra resources. Not sure if any of the two is what Guardia goes for, because it also means you lose an attacker. Not an easy decision at all. Guardia's in a bit of a pickle here.
But heals 5 HP and is now at a much healthier 12 HP, which is something, at 7 HP, it's pretty scary. But once again, Baboon Baboon, Flame Chomper, the chance to drag this lifesteal unit out of the way. If you can push enough damage at the start of that combat train, it might just not matter in the end.
You kind of need a vision here.
Yeah.
Even then, I'm not sure if it's enough. There's multiple blockers, and we know there's another Vile Feast on Frey's hand. Another Flame Chomperess doesn't really help with the current situation at all. I think Guardia might have to go for the Whirling Death, but we know that Frey, the hesitancy, not going for it last round, gave Frey another draw, and that resulted in drawing the Twin Disciplines, which means the Scourge is gonna survive no matter what.
Even Spirit Leech the 0-1 to try and find even more answers, and you still have 5 mana to work with, so a lot of options here for Frey. And this is similar to the Darkwater Scourge against Zeralia. It just feels like if you don't have, or maybe like it's Radiant Guardians is kind of similar as well, where it's just this huge lifesteal unit that once it's dropped in the mid game, if you don't have an answer right away, it feels like you can't do anything about it.
That's true, and Azir at least has a couple of options in Homecoming and Defiant Dance, but the discard aggro deck really doesn't have much. Get Excited plus Augmented, or this Whirling Death, but it's so interactable. There are so many potential answers to this, and Frey currently does have one in hand.
I think it's what's being considered here. I think there might be an Axe on Draven and a possible Whirling Death. The Glimpse Beyond here obviously stopping the potential level up if Whirling Death would come in with 1 axe, but with 2 axes it'll level up anyway if Twin Discipline wasn't in hand, but it is, so.
Yeah, I mean the Draven level up is the only thing that's Guardia has going on for himself right now. The biggest issue is going to be stopping this behemoth of a Darkwater Scourge just single-handedly keeping Frey in this game. I mean, I guess supported by Vile Feast and so on, but this is the true carry of this game. Finding the early combo. I personally thought it was a bit greedy to what looked like a Deathmark Keep in the opening hand, but being rewarded big time by finding the Scourge here.
Notify now as well, Spirit's Refuge to add even more lifesteal. So just a lot of different options, and we saw this deck before against Zeralia where it had different answers for all kinds of different problems, and now even more so. The further this game goes along, discard aggro, unless an experimenter is found, is going to continue, finding less and less fuel in hand to try and do something, and quite the opposite for Frey's deck.
Exactly. I'm a bit surprised Guardia didn't go for it. You have to get rid of that thing at some point, right? I guess Guardia is playing to the win condition of, okay, later on I'll have a big enough board to deal 20 damage in one swing and just pull that thing to the very right. Or to the left and let it overheal with the chompers. But yeah, right now the Whirling Death is just sitting in hand and not really doing anything. And the turns progress, there's more and more mana available for Frey to play their big, expensive cards with huge impact. Guardia might be playing this game a bit too passively.
Draven finally dying here. Nothing can, nothing can. Whirling Death is going to be the option, but of course, I mean, now there's so many answers. Before it was nothing, but obviously the more Frey has drawn, the more answers that are currently there. Now Noblify is the cleanest one, obviously, but yeah, there's so many, Spirit's Refuge, really every card, every spell in hand pretty much does something to help this combat go in favor of Frey and the Darkwater Scourge.
And even the Augmented Experimenter is not going to be close to enough to get rid of it. Frey can just keep this thing alive and healthy for what seems to be ages. And will just continue to develop blockers of his own. And at some point, Guardia is just not going to get any damage in anymore.
I don't think the axe on the Poro is going to make much of a difference at this point.
Yeah.
When you're healing for 5 every turn.
It's clean play though, because you're planning to play Augmented Experimenter anyway. Instead of wasting the resource, you get 1 additional damage. Guardia, of course, always playing to the outs, basically playing for that 1 or 2% to come back in this game. It's just super unlikely.
And I had the Viego as well for the lifesteal, so double Jinx draws there for Guardia is something. Is a way to try and come back to the game, but at this point with Viego coming down now as well, and with definitely the Spirit's Refuges again, also as a way to lifesteal.
Yeah, Jinx into Rummage is a play. it does represent something, but us knowing how scary and how good Frey's hand looks here, it's just dire.
Is good because if you want to block the Viego with the 3/3, then you can't kill the lifesteal unit, which is definitely, I think, a good fork to put Guardia into.
And it's just a fork in general by like, do I want to play around Atrocity? How much of this board do I want to block? Because every block I take means I have less aggressive power on the board. Guardia deciding to split it up, put the Darkwater Scourge to 1 HP so that it dies to a rocket, ideally, just kind of hoping that Frey doesn't have any more defensive answers, while at the same time damaging Viego and maybe being able to get rid of him in the near future. Right now, I guess Jinx plus Get Excited plus Rocket at least represents getting rid of Viego, and we already saw the 1 Noblify be played.
Of course, the moment that Jinx comes down, we could just see a death mark coming in immediately, and obviously they're Draven Jinx is not a deck known for its spell-based interaction, so it doesn't really have much. Well, I guess, yeah, they get excited.
I'm a bit surprised by the super early death mark. Wouldn't you want to wait for Guardia to discard the hand first, to run out of resources, to go all in on the rocket and then guarantee the Jinx kill? Because right now, if the Jinx dies, Guardia now knows, okay, I can just keep the second one in my hand. Of course, you at least have an answer for the Get Excited. That's probably what Guardia is thinking about. But Guardia also knows there's still Deny, there's still Twin Disciplines, there's still Spirit's Refuge to shut down the Get Excited on Jinx.
And that would essentially just waste both your Jinxes, let's say, if you go all in on that line of play.
Absolutely. The upside would be you at least finally get rid of the Scourge. The downside is you don't have anything going for you. You don't have anything left.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just take it here and just replay the next one. Or a crowd favor instead. Yeah, I guess it makes more sense in this exact turn and then play Jinx the next one. That being said, I mean, things are getting pretty out of control on Frey's side of the board. This control deck has gotten into kind of its control win condition, and
Viego is also starting to grow outside of removal range at all.
Another death mark now as well. And you have a Spirit's Refuge to just heal. I mean, you're already at 20 HP, but you can heal even more if you want to.
Oh man, the third death mark, being able to just get rid of all of the carries on Guardia's side. And also we will see a Viego flip at some point in the near future, something we don't see too often, but especially if Guardia goes for the rocket, being able to take the 5 attack unit in Darkwater Scourge off of the board. The Ephemera is going to die pretty soon. And then, well, Viego is going to do his thing. He's going to yoink some crowd favors. He might murder Jinxes out of no reason and just let the Ruination take control of the board of the whole game.
I think it's a control a long time ago. The moment that that came down, the Scourge came down with a death mark, I think that was it for this discard aggro list. Yeah, it just, like I said, the feeling of playing against it was the same as Azir versus Radiant Guardian decks in that meta, where there were some decks that were very heavily attacking against Azir, and it was similar. It just felt, as you could recall, and you have a bit more interaction with Azir, but discard aggro is so linear and so kind of just that singular focus where it doesn't have any spell-based interaction other than get excited, which makes it quite difficult to play around certain things and certain combinations. Yeah, it's gonna be a surrender there, and that will be the final game, going to Frey. And Lobster, your German representative, has now been knocked out, and we will be having a fully Spanish grand final. Not surprised. Spain is such a great country in Runeterra that, it had to happen someday. I think maybe it's happened before, possibly, but not very often.
Yeah, we have to admit, especially in this tournament, it's just stacked with great Spanish players. Another shout out here to Sergi dos Vamos, who did not make it super far, unfortunately, but would also have been a contender to make it to these grand finals. And we do see Frey and Sharp with two very different approaches reaching the grand finals. Sharp going for more of a meta approach and just piloting it very well and drawing the right cards at the right time. And Frey kind of trying to counter the meta, I believe, countering at least the more aggressive parts of the meta, and it's paying off big time. I still don't know what happened in the first series. Might have been unfortunate, but what a loser's bracket run. If I recall correctly, Frey dropped in round 1 and made the whole loser's bracket run back to the grand finals.
He did. So even more impressive. That being said, just with his lineup as well, I think the fact that he went against the current and brought two decks that are not the craziest decks we've ever seen, but definitely decks that are breath of fresh air in this tournament. So very happy to see him making to the finals as well, and the fact he's Spanish is also of course a bonus. But we will be coming back with that Spanish Civil War grand final after this very short break. Stay tuned, we'll be back in 5 minutes for the grand final of the tournament. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are right in time for the Grand Finals, and for me, a very special Grand Finals because we have two Spanish players who have made it all the way, Frey and Sharp, but through very, very, very different paths. If we look at the bracket here, Sharp, a 2-1 against Frey in the very first round of this tournament, and then Frey climbed all the way back up and has found the rematch in this grand final. So he's already lost Sharp once. It was a close series though, 2-1, so it wasn't a blowout by any means, but Sharp had, I think, an easier path, defeating Frey there, then Salty Simon 2-0, and then Guardia 2-1 in the winner's final. Do you feel, Lobster, having already lost to the player that you have to beat in 2 series in a row coming from the loser's bracket is kind of a mental barrier you have to get through first?
Not necessarily, but it depends on how the games went. If you got outplayed completely, if you got dumpstered and showed off, then yes, probably. But maybe it was just an unfortunate run of cards. Maybe you didn't find your Dark Water Scourge into Deathmark combos that time. And in that case, it's just like a GG go next. We all know that from ladder. It's often the same mentality in a tournament. Some games you just cannot win. And if that was the case, then there should not be a mental barrier. And Frey, I think after seeing him tear up this losers bracket, should be slightly favored in this series and has good odds of getting the grand finals reset in my eyes.
And he's lost to Sharp in the round 1, but he just beat Guardia and Sharp have pretty much identical lineups, the same archetypes, same decks, just obviously some different cards. So the data is there kind of for both points. Obviously, it's a very small sample size, so we don't know for sure, but we'll find out obviously very soon going to this match. But biggest thing is the fact that he's coming from the loser's bracket and he has to win 2 best of 3s in a row, not just 1. So it's definitely an uphill battle for Frey coming from the loser's bracket. Look at this list. This is going to be Sharp's Action Silver list, the one with Ren Shadowblade, of course, we mentioned at the very start of the stream. It's an idea that I think makes more and more sense as we saw it on paper and in game as well. It just seems to work very well in this deck as it's kind of a flex slot. Those 2 copies of Ren Shadowblade that got added.
And yeah, we talked about this deck quite a bit already. Just 1 Concussive Palm, 1 Deny, but a bit heavier on the combo pieces and also on the Inspiring Mentor, which might be nice against the decks that Sharp is facing here. Just some additional early pressure because you want to outrace both of these control decks in time, and getting that early chip damage was very important. We saw it earlier on. We saw how much the people played around not getting that chip damage when facing a Severe Action deck. And yeah, just the early 1-drop hit can be quite significant in getting its earlier combo finish.
Let's check out the second list for Sharp. Is going to be Draven Jinx. So again, same exact lineup as Guardia that we just saw Frey defeating in the loser's final, but obviously some different cards. In this case, 3 Boom Baboons are featured in this list, which is a card that I think is still quite divisive between discard aggro players. Is it good? Is it not so good? I talked about at the start of the stream. This is an archetype that's been so optimized that it's really harder or even just unappealing to start, messing with things. It's been working so well for so long. Let's not touch it unless something is so obviously fantastic you have to add it. But with Boom Baboon, I think it's hard to see how it fits in terms of not just the value, but how it flows with the deck. And Agile Draven is a similar story, I think.
Boom Baboon. We saw some people basically testing this card, others opting for the Legion Rearguard, the 1-mana 3/2, just a super well-statted unit in any aggro deck. We will see what the community perceives to be the better one in the next upcoming weeks. Maybe Boom Baboon is going to stay the staple. Just a very effective blocker, providing a lot of flexibility, a lot of value, a lot of playmaking potential. Definitely one of the better cards that we got with the most recent expansion.
We'll be going to the games very soon. But again, quickly to mention that this is going to be the first best of 3. If Sharp wins it, 2-0, 2-1, he's our champion. We'll have an interview with him. But for Frey to win this tournament, he has to, as always, get the bracket reset. So win the first best of 3 and then win the second one as well. So some people might be a bit confused. Some viewers are not used to this tournament format that, he wins and then he just doesn't win the tournament. That's how it works because it's a disadvantage of having already lost once, whereas Sharp is not. Sharp is currently in series wins, flawless in this tournament.
And double elimination is the name of the game here. You need to be eliminated twice to be completely out of the tournament. Basically, you have 2 lives. Frey already lost 1 life to Sharp in the very first round of this tournament, but Sharp still has the privilege of having both lives intact. And we jump into the game and we're already on turn 3. Sharp having found the Akshan, but Frey also with the consistent early curve finding the 1-drop Jagged Butcher into 2-drop Fortune Croaker. Sharp curving out into the Merciless Hunter though. So far, good start on both sides. Sharp also having the perfect curve with Sivir and Ruin Runner in hand, plus mana for an enabled Shaped Stone.
Good start for both players. Frey, obviously a very aggressive start. The stun here obviously not going to go through, but taking off the spell shield at least, making it vulnerable to potential Ravenous Flock in the future. Not right now though, of course, because Sivir with quick attack will not be taking any damage from its blocker in this case.
And Sharp also happy to trade in the Merciless Hunter to either progress Sivir's level up or could elect to play Shaped Stone to keep Merciless Hunter alive. It's probably not a good idea against the Swain Twisted Fate deck with Make It Rains, with red cards, with Ravenous Flock, Scorched Earth. Therefore, rather conserving the combo tricks to keep a more solid unit alive to carry you through the game later on.
And as always, the name of the game is forcing Sivir to block at some point in her goddamn life. But it might not be at this point now. If she does block, even if it is a value block and she does not die, she will be vulnerable to a Ravenous Flock that we are seeing in hand there. So how much damage can you take while still feeling comfortable if you're Sharp?
The thing is, count out how much damage you can put out next freaking turn. The Ruin Runner with double Twin Disciplines and the Shaped Stone, you can grow it up to 15 if you elect to keep all of these resources. Sharp going for not so full Sandy play, instead going for the Akshan block, like enabling Ravenous Flock to remove him right now, but getting the landmark into range where you can play one more spell and do the same thing that Guardia did last game in this exact same matchup, where you get the Warlord's Horde before Akshan faces death. But Sharp seems to not be in the same mood as Guardia was earlier on. Instead, saying, I don't need the Warlord's Sword. This game is way more fast-paced. This is not going to come down to value. And instead, just letting Akshan die, preserving the Shaped Stone for a big hit later on.
There's a Ren that was top deck as well. We see the Death's Hand and the Ravenous Flock. It's a 2-card combo with 2 different actions, but it can take down the Sivir before she gets out of hand. Of course, there's going to be the Twin Disciples that can do something to stop that, of course, with the extra health. Actually, it wouldn't matter. Well, with the Shapestone, it would. You have to play both the Shapestone and the Twin Disciplines.
And I mean, you can. It's worth a consideration, but it is also a huge investment. I can't help but wonder if you maybe should have gone for the full send all-in approach. I mean, you have the spell shield on the Ruin Runner, but either way, I think you're in a very fine situation here, going for a more paced, for a more conservative win over the next 2 attacks instead of going all in on that 1 attack.
You're worried about Scorched Earth here. Obviously, we're seeing the hand for Frey. It's quite awkward with 2 Leviathans and the Whispered Words, but you're thinking that there might be a Scorched Earth backup if you go all in on the buffs to save Sivir with 5 HP, so you can go for it, and that obviously plays very much in Frey's favor.
And not only Scorched Earth, I mean also an additional Make It Rain is devastating in the middle of attack, and post-combat you can also easily take care of her in numerous ways. Now Sharp has the problem of the Ruin Runner being damaged as well, and like we mentioned, the Spell Shield being very squishy in this specific matchup, and the high mana turns are coming in. Frey is gonna have their proactive win conditions online very soon in the form of some giant boats just shooting down your Nexus over a couple of turns. The TF attack is also free. I don't think Sharp is going to want to take this block, but you have to consider it. 5 HP is not something where you're comfortable at. Sharp, however, realizing, okay, I can't go down low on HP, there's no Noxian Fervor. I at least get 1 more attack and better make this 1 attack count.
A lot of buffs here to work with. You have Shapestone, you have a total of +9 attack in hand. But of course, this Rune Runner without Spell Shield is very, very vulnerable to the exact card that is in hand there for Frey, the Scorched Earth. It is a one-of copy, but it has been found thanks to the Whispered Words, and now you have the Ravenous Flock as well. So you have 2 different cards that can do it.
Yeah, this is pretty smart by Frey here. By Sharp here. Oh, not going for the Concussive Palm pre-combat though. I'm a bit surprised. It seems like Sharp wanted to go for the more measured approach, play around Scorched Earth and Ravenous Flock, and now after we see Zap Sprayfin pull one of those cards, I'm very confused, to be honest. Like, I'm confused to not see the Concussive Palm be dropped pre-combat.
Okay, don't make the same mistake as Simon. You have to use the Shapestone as well here to get it to 5. And now, yeah, just going all in, and this is going to be obviously Scorched Earth, the one-of copy, coming in to shut this down entirely.
I mean, the upside is you now have the Concussive Palm to maybe survive the next attack, depending on whether or not Frey swings with the Leviathan. But even then, you block with Sevier, you palm the 2/2, and it only shoots you down to 1 health, so you get another chance of taking the game. But I can't help but feel like Sharp did a couple of strategic mistakes here. If you would have played the Palm pre-combat, it would have made so much more sense. Like, you sacrifice one of the Shaped Stones, you can't have mana for it anymore, but you put out so many more threats, so much more additional potential pressure.
Finds the Death's Hand and finds the Harpoon.
Wait, I didn't see that the Zap block. That actually changes the situation significantly. Now that the Palm can hit the Leviathan, the open attack is super scary all of a sudden. The Sevier is already leveled. She has spell.
Yeah, she's gonna. That's. I mean, there's nothing you can do here.
Spell Shield plus double attack plus barrier plus lifesteal for your whole board.
All the keywords.
Yeah, and Frey is literally 1 damage of lethal. Every card game player's nightmare. Yeah, with the barrier, there's nothing you can do. Like, Death's Hand plus Monster Harpoon would be able to take down most threats in this game, but not units that have Spell Shield plus barrier plus additional health, like 4 health, 3 health, 2 health. It's just not enough.
You're taking the barrier off. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Right, Sevier dies on the second hit. Sevier was mispositioned. She needed to go to the right.
Yeah.
She needed to go to the right. That was actually a huge blunder. I didn't even notice it.
And that's when I thought it was completely over. But yeah, you're right. The sequencing there does matter a lot. And this is suddenly, I mean, 15 health again for Sharp. So things are not, he's not at 2 HP anymore. But the game has once again reopened.
It has, but Frey is at 3 HP and Sharp just top decked a Ghost, which is the best tool you can possibly have right now to push that additional damage. And let's see what Frey top decks here. It's a Dreadway deckhand. It's not gonna do it. If Sharp finds the right lines of play here, and it seems like he is, What's
the right line of play? Just put Ghost on any of the 3 units you have and attack. Thank you, Lobster, for that.
There you go. And it looks like Sharp is gonna steal this game away.
Oh, wait a minute.
I mean, you can develop the Ruin Runner. If it gets hit by a Sentry, it doesn't matter since it has Spell Shield. If it gets hit by a gold card, it doesn't matter. It's the same outcome. But you have to swing in right now.
Yeah, you can, obviously, yeah. This is... And this is just the bigger guarantee, I suppose.
Oh, the early Shen! The BM! It's coming in!
So, never punished for the ordering there, and Sharp takes game 1 of this series. It's match point now. He's 1 win away from winning the entire thing. Not the cleanest ending there. Could have done things a little bit cleaner. Maybe just wanted to let the viewers, see quick attack units attacking, with spell shields once again, another turn after that. But it worked out. He played another rune run, another champion with elusive, and got the win that way. It was close, but I think the clunky hand from Frey in the mid to late game, turns 5, 6, and 7, where he didn't have that many great options with the double Leviathan, for example, was definitely an issue. And again, against spell shield, it's quite difficult to. You have to have. Not that you have the mana of the card, but the actions in a row to be able to first damage and then have it be vulnerable to damage effects, and it's you don't have the time to do that.
Absolutely, and sometimes you need a plunder trigger in between for your harpoon, sometimes you need a Swain stun where you need units to be on the back line. But one thing I want to highlight here is, I'm not sure if you were watching the player cam at the very end of the round, but it seemed like Sharp realized that he made a couple of mistakes. He did not seem very happy. He started to shake his head and facepalm, and we talked about the mental game earlier on, especially in regards to the Salty Simon series. Maybe this is going to be a factor coming into this one as well, especially right now when Sharp is playing a rather unfavored matchup, Frey already having the Make It Rain in hand, and maybe also looking to find another Twisted Fate red card in the near future.
I would say it's a nuts opening, but yeah, Make It Rain hitting, okay, only 2 units, but yeah, both, or 2 elusive at least, is definitely good. And making the crowd favorite obviously much less appealing, or much less of a crazy play in the next few turns.
Yeah, that does shut down Sharp's hand entirely. It's, oh, okay, never mind. House Spider into 1 Poro into crowd favorite is still scary, and Frey still needs a way of dealing with these bigger units.
Well,
Sentry, there you go.
You want it, you got it. There's the stun coming in with the 2-for-1, with the blocker for the 2-2 spider as well, or the 1-1 spider in this case.
Both players with some impressive draws here, chaining him up. Sharp is low on value, but the crowd favorite remains a threat on the board until Frey fights something like a Harpoon or a Ravenous Flock.
There's a Swain coming down, which can't really attack, obviously. Would just be blocked by the crowd favorite and killed in the process. But I think it's just Swain or Frey being mana efficient at this point. And this is a setup now. Get excited onto the Swain. Could be setting it up with Experimenter. Although if there's a chance for it to level up in that process, it might be a problem, because it would obviously survive on 1 HP. I think Swain is still pretty far away, though.
Sharp deciding to not go for it. I'm a bit surprised. I think you're always playing Experimenter this turn. You could have played Get Excited last turn and then Experimenter on Swain. Take away the high HP blocker and push additional damage with your crowd favorite, but Frey finding the Ravenous Flock exactly in time. Most likely Frey is going to get an action here and going to be able to play Death Sand first and then Flock the crowd favorite off of the board mid-combat.
And this is what we were talking about, the fact that you need the time for the black action. With open attack, that really punishes the kind of all the damage cards. And in this case, yeah, the open attack would actually be more punishing because you can't take it down in 1 single hit. Even with Plunder, with Make It Rain, it's similar to Monster Harpoon, getting the discount for it. It's a 2-action combo, so heads up play here from Sharp, just trying to get the value from this crowd favorite while he can, pushing through damage, and Frey already at 8 HP.
The open attack does make a lot of sense here, yeah. Playing around Twisted Fate Gold card, playing around Arachnoid Sentry, playing around Damage Trigger plus Flock or Scorched Earth. And Sharp... Oh, that's probably the reason why he didn't go for the Get Excited on Swain, just electing to go full send instead. Keeping the Swain on the board, we will see later on if that is going to get punished or not, because Swain is one of the most effective tools to put a clock onto Sharp. If the Swain was not on the board, you're chilling. Like, it's going to take Frey forever to close out the game, but with the leveled Swain on board and the hand that Frey has, he can set up an open attack, like especially if he gets rid of fearsome blockers. The Swain connects. It does not only deal with yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I think there will be quite a few fearsome blockers here with the Boom Bap Boom coming in and the chance for a second crowd favorite.
But Make It Rain on Frey's side as well. So it depends a bit on how these players sequence it. Okay, Make It Rain comes out. That takes care of the crowd favorite. Maybe Frey is going to go for a Flock on the Augmented Experimenter. I'm not sure if it's worth it though, because of course, yeah, the Swain hit is nice, but you would still only be setting your opponent to like 4 HP. And that is significantly different than killing your opponent, because you still have to worry about not dying on the next attack. And I think Frey is winning.
He can do it. He can do it now, though. He flocked, and boom, boom is played. You just death sand, and there's no fearsome blocker anymore.
Right.
I guess, and you can't crowd favorite.
True. Out of mana for crowd favorite.
This is a big deal.
That's a good spot, Panda. And that means you set your opponent down very low on HP while also getting rid of the spiders and basically negating any crowd favorite or any swarm effect payoffs that Sharp might draw in the future.
And it's turn 8 next turn, so you have Leviathan, and it's just stun city for the rest of it.
Yeah. The Frey electing to go all in here, or rather expend all of the removal for offensive purposes. I don't know if it was necessary, because it very much looks like Frey wins on the next attack regardless, even if he would have taken a more passive approach and would have kept all reactive objects open against something like a top deck Jinx. But I think either way you spin it, Frey is so far ahead here that nothing that Sharp does is gonna make a big difference. Not quite the top deck you want to well, rather not quite the hand state you want to see. You find the Jinx, but there's no way of flipping her. Both players come in with the GG emotes. Swain stuns the whole board. This open attack takes me back to Bilgewater days. Massive overkill on the Nexus, and Frey equalizes the grand final series at 1 apiece.
And this is Frey's first step towards trying to win this bracket reset series and then win the entirety of the tournament. But he's still a match point right now. If Sharp wins the game 3 of the series, it's over, and Sharp is he's crowned victorious for this tournament. So Frey has done, the first step, but there's still a lot more work to be done, and you are still facing a pretty scary deck in Discard Aggro, a deck that, regardless of matchups, regardless of it always finds a way to get a win and to come back into the game.
And we've already seen this matchup. Now we saw it go well for the Viego deck before, but now we highlighted earlier on, we talked about that Swarm is one of the bigger issues of this type of control deck, but Frey finds the combo again. Darkwater Scourge plus Deathmark. Also the lookout to just hold the board in the early game, make future units cheaper. One of the cards that I also thought would never be playable, but that turned out to be kind of good, and specifically this archetype, especially after the 1 HP buff. Very interesting to see what kind of effects that can have. But yeah, Sharp also looks to have a fairly solid hand, but I'm not sure if it's going to be able to keep up with Darkwater Scourge plus Deathmark.
You can glimpse here, deny the axe as well, deny pretty much any damage from Draven. So one of the few, just a very clean way to deal with Draven on turn 3 when it's attacking. And just slow the game down. You're still at 20 HP going to turn 4 against Discard Aggro. That's a pretty good place to be, especially when you know that you have this kind of window where you can get damage and then you're going to heal it back up with the inevitable combo with the Darkwater Scourge and the Deathmark.
The combo is probably coming down next turn. For now, Frey is kind of comfortable with the amount of blockers he has on his side of the board. Sharp can set up a big crowd favorite for next turn. It's probably going to be the exact same thing. Darkwater Scourge, give Deathmark to the crowd favorite. Because you're at 20 HP, you don't care about the 7 attack unit hitting you at that point. And playing the Poro? Maybe going for an open attack next turn to play around exactly the Darkwater Scourge combo or the Viego being dropped. Interesting decision making, but this might pay off. Especially, Sharp just top decked the Vision. That of course makes this line of play much better again.
You still have, quite a few blockers, so it's not really the end of the world here. And it makes a crowd favorite later on that much worse. Frey
is gonna be happy to trade off most of the board here. conserve a lot of Nexus HP and go into those big value turns. There's multiple ways of developing here. You can go for the very obvious 5-cost Viego into 6-cost Hydra Vine into 7-cost Hydra Vine, but that gives your opponent the opportunity to develop big threats and a big board over multiple turns, and it's very mana intensive. So we'll see if Frey maybe keeps Will of Ionia mana open in between, if Frey does go for the Dark Warrior Scourge Deathmark combo in between. But I do feel like Viego is the play for this turn. The question is, how does Frey navigate the next couple of turns?
And Whirling Death is in hand, so I mean that is a consideration that you maybe have to keep Will of Ionia mana available as well. Or just not attack.
I mean, this is really good for Frey. You can now get rid of the crowd favorite without it even hitting you. Yeah, pass by Sharp makes a lot of sense. If this resolves like this, you're kind of fine. Now is where you need to start doing things. There's no way you're passing here. The only question, like, Sharp was kind of scaring me by hovering over the pass button there. But the only question is, yeah, do you try to get rid of Viego? Or do you threaten the lifesteal unit? Like, both represent a lot of Nexus HP, but in different ways, because Viego of course keeps on spawning additional blockers and can block a million units because he keeps on growing, and Dark Warrior Scourge just has the more immediate effect of having lifesteal on it. Frey, okay, Sharp here not going for the augmented, but valuing the Whirling Death very, very highly and being rewarded by finding the crowd favorite, dropping it and representing a tool of removal for the Dark Warrior Scourge. And there's, very important to note, there's no Will of Ionia mana on Frey's side.
That's the craziest thing. This Whirling Death suddenly could be a problem. I mean, Twin Discipline is going to do a lot here as well. You have the Deathmark once again that Viego has enabled.
This is an interesting swing. So far, Sharp is navigating it very well according to Frey's hand, like trying to play around a lot of threats as well as possible. And we see the Whirling Death coming through to try to push for lethal for exactly 11 damage, but the defensive Twin Disciplines.
You Deathmark, right? Because the moment it hits the first strike, it is that not how? I'm pretty sure that's how it works with Whirling Death.
Absolutely true. That's even better. I got tunnel visioned on the Twin Disciplines. That's much more effective. That conserves a lot more Nexus HP here. Very good use of the Deathmark. And Frey is looking to run away with this game very soon, with the Hydro Vine coming up, generating infinite value, and Viego getting very close to leveling here.
And he just walked into his own trap, basically. He set up the Whirling Death and just gave the instant, clean Deathmark Ephemeral to just kill itself, basically, the moment it striked for the first time. The Experimenter, of course, going to try and fish for more answers, but we've seen this game before against Guardia in the Losers Final, and I think a similar thing will happen here, where at this stage of the game, you just have too many things going for you for Frey, and you're just in full control, with Viego obviously going off, and the Hydrovine possibility as well.
Sharp does cycle into some cards, but this is one of these opportunities where it's pretty much Jinx or bust, and even if you find Jinx, you'd need a ridiculous high roll to contest this game, to come back into this game. Yeah, Frey has everything he could wish for. This deck, the dream of this deck is popping off. Viego is close to leveling. You have a wall of blockers. One of them is literal wall of a lifesteal unit. Super well statted. Your Nexus is almost at full health, and you keep on drawing the right cards as well. Concussive Palm, shutting down any potential for future aggression on this attack as well. Sharp is just back against the wall here.
You can attack with elusives here and just try to push in some damage, but yeah, even Vile Feast, the Spirit Leech, just finding more Spirit Leeches. You have obviously the ephemeral blockers to make any normal units attacking not make any sense in this case. You don't even have board space if you're Sharp. You have to overwrite, but you can attack with units to get rid of them because it just gives lifesteal to Frey. So it is yeah. At this stage of the game, it feels like it has been lost, and it looks like the surrender's coming in, and Sharp will surrender this game 3. The first series goes to Frey. Step 1 of the comeback is in action, and I say comeback, I mean comeback from the very first round of losers bracket all the way through in the revenge match against the person that knocked him out in the first round of this tournament. So step 1 is there. First best of 3 has been reset, and now we are in the final best of 3 of this grand finals. Whoever wins 2 out of the next 3 games is the champion of this week's fight night.
So no matter what happens, Frey already at least got his vengeance, getting the redemption victory, not getting swept completely by Sharp, by his nemesis here. But going into the second series, after having fended off the first series in such an impressive way, and after having seen some cracks in Sharp's decision-making, in my opinion, I do think Frey is in a very good position here to take over, to take control of this reset series as well. But we also have to say that so far Frey has consistently been drawing super duper well, exactly the cards he needed to survive these early games and then come back in time over the top and just close out the games in style.
And once again, a very good early curve here. Triple 1-drop into the Sentry, into the Flock.
Cool.
What more could you want, Lobster? You have it all.
On the other hand as well, though, it's a solid opening hand. You can't compete, you can't contest with this. Akshan into Merciless, into the Ren. Both players with good starts. This matchup, I gotta admit, I'm not very familiar with. I would assume Frey is very slightly favored because of the very effective removal tools, and we mentioned earlier on the cheap ways of removing spell shields. But this Ionia Shurima list, this Akshan Sevier list, also so explosive, so much versatility in all of these spells, so many win conditions out of nowhere. This could go either way at this point.
Never heard away. A very clean removal onto the action. Something that we don't usually see in these matchups. Sometimes, there's always ways to protect him with shapestones, etc. But in this case, with that 1 mana that was left over for Sharp, no tools in hand to protect the Akshan from dying. Wrench Out of Way comes down now, and 4 mana, the dreaded 4 mana when you're playing against Noxus. The Sentry comes down, and the Flock follows.
And it will be the Ravenous Flock being locked in by Frey, getting rid of that quick attacker. That's something you have to be happy about because it's less threat of Flurry of Fists. Sharp still continues to have big threats in hand though, but none of the combo pieces yet. You can either develop Ruin Runner here, or what Sharp seems to be going for is the Rockhopper on Frey's Swain turn, therefore threatening the vulnerable on one of the key cards on Frey's side. Frey is just gonna say, okay, I don't need to develop Swain this turn, I will just sacrifice the Jagged Butcher instead. And Sharp having multiple options here, deciding to not go for the full tempo play, which would be Merciless Hunter into Ruin Runner, but rather realizing, okay, I need multiple games and multiple draws to still have a chance of closing out this game, playing the Preservarium there.
Now on the attack token turn, all these options obviously are much, much better, much more appealing. The Rune Runner and the Sivir attacking, and with there's a vulnerable unit that's already kind of a free trade there onto the Jagged Butcher as well. Frey did kind of run out of steam, but very cleanly drew into a Swain, into a Whispered Words, into kind of a refuel, and still has a lot of tempo on the board that has to be dealt with by Sharp.
So far, it looks like Frey is going to be comfortable to at least fend off 1 or 2 more turns. Sharp?
Yeah, I think this is a better option. You need to have the blocker for Swain, or at least the pretend you have a blocker that's going to die maybe to something, but at least have, make Frey kill this blocker first, and then you can develop another fearsome blocker for Swain.
Make it rain would be huge here for Frey. Might draw it off of the Whispered Words, we will see, but that at least will give Sharp an option to develop an additional blocker of their own, and therefore at least Swain's not connecting with the Nexus. Leviathan drawn as well, so Frey is drawing the right cards in the right order again, finding all of the early units at first, and now more or less on curve, finding the top end. At least the win conditions that represent closing out the game. Now the better question is, or the more immediate question is Sharp going to find all of the pieces to get this big combo swing in, giving everything?
Finds to make it rain. And the Ravenous Flock.
There it is. Make it rain, removing the spell sheet off of Sivir, and now you have to be much more worried on Sharp's side if you want to go all in on this combo, because it's very interactable at this point. You know your opponent plays Monster Harpoon and other types of removal.
The Refuge is still there to heal back up and to save any of the trades here. But I think you have to go for the full swing here. I mean, you have to try pushing through damage now if you're Frey.
Absolutely. I like the play by Frey so far. Just make your opponent block. It's not easy for Sharp here. Like, you're not happy to go low on HP, but you're also not happy to waste your only protective spell in hand right now. And that's probably what Sharp is thinking about. Like, am I already in a position where I go all in next turn? In that case, I should just let the Merciless Hunter go. But if I don't close out the game next turn, I lose to Leviathan.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. There's no Nocturne Forever, but there is Leviathans. Leviathans do damage in, bursts of 3 for some reason. That's how it was decided.
The ghost. The ghost.
You have the zap,
top.
but it's vulnerable, so you can't choose to block with this elusive unit.
This is pretty sick, but you have to swing in right now because otherwise there's the constant threat of Swain stunning your backline Sevier. This is a very tough decision. The upside is you can guarantee the double attack going through, and the refuge would heal you back up to a gazillion HP to like 15 or something. The question is, how far is Sivir with leveling? If she then gives double attack to the rest of the board and also barrier and lifesteal to the rest of the board, it's easily going to be worth it because you force a couple of blocks. But Sharp deciding to go for a more conservative approach, controlling the board here. But this means if he doesn't represent a win here and he doesn't heal this turn...
Yeah, it's Leviathan next turn. You can't do anything about it. You can't lifesteal unless you're in combat.
Exactly, and you can't deny. If Sharp locks this in, all Frey has to do is play Leviathan next turn and not attack.
Yeah,
and the game is going to be over.
Exactly.
And it looks like Sharp
is
kind of realizing this.
He would definitely have to lifesteal here.
This is a roller coaster. What do you go for? Probably the predict. This is not an easy decision. There's some merits to all of them. I like the plus attack the least. This at least gives you a solid trade and preserves another unit so that you have an additional blocker that you don't have to worry about dying to the open attack. And I mean, technically you have all of the combo pieces in hand, right? There's the Ravenous Flock. Sharp just checking if it was Swain's Flock or not. But nonetheless, like, you still lose... you don't auto-lose to Leviathan. It's gonna be tough to get through the Leviathan, though. I mean, another Rune Runner, but does it matter? Your opponent's still at 14 HP.
Now the full swing still comes in here.
Yeah, most likely. Frey is just one step ahead.
Offering to end the round there. So no swing coming in. It could have come in before and it would have been a lot of damage coming through.
I suppose that maybe Frey doesn't want to play against defensive combat tricks, or like something like Shaped Stone.
Yeah.
Removing the Leviathan. This might just be us having the omniscient cast. Refuge, yeah, that's a good point. And Sharp being granted the option to go for another big swing. A couple of things you could do here. One is Ghost on the Merciless Hunter. That's the most effective way of spreading out the most damage. But if my quick maths doesn't completely mistake me, it's nowhere close to lethal.
And the Merciless Hunter is vulnerable to Flocks or to Scorched Earth. So with the damage already on it, even with the Ghost, it's in danger.
Sharp at least going for the Leviathan removal, playing a much longer game than he would have liked to, trying to now be a bit of the control deck and grind Frey out of resources. Still having a scary board, but being down 2 cards in hand.
The fact that these units both have Spell Shield is obviously a pretty nice deal. Otherwise, you could be in trouble with just stuns and all this.
Whispered
Whispered
Words.
Words is huge.
The zap, the drain, the draw changes keeps on going.
Flock. You need to make a rain here to take these. Yeah, I guess with the stun is also fine. There's just a lot of damage just coming through just purely from the attack coming in.
Yeah, This is like you block Swain, but this is still 7 damage coming through.
And
if Frey takes
another
the full
deckhand as
swing.
well.
This draw chain was insane.
That's it.
Well, Twin Disciplines to have it survive, but then if the second
No,
deckhand
with the
comes
barrel, it
down,
wouldn't matter. It was still 5
right.
damage. And that's it.
I missed it.
Frey takes game 1 of this series. It seemed like everything was in control, but just couldn't break through the defense that Frey had set up, had the right removal tools in the mid game, and in the end game just had beefy units. Leviathan, good blockers that even with double attack, it wasn't enough to push through enough damage, survive at 7. And Frey is, again, that's 3 wins in a row now. He won the last 2 games of that first series and wins the first one, starting things off, and now it's match point in his favor. We started off with, after 1 game, match point immediately for Sharp, who was in the winner's final. And all of a sudden, things have turned around, and it's Viego, Ionia against Sivir with Akshan.
And again, the Viego deck having at least 2 of the core cards in the early hand, but this time no Dark Warder Scourge Deathmark combo. And also kind of whiffing the mulligan there because there's nothing you're happy to discard with these Green Glade, to discount with these Green Glade lookouts. On the other hand, Sharp finding 2 of the 4 champions in the deck, Akshan and Sivir. Merciless Hunter and Ruin Runner are still missing, of course, but a solid opening, or let's say an okay opening on both sides so far. Sharp seems to have the better of the opening hand, though.
You can discount another Green Glade lookout. What do you mean? This is optimal.
Value. That's exactly what they are there for in this deck.
The Green Glade lookout chain. That's like the most broken thing about this deck. You just keep discounting themselves, and then on turn 7, you finally discount something relevant.
The new infinite deck.
Look
the
at this.
true
Look
infinite deck of this
you still have 3 mana to work with. It's crazy.
Well, that's a good tempo. I can't argue with that. But Fading Icon, it's a unit that can be discounted, but not the one you want to discount. The good thing is you either the spider or the prey that gets spawned from the Fading Icon is going to be a good target for Glimpse Beyond, and that gives you a lot more chances to find Viego, to find Hydra Vine, or anything that you really want those discounts on. Glimpse, of course, also shutting down Sivir's level up progress, which is one of the very key factors in this matchup.
And hoping to find a unit to discount with the lookout here before the effect comes in. Instead, you find the Spirit Leech. So good sequencing, though, to get the glimpse before the attack comes off and all this, and to try and get a discount on something relevant. It will be the Spirit Leech instead. You're able to refuel here and at least have a very healthy hand. Still a good attack here from the Fading Icon. If this trade is always going to be worth it. Like you mentioned, all the units in this list for Sharp don't want to block. So any kind of attack, open attack even, is going to be good.
And on Sharp's side, you also don't really have to worry about your Nexus health. The only real direct Nexus health threat is Atrocity, and it's gonna take a long time until something on Frey's side of the board hits 15 attack. So therefore, you can't just let it go through, you keep your carries intact, but nothing to develop on this crucial turn 5 for Sharp, and not finding anything else. I mean, you don't have the Flurry of Fists. Otherwise, you could just OTK here. This is so silly. Like, just OTK out of nowhere. But yeah, without the Flurry of Fists, there's a very limited amount of damage you can push, and that means you have to be conservative here. You have to wait. You have to hope to find more units or more combo pieces to close out the game on your turn 8 attacker later. Okay, we probably see Palm trade with a Deny that trades with Sharp's Deny. So far, so good, but Sivir continues to be very slow at leveling up here.
It does give Sharp an outlet for his mana in maybe a situation where he was didn't have units developed, so it's a bit more awkward. I think this is definitely a good thing for Sharp, how this played out.
Mm-hmm.
But
also,
he didn't strike, for example, is not great.
Yeah, keep in mind that it's also, like, Sharp is not really on a clock here. There's no Hydra Vine and no Viego on the side of Frey. Like, Frey finding the right early cards, but nothing for the mid and late game. I spoke too soon!
The caster curse, or caster blessing, always coming in. Players are playing at a very, very fast speed, though. I said I'd like to see it, but maybe this is too fast. I think like one dial lower would be perfect for casting, because this is that's just speed that you have to be looking at, too many things at once, I think. Actually, when the game's in Spanish for you, it might be a bit more difficult.
All good. It's just confusing if I'm trying to remember specific card names, and then the Spanish name doesn't really help too much. But yeah, Sharp finding one of the important key cards. I mean, I always call Hydrovine a soft carry, or like a semi-carry for this deck, because it stabilizes the game, but it does not represent a win condition on its own. Like I said, it takes 15 turns until the unit grows big enough to find an atrocity lethal here, and until then it's just a backline value generator for the most part, and maybe a blocker if needed, if forced.
Lobster, there's currently plus 12 attack stored in hand for Sharp. He has Sivir with Spell Shield.
And the ghost and the mana to pop everything into this.
Is this
That's
the
a good
world
spot.
we live in? I think it is. Unfortunately, Shapestone is 1 mana, and Twin Disciplines was buffed to 2 mana. And we have a 17 attack Sivir with Spell Shield coming in, hoping to ruin your day.
That's nasty.
We went from Ezreal Draven interactive games to Spell Shield City.
Wait, you can Deathmark. The Deathmark pops the Spell Shield, though.
Does. That's true.
Right.
That's true.
I was only seeing Atrocity plus Palm and not seeing, like, there wouldn't have been enough mana.
Exactly.
But the Deathmark can as well. Yeah, the Hydrovine actually coming in so
and the
clutch
Heimer
with
coming
the
in,
here.
the double emote in one. The APM there for the double emote. Don't
The
underestimate
mechanics.
it. Frey knows he's on match point.
And the Hydrovine
And this
continues
is
to grow.
a big swing. Sivir is going to be forced to block Lobster, and so is Akshan. They're both going to be forced to block. This is what the culmination of this entire tournament.
Refuge comes in clutch here. Keep in mind that Frey's Refuge shuts down Sharp's Refuge.
And you can Atrocity here to stop the Refuge anyway on the Hydrovine. Depending on what you expect there to be in hand, it's still a mana to work with for Sharp, so it wouldn't be a guarantee, but...
And you do get the spell off of the Warlord's Sword, but you just don't have time to play it. It's focus. Speed focus cannot be used in the midst of combat. And Frey is setting up the Atrocity. We see the GGs coming in. Frey completes the reverse sweep through the whole bracket, falling to Sharp in round 1. And just tearing up the whole losers bracket, making the long run, winning both of the Grand Final series 4 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken. GG's to Frey, and this lineup really paid off.
And you have to give him props, not just for coming in and just the way he did it, from the losers bracket all the way through, knowing that you're on, you lose, you're out. That does, I think, as a player, you can definitely speak of this even more than me, affect you mentally, knowing that there's no double second chance. That's it already. And still climbing all the way through the loser bracket against a stacked roster of players. It always is the case in Fight Night, but even more so, I think, in this case with Guardia, Simon, back-to-back, and then Sharp as well. Very difficult to deal with, but doing it with, I think, a lineup that was very different to what everyone else settled on as the best option for this Fight Night. Everyone brought discard aggro, everyone brought, Sivir, Akshan, or Azir Aurelia, and Frey said, no, I'm going to do it my way, and I think it was a great lineup to see as well as a viewer, to see Twisted Fate Swain in action once again, and to see Viego also in action with Ionia in a very cool deck list with cards like Darkwater Scourge and Deathmark and just cards, Green Knight Lookout, cards that don't normally see play in the meta, finding play and being very competitive in this tournament.
Yeah, and decks that are not necessarily tier 1 decks, and also tagging them accordingly, tagging them for the exactly specific purpose of this meta, of a very fast meta. And you cut a lot of the top end that's more common in these lists usually, and just secure your early game, have a consistent early game. It paid off big time here for Frey. And yeah, it is very refreshing to see it that even in these tournaments with these super stacked, super good players, it is not necessarily always the best choice to just go for the best and most obvious deck choices, but sometimes you can brew up and pull something out of the pocket and bring rather unconventional lineups and get away with the victory.
That being said, we're going to a very short break, but don't go anywhere because we will be having a winner's interview with Frey we'll be able to ask him questions about his lineup, about his thoughts on the meta. And as someone that just won this tournament, I think his thoughts are probably pretty relevant. So definitely don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the conclusion segment of this fight night number 25 here in Europe, with the guest caster Lobster joining us for this week as well. Was something actually a novelty for this week. I think it's been a great tournament cast. But let's check out the bracket to see what exactly came down, what players were playing in, and what ended up happening. We saw Salty Simon defeating I'm So Humble at the very start, and Sharp defeating Frey, who is of course our champion. But it did not end there. Of course, we saw the bracket. Sharp went all the way to the winners final, beat Guardia, got to the grand final, and then we saw the top four with a stacked roster of players: Frey, Simon, Guardia, and Sharp, of course, waiting for his finalist. And Frey ended up doing it in, I think, a stunning fashion, taking down Salty Simon, taking down Guardia, and then with a bracket reset in the grand final in the Spanish Civil War between, I think, two friends as well. But overall, I think a great tournament to watch, especially with the extra bit of spice that Frey added in the last few hours as well. Do you agree, Lobster, with this just resume of what happened today?
Absolutely, and the caliber of players that Frey took down on the tear through the losers bracket as well. It was all the players we were talking about and highlighting earlier on. After falling to Sharp, taking out I'm So Humble, and then Fight Night King Marcus, and both of the previous finalists in Salty Simon and Guardia, and getting the redemption in two grand final set victories over Sharp. Absolutely insane run with creative deck lists. What else could you ask for?
And Frey is here now to join us for the interview. Frey, first of all, congratulations on this fantastic tournament and lineup. And just how are you feeling after this win?
Thanks for the congratulations. I'm feeling great. This week, Crokai was asking people to participate in the tournament, and I was like, nah, maybe not. Well, I just won, so nice. I'm happy to accept the invitation. So I'm feeling great. I'm happy because I didn't play the discard or maybe good decks. Not gonna lie, but I'm a little bit freestyler. So
listen, we love freestyle in GiantSlayer. I think and most players in Europe know that I give brownie points to those that are able to come in with not necessarily meme decks, but decks that are a bit more creative, a bit more maybe not as standard. And I think you definitely accomplished that with your lineup. I wanted to ask you the first question about your lineup. What was your decision to bring these two decks specifically? And as a follow-up question with Viego, do you think this Viego list that you brought with Ionia is the best version of Viego that you can play right now on ladder?
Okay. First of all, the TF swing, TF Gunplank is probably better. Anyway, Dreadway is better than Leviathan, and Gunplank is better than Swain. But I like Swain most. A friend of mine in Runeterra loves Swain, so it's like honor him. That deck is pretty good versus aggro, versus discard, versus Asirileria, versus Lurk. With all spells, you can pop the spell share pretty easy versus Shiver. So it's not that bad. It's not the best deck to climb to be top 1 Europe for sure, but it's not that bad versus what I expect. And the other one, Viego, Viego is kind of cool. And Jonia is my favorite region, so it's like, okay, let's combine. I see this deck maybe is the original idea is maybe it's for Cephalopod, maybe.
Yeah.
I just changed a little bit. The Spirit Refugee is pretty strong right now. The heal and the barrier versus Seaver is like fuck you. And I'm sure, yeah, it's the best version of Viego, because Viego Surima have the problem. Nasus is like more late. Nasus, Viego, and the Hydra. The Hydra is like Nasus, but better in this deck. So if I played Nasus Viego Surima, I will play Quicksand. That card is very underrated in this meta. It's like very strong versus Lysim, versus Seaver.
Yeah.
And Viego Freljord sucks. Not gonna lie. it's not that good deck.
Okay. I think it's clear then. Ionia is your favorite region, and Viego is cool, and that's the analysis we needed to know that Viego Ionia is the option. But again, I think Lobster was talking about it before that when you bring these decks to a tournament and you perform with them against the best players, trying their best and playing their best decks, you already give them like a stamp of approval that okay, this is a serious deck. Now let's start testing on ladder. Let's start maybe maybe trying to change a few cards here and there to match up like a player's preferences. But overall, I think you've already given it like a stamp of okay, this is a serious deck that has to be taken seriously in the meta right now.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think it's a good deck. 2 days ago, I was 0 LP. Now I'm 40, I think, just with that deck. It's a good deck. I'm like losing 200 LP
Okay.
and losing every day. Like, no, it's a good deck for climbing. Not the faster, but
It's fun, yeah. A
a
fun deck
solid
that,
one.
that can still
Yeah.
win. That's my kind of deck. Lobster, do you have any questions about just the strategy element of the lineup?
Absolutely, Frey. I was curious, was the meta exactly what you expected it to be? Because to me, it seemed like you were preparing your list for a lot of early aggression. You played a lot of one-drops in the TF Swain list and also a lot of defensive options in the Viego list.
Well, Sharp and Sergi are both good friends of mine. So I know, well, we talk about the meta and the best options. I want to play, I don't like aggro. It's like, it's bored for me. No, I never played. I'm not a good aggro player. This card is like, oh, so easy, not for me. I lose every game with pirates, this card. So yeah, I expect a lot of smoke, to be honest. So a lot of one drops, Speed Refugee, and the octopus. I don't know
Darkwater
in the
Scourge.
vehicle. Yeah,
Mhm.
okay, that card is Omega OP.
We saw you proved the point to us that it's very good.
With the Deathmark combos
Yeah.
as well. They came in at the right time all the
Mhm.
time, just carrying games over and over. It was crazy.
But overall, Frey, I think again, like we said before, not just a good performance, and I think very clean play from the games that we saw on stream, the last 3 series that we saw that you played, just very creative lineups as well, and we're happy to see you performing well. I think this is the definitely the first fight night you win, correct?
Yeah, I participate another time. I was second,
Mhm.
but I lose versus Guardia.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my
So
revenge
you
has
got your
come.
revenge. You got 2 revenges today in the losers
Yeah.
final and in the grand final.
Yeah, true. So yeah, this is my first one, and I'm the first Spanish who,
Player to win?
yeah, first one.
Really?
Yeah, I'm the
Crazy.
first one.
So
So
we've had
wow.
we had like 7 top 2s then because so many Spanish players got to the winner.
Yeah. It's like I don't know where
Like a curse,
cursed.
yeah, like a curse. Okay, well, you broke the curse, so I'm very happy for you and for the Spanish players now as well. Maybe we can all win the tournaments now. But that's gonna be all the time we have. Frey, last
Okay.
thing is, do you have any call outs for players that you want to see invited next week?
Oh, it's a hard question. I don't know. Another of my friends from Spain. I don't know.
That's a possibility.
Like, let me. CS Fall. He's not playing a lot this time, so maybe he will be motivated to play. So
That's
okay.
one way to do it. Okay, so we'll contact Follow then. We'll have our people. We'll contact his people, and we'll try and get him motivated to join us for next week. And then we'll have 2 Spanish players because of course you will be 3 Spanish players. Sharp and you will both be reinvited. So I'm liking this. Just constantly get all the Spanish players in. We'll take over the fight night. Perfect plan, Frey. Thank you so much for helping out with that.
Thanks, Frey.
Thank you.
And that will be it from our winner. Frey, of course, I think did a great job. And Lobster, I think, has also... You're still here. Okay, never mind. Lobster is here. And that will be it for this tournament, of course, as well. The winner's interview and the tournament has concluded. But before we leave, we have to remind you guys that Giant Slayer is continuing today. Fight Night is continuing today. It's the first of many tournaments. We will be seeing the Americas tournament still happening in roughly 3 hours. I believe it still is midnight EU time. Not much has changed in that case in the summer. So in about 2 hours and 40 minutes, stay tuned on this channel because we will be seeing more fight night action with your fantastic American casters over there as well, and the great players. And we'll see what the meta looks like. Usually disappointing compared to Europe, but I think compared to this tournament, it's not too hard to get above that. I think. Do you agree, Lofter, that the meta has there's many great decks you can play right now, right?
It's tough to say. It feels like the ladder meta is still very versatile, but people are slowly starting to realize what is the best. That Ionia Shurima is just a cut above the rest, and the easiest way to counter it is some aggro decks. So I'm going to be very curious to see if as many people on the US side are also going to have the same idea, or if there's more creative brewers like Frey, or just some deck hipsters, I should say, that just do not succumb to playing tier 1 decks and even in tournaments bring out the spice.
I'll definitely check it out in a few hours to see what that tournament meta looks like and if it is the same or if it is different from this European region that we saw today. But that will be all from us. Lobster, was a great opportunity to cast with you today. We casted kind of together in the U Masters, but not actually together. But in this case now, we had a chance to, and hopefully we'll be able to do it much more in the future, but also hopefully Garzik makes it back from his hiking trip in one piece and he can join me maybe for next week's fight night. So thank you guys all for watching from home. Hope you guys enjoyed the cast and the games today. And obviously props to the players for putting on a great performance and bringing some not so spicy deck lists, but still, we love them. And we'll see you guys next week. Take care.